here we are. Cricket 8. India, Pakistan. It's wet. Really wet. It's moist. It's damp. It's all those sorts of things. But that's okay. We will not let the excess moisture wet us. We're excited, is what I'm saying. Maybe I meant the opposite there. I'm not sure where we're going here with this. I've got myself a little bit lost. I've got Kritika Naidu with me, the killer. I have Rooster Rob Barron with us. We're all excited. We're so excited. We've got bets. We're not afraid to tell you about them. So let's start with that. The first ball of this game, Roberto Barron.
Yeah.
You have a bet here at 21s, which you can get on Boyles in the UK, and I'm sure many other places around the world, for a 2 off the first ball.
Yeah, I love it. We've all seen the outfield here. It's horrible. It's big, and it's now wet, so that means that the ball's going to get stuck.
It's wet sand, really, this ground now, isn't it?
And if you back in 2s, you want wet sand, basically, because it's not. If they hit one, not the tracer bullet type of 4, but hit one through the covers, 2 is quite likely, and you absolutely know that Rohit is not going to be tearing back for the 3rd. So 2 is in the game.
He might struggle to get a 2 on this ground.
Yeah. So this is the World Cup of 2s. If you like backing 2, you have had a lovely time this World Cup. So 2 is almost a 4 now. Like, there's been that few 4s compared to normal. So 20 to 1, it should be more like 7 to 1. And as we go to, you're expecting about 1 and over probably.
You've got some other bets here. India high 6 over total at 1.72. That is because we expect Pakistan to defend in the first 6 overs, essentially.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
So that one's simple. And then you've got under an 11.5 of total 6s. Are you nervous at all now that it might be, are you just going to play some music over there? Or?
Yeah, the stream's decided to properly kick in. Sorry, carry on. 11.5 6s was too high before the game. You don't want India batting first for that, but it's still too high. There's been 25 6s in the 5 games here so far, and hardly any runs.
It's a big ground, actually, in shape, isn't it? It's not a small ground. Not in shape. It's one of those big shapes.
I do know what I'm talking about.
Are we on air? Is this being broadcast?
If you want to talk about big shapes, I'm here for it.
Hey!
Yes, 11.5 is too many for the 6s, so any quote like that is under. What else we got?
You've also got something here called spread bets on under 6s and multi 6s. Can you take me through that, sir?
So multi 6s is you simply multiply the number of 6s in the first innings by the number of 6s in the second. And if you can manage to get 0 in either of those innings, then anything times 0, maths fans, is 0. So that's what you're looking for. This is a ground where a team can get shot out for nothing. Like if India do get plenty, which the market has got them in for mid 140s right now. Mm-hmm. Pakistan are going to have to go hard, and as we've seen on this pitch time and time again, it's okay if you're knocking it around for ones.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to gun it, and any team gunning it against Bumrah, or if India go too hard against Shaheen early, Shaheen needs to find his radar. He's not found that very well yet in this comp. Then you're in big trouble if you're trying to gun it.
Now, I know this is our first Cricket 8 watch-along of this World Cup, but I can tell from my personal chat with you that you have been absolutely and utterly obsessed with the no 50 bets. Take everyone through the no 50 bets.
Yeah, so people put up lines for T20 games. Will there be a 50 scored, yes or no?
Yeah.
And I had my very funniest winner of the entire World Cup, and for about a year last night, because I backed no 50 at 4.3 in the Uganda-West Indies game before the match, thinking if Uganda bat first, they can easily get shot out for nothing, and it can't possibly win. So it's almost a toss bet. And then when I went to bed, West Indies were batting first. I was like, oh, never mind. It was a decent bet. And then I woke up and they scored 170 something, and still nobody got 50. But on these
you also got another one too, the Canada game when Nicholas Curtin was
he got 49.
And I, as a joke, said to him at one stage, he looks like he's going to get 48 here. So I was a runoff.
He got one on Maxwell yesterday as well, 28. He had put it on 28.5, I think. That was the call, and Maxwell, 28.
Some of us got Maxwell at under 32 yesterday as well. But, you know.
Yeah,
actually, talking about bets, I'm not very good at. I told everyone here that 320 or 330 on Pakistan was great, and I put no money on it myself, and they're now into 278.
Yeah, just going back to the no 50, 4.5 I backed no 50 for this game, which on this deck is really like 50 is like 80 on a normal, like it really is.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything like that, anything 4 or bigger on no 50 in a game like this is big. Obviously, you'd rather Pakistan were batting first for most of these because they're due slightly fewer runs, but anybody that gets 50 on this pitch and this outfield is doing really well, particularly now we know there's clouds around as well, so we're expecting mega swing early. I'd now be looking, now we're sort of in play with the prices, where's the line for first wicket, because with the small caveat that Shaheen has just not found his radar yet in this competition, I think he's actually bowled quite badly. He should be a nightmare to face here.
Yeah, agreed.
And Rohit, this version of Rohit is the high intent one, and the high intent people in this competition, at this ground, are getting out for nothing. This is a Babar type deck of just trying to trundle your way to 40 or 40 somehow, which he did the other day and then immediately got out, didn't he?
I know you've started betting, Kritika. Is there anything, as our newest betting expert, where is your money at the moment?
I think there was one that I happened to see that was no more than 300 runs scored in the game.
That's a very good one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That looks more likely now than it did before, Rob.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not sure.
Yeah, or maybe not because India batting first. But if you can get that now, I would definitely bet
Pakistan
the
still
others.
have to bat.
Yeah, they certainly do. And like we say, that can win twice. It can win by the first innings not getting enough, and then you've won anyway.
Yeah.
Or the second innings, they get shot out going for a big score, because trust me, anything over 150 is a big score at this ground.
So I've also got here, you've got Kohli, man of the match. I don't know much about Virat Kohli. Is there any reason you've gone with this unknown player?
Yeah, he's an upcoming, I've been watching some YouTube videos of him, and he looks like he's got something about him. No, he's played 10 times against Pakistan, and he's got man of the match 4 times. He definitely ups his game. He is the definition of a big game player, isn't he? And India-Pakistan in an ICC tournament, they don't get to play outside of them, do they? So this is a huge game. We know what he did against Pakistan in the last World Cup. That's one of the best chasing innings you're ever going to see. I wouldn't normally want to be on a batsman on this surface, but if I'm going to, Kohli can't be 8-1 to be man of the match against Pakistan when they were 1.44 to win the game, whatever they were before it started. So yeah, that's too big. The opening bat for the favourites is not a bad bet normally at 8-1 anyway, but when it's Virat Kohli against Pakistan, it's really good.
I'm seeing some bookies that have a match and top batter double. You can get India into Virat Kohli at 4-1. That seems a bit skinny to me.
Yeah, don't like. A friend of mine said it's $15 for a can of lager at the ground. It's a lot, isn't it?
It's not cheap. I mean, it's New York. It's not actually New York. It's Nassau County, which I don't know where that is.
Yeah, you can kind of call it New York.
Is that New Jersey and they've just
like
given it a
away
different name? I mean, we say it's New York. All I can see is greenery, and every time they show that Manhattan in the background, it's a mile away, right? Or miles and miles away.
Is that in the Peak District or something? They just plonked a cricket stadium in. Obviously, they did it a couple of months ago. They were like, yeah, we're going to put a cricket ground here.
Yes, so apparently where Pakistan were slotted to stay, their hotel was about 90 minutes away from the ground. And then, because Sri Lanka had the same, and then if you remember, I think...
Sri Lanka's game didn't go for 90 minutes.
Exactly. Well, one of them complained about that, so Pakistan actually got their hotel changed last minute to somewhere closer so that they could access the ground quicker. And that was yesterday, or last evening was the first time they actually had a look at the ground, at the pitch, at everything.
There was another good one earlier this tournament where I'm pretty sure New Zealand hadn't done a training session at night in Guyana. And their game was a day-night game. These things really matter.
Yeah.
There's another reason why I put money on Afghanistan in that game. One of the many reasons why, Rob, I put money on that one. Anyway, Pakistan won the toss. They've elected to field. Let me go through the lineups for you here as the 2 openers are coming out, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. India is 1.55 and Pakistan is 2.78. As I said earlier, I missed the chance to bet on them at 3.2, 3.25, 3.3. Our intern Toby got on at 3s, so this is his last day working here. I don't know if we actually count interns as working. I think he's just picking stuff off the ground, isn't he, and
It's just a nice day out, isn't it?
It's a day out.
Cricket 8 Towers.
Yeah, I'll go through the playing 11s. I don't think India didn't make a change, did they? I don't believe. No.
No, India same team.
So
and
Rohit
Azam Khan out is your Pakistan change. Azam Khan out for Imad Wasim.
Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant, Suryakumar Yadav, Shivam Dubey, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshar Patel, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj and Arshdeep Singh. Mohammad Rizwan, Baba Azam, Usman Khan, Fakhar Zaman, Shadab Khan, Imad Wasim, Iftikhar Ahmed, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Nazim Shah, Mohammad Amir and Haris Ralph. So, as Rob just said, Azam Khan has been dropped and they've kept Kuldeep out because we expect this wicket to do all sorts of things. Neither of these players, the two Indian stars, are great at starting against left-arm pace. And of course, Shaheen Afridi is going to be starting against them. So, you know, that's that. But remember, we're on a 2 here. We don't want a wicket. We don't want a 6. We don't even want a timed out, which I'm not sure you can do off the first ball, but it'd be funny.
It would be funny. You can also bet under 24.5 first wicket, which, given the struggles that these two have got against the left-arm pace, and given where we are, like 24.5 is a normal line, almost.
Pakistan's gone out to 2-8 as well, so they're drifting now. And there's just a slight delay. I have absolutely no idea what it's for.
There's always a delay in these, isn't there?
There's always a delay. Is this the game that we have snipers on the roof for, don't we?
Yeah, we should. And that
Police
doesn't
snipers,
mean,
you heard about that?
Yeah,
That doesn't
because there
mean
was an
pe-
ISIS
sorry.
threat, wasn't there?
Yep. But also, I think Americans put snipers on the roof for a lot of things, Kritika, for being honest. Here we go. Shaheen Afridi, floppy hair. Rohit Sharma facing up. This is the first ball of India-Pakistan. It's full and it's straight. It's clipped away. There's one here. Could there be 2?
Run them up.
Come on. Come on.
2 runs.
They've run 2!
Oh!
20-1 winner. First ball. That is why you come. I've broken the bell. I was that excited. That is why you come to Cricket 8. We give you everything we wanted. I'll be honest there, our data might have just cut out at times, and if you saw panic on mine and Rob's face, it was because we weren't sure where the fielder was. We were pretty sure he was behind square, weren't we, Rob? But we couldn't be 100%.
That's me done for today. 20-1 winner, 1 ball bowled. Oh, cheerio.
Pakistan's got out the 3s, by the way. I might just hop back in on that since we're here, but I'll wait until after this ball, so hopefully this is not a wicket. Shaheen Afridi is coming in again, and this one's pushed into the covers, and there's no run there. I'm not sure that 2 it should have changed the odds quite as much as it did, Rob.
I think everyone's just spinning their money up because everyone's tuned into this. Seen we told them to back 20-1 for 2 on the first ball. They've won the money and now they're having a bet. Everyone's steaming into India. It does seem like that ball was due 0.8 or something, so 2 off it is not unbelievably good. I don't think we've seen masses to make a decision either way, to be honest.
Afridi comes in again. This is up in the air.
Where's that gone?
This could be caught. It could be 6. It's gone over the top. It is 6.
Goodness me.
Well, just for a moment there, I thought that was going to hang in the air a little bit. And instead, he's got it away. So, first big blow there. Just having a look at the crowd. They've gone absolutely below. What a start to this game that we have seen so far. This is going absolutely nuts. But Shaheen Afridi there, getting hit for a 6 down the leg side. That's changed the odds quite a bit. It was more helped on its way rather than a classical pull shot. I tell you what, Rohit, just looking at his face, for a moment he wasn't sure he got that enough.
Just stuck in the pitch a little bit, I think.
Well, I thought he was going to hit it straight up.
But that's the high intent Rohit is the one that India need.
Next ball, outside off stump, keeps low and doesn't actually make it through to the keeper. So 8 runs off the start of this, off the first 4 balls. We've had here 2 dot balls as well.
Did you have one for the end of the first over?
No, because neither of these sides, so we did that a lot in the IPL because there were teams that, like if Travis Head was playing or Phil Salt, you might have a bet for the first over. Neither of these sides go particularly hard to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, they're not different. It's a beautiful ball by Shaheen. I haven't seen any swing yet, Rob.
No, and Shaheen hasn't been finding it. There's something not quite right with Shaheen so far in this tournament. Like, he had a pitch that really should have suited him the other day, and he kept bowling full tosses. I'm not quite sure, but that ball that's the length and the line that he needs to get into. And because we've seen through part-timers on this deck that you've just got to land it in the right place and let the pitch do the work. And obviously on that third ball, he didn't manage to do that and gave Rohit a bit of a freebie on his legs.
Just to go through some run lines. So currently the market says India should score 157. So if you think that's wrong in either different direction, get your wallet out. The run line on 3 overs is jumping around a little bit at the moment, but it's somewhere between 22 and 24 by the look of this. And after the power play, the run line is 44. We've got 8 runs off the first 5 balls, as this is a big shout. They like it, and they're going to review this, I think. Our stream is very choppy at the moment. I'm not sure if there's anything.
I think that's a good shout, having just seen it again.
What was that?
I think it's a good shout, having just seen it again.
I was going to say, I
think in line,
straight.
Rohit's in a bit of trouble here.
I think this is worth reviewing, and I don't think they reviewed it. Did they?
I don't think they have, and I think they might rue that because that looked pretty straight to me. I don't think he hit it either.
I'm not as confident as you. It was pitched in on the stumps.
I look forward to seeing this again. I'm seeing a version of it without Hawkeye. Oh no, I think he's hit it. I think that's inside edge onto his pad. Otherwise, he's dead. As the rain comes down.
I was about to say it's raining as well. Nazim Shah with the ball at the other end. So 8 runs off that first over. All things considered, that's a win for India, because it has been pretty slow so far. This particular wicket, the scoring rates.
Jarrod, do you think because of the conditions, because of the rain, do you think India will want to alter their approach, or do you think they're just going to play out as long as they can?
I think they just have to see what the wicket's going to do. So we've already seen one keep low, right? So if I'm the 2 guys out there that know a little bit more about batting than we do, that's the first conversation we have.
Yeah.
Is that a dangerous one?
Yeah.
Did he just not bend his back or whatever? Also, Rohit looked a little bit perturbed when he flicked that 6.
Yeah.
That's the sort of shot that could have gone straight up in the air with a little bit of bounce. So they'll just have to assess it. There's nothing else you can do at the moment.
Yeah.
You just have to constantly keep assessing it. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to do that when one of you's out.
Coming off.
They are coming off, which is not particularly ideal. So Pakistan is 320 at the moment, and India is 143. When do we lose overs? I think we get about an extra hour, don't we, in these day games?
Yeah, although
or morning games.
There's definitely no reserve day for this. There's an extra 90 minutes beyond the normal.
Is it 90? I thought
beyond the normal cut-off time.
Yes.
They have an extra 90 minutes for this game. So cricket is a sport where it has lots of laws and rules for various tournaments, and then they change them all for India. So India are allowed extra time for this game.
No, some of the other early games also had extra time.
Right, so this one is an extra 90 minutes beyond the normal cut-off time. So there are people now, the tragics out there, that will just switch straight to the completed match market, and they're literally betting on how much it's going to rain and how long they're going to be off for. And they're still quite bullish that we're going to get a game in here, which is good news.
The rain markets, what was it? Was it some of the IPL games? There was like $3 or $4 million bet on whether it was going to rain.
Yeah, we've had 950,000 sterling pounds matched on this game. Will there be a game, yes or no, so far?
Pocket change for Kritika.
Yeah, Kritika's done half of that. That's why she's been quiet for the start of this game.
Well, they had fireworks when the teams were coming out for the anthems. That's something new today, right? They haven't had fireworks throughout the tournament, I think.
I don't think so, no. Right? I can't think of any. We've got some comments on the YouTube, of course, as well. Shara says, it's where I live, Jarrod. No, you can live in the middle of nowhere. That's sometimes. Joel said it's in Long Island. Orville Tutenbacher says, weather radar shows a light shower may be possible between 12:30 and 1. I think we're going to get a few bits of rain, if we're being honest. And Shara wants to know what your thoughts are on them not using Jaiswal, Rob.
I think a lot of the Indian selection has to do with names and reputation and not necessarily who is the best team they could get on the park right now. But Jaiswal didn't do himself any favours in the IPL because he had a bad IPL. He got 100 where he looked good. But the key for me for Jaiswal of this IPL is he didn't look himself all the way through. The year before, he was hitting half of the first balls for 4, and he hit a couple for 6, I think. And this year, I think he did it once out of 14 times. And that Jaiswal is not the one that India need in this. Also, with these horrible pitches, it's probably one that Jaiswal, when he looks back on his career, will be quite happy that he missed this World Cup because it doesn't suit his style of cricket. Because you've got to play... You haven't got to play quite like Babar, but you need to rein it in a little bit. I'm okay with Jaiswal not playing only because of these conditions. If you'd have said to me before this IPL who's going to open for India, if you're picking the team, Jaiswal would probably be the first name I would say. But he didn't have a good enough IPL to make it, so I think that's... I criticise Indian selection a lot, but I think fair enough.
If you are on the YouTube and you want to ask more questions, feel free to send them through. We've also got emails. You can email us. Is it live at cricket8.com?
Live at cricket8.com.
It would. I mean, from a production point of view, it would be very handy if it said that somewhere on the screen during a day's play. Assuming I will remember anything is not very good. It's probably Toby, our intern's fault, isn't it? Though.
Yes. Yes.
I would have thought he was in charge of that.
Yeah, it is Toby's fault.
Parth is sending emails in. It says, Jarrod said KKR would have a bigger problem with Salt leaving than Rajasthan would with Butler. He scoffed at the idea of Gurbaz being his straight swap. I haven't followed Salt's career. Apparently he's a Welshman from Barbados. He's been around Salt, yeah. Is he really that much better than Gurbaz, who is really good, or is he just in amazing form? So what we're really talking about is that Salt has the ability to score at 2 runs a ball, pretty much from ball 1. And I thought that was crucial to the way that KKR were playing. So it isn't always about the player directly, it's about the role. Whereas we saw with Gurbaz the other day in Guyana, he was, what was he, Rob? I want to say he was about 40 off 38 balls?
Yeah, he
can slog early.
I can find it. He can do that.
Yep.
I think Gurbaz is really good, but I think Salt had been going so well for KKR.
And that's essentially what I was saying. And if you go back to the Rajasthan thing, what I really meant was that Rajasthan weren't winning because of their openers, whereas KKR were. So if you take out one of the openers, but I still thought, I think Gurbaz made 18 off 9 or 10 in one game, and we said that was a win. Like, them still getting, some work out of that. So I've got no problems from that point of view.
He played fantastically well the other day, Gurbaz, in the World Cup.
Can I ask you a question, Rob?
Yeah.
If this game is shortened, who does it help?
Pakistan.
Just because it brings
the shorter the game, the outsider has a bit more of a chance normally, unless there's like the outlier. The daft price of this World Cup, probably the silliest. The market isn't efficient in this World Cup compared to how it was in the IPL. The amount of times I sit here in the IPL and go, well, I can't take on this market because it's all the syndicate guys. I know for a fact that most of the syndicate guys haven't been bothering with the PNG, Oman, Scotland games because they don't have the data and they didn't have enough time to do the work because the IPL only finished a few days before. And most people were like, right, I need a breather now because I've just done 70 games in a row or whatever it is. So the good guys weren't involved with PNG playing Uganda. There's been all sorts of mistakes in these markets because there's no data set, there's no massive bank of sample size resources for you to go, right, this is how good PNG are going to be against how good are Uganda going to be against the West Indies. We're all kind of guessing really. But
our group last night, I think we guessed that I guess they're going to make 89, you 67 and someone else 65, and they made 39.
Yeah. And we were better than the market was.
Well, we've all been up in this World Cup, but it's still not easy.
But the single silliest price from my eyes, just going, well, that's mental, was when we watched Pakistan USA. We watched the whole game. And when it got to Super Over, they're having a 1-over match now, that Team A, who have been way overperforming against Team B, who have been massively underperforming, and Team A have got the guy that is hitting just in basically one line, 45 degrees away from his legs, hitting sixes at will, Aaron Jones, in this competition. And then Pakistan are going, well, who should we open with? Don't know. It's not Fakhar facing. Why? Why is Iftikhar on my screen? Like, they're really bad decision making. 4.5 to win that over, USA were. 4.5.
Were they?
4.5 to win a 1-over game.
See, I was so upset in that game, Kritika, because I bet that game perfectly. I was double green, so I couldn't lose, and I think my profit was massive. But I hadn't put any money on the tie, and so I lost all my profit. I didn't lose my money, but I lost all my profit. So once the Super Over came up, I was like, I'm making myself dinner. I will watch it out this corner of my eye. I did eventually watch it. But I was so angry at everything that had happened. So yeah, I think that's fair. The one that I did really well on Rob, which I made probably my best betting day ever, was the first game, where I don't think teams understood how bad Canada's fifth bowler was, and I was looking at it going, I might as well be their fifth bowler in this game.
So this is why, if you know stuff, you can beat the market. Betfair. So I always said in the IPL, stop asking me whether I can beat this or what the angle is. Because there's millions of pounds of clever money. There's not millions of pounds of clever money in these games. This game right now, yeah, sure, there is. Because India are playing Pakistan and everyone knows, and everyone's tuned into this, aren't they? Everyone's got Cricket 8 on their second screen, of course. But when it comes to UK time as well, where a lot of the syndicates are based, 3 a.m. Oman are playing Papua New Guinea. The guys aren't doing it. No. Everyone I'm messaging, what's your angle? They're like, the angle is go to bed, go to sleep. And us, we're up. We're going, right, we'll find something. And the markets are not efficient. Some of these lines you see, and we're going, right, Curtin's going to bat now. He's way better than all these other guys. He's played in the CPL. We've watched him loads of times. And we're like, he's good enough. And then we go, well, this guy can do it. And if you've got all the data, and I'm working with the guys at Decimal, we had a different team doing the World Cup than we did from the IPL, because we don't want guys doing 100 and something games in a row.
Like I am.
So like we always like we do a million games in a row. Because the kids, they can't handle working really hard like we used to. Or we still do. But it's like, right, so those guys have been utterly prepared for. And it's like how you are a good trader in this World Cup is by finding out absolutely bucket loads about Canada and about UAE. Not UAE, about Uganda.
Find as much as you want about UAE.
How you do well in this World Cup is research teams that aren't playing in it. But Uganda and Oman, and so our guys have been watching all these teams when they've played against each other in the qualifiers and in the tournaments before the World Cup. And we keep huge banks of data on everybody. But the thing that I've pushed the most to the guys is you must make notes on all these players. And not stats, notes. Yeah. Can they do it? Because you can look at someone's stats and you go, wow, he averages this against spin. He averages this against spin for teams ranked
against Rwanda
80 and below.
Yeah.
And he's going to face Rashid Khan in game 1, right? He's going to average 0. Like, he's going to average the same as I am against Rashid Khan. And he's like, yeah, but he averages 38 against spin. It's like, don't care. He's never faced him. And he might have to face Noor, or he might have to face Majib, or whatever it is. It's a totally different thing. So when you see them for the very first time against really good people, you go, actually, he can't do it. Or some guys, you're like Engelbrecht's a great one for the Netherlands, because you look down and go, right, yeah, he's a bowler, he must be rubbish at batting, he bats 8. He's probably, he's in their best 3 batsmen.
Yeah, they like batting
against,
deep.
Against good teams, because they get much more goes, these lesser, I don't want to call them associate sides, they're lesser known teams is what they are. So the most money I've made gambling in my long gambling career was when so-called lesser teams play in World Cups, and I bury myself in numbers and I go away and find out how good Shenwari is, who is a man that will forever be close to my heart, and there'll always be a picture of him on my wall. Samuel Shenwari. Because I did loads of work and I was like, he's the number 5, he's playing for this team that no one knows about. His numbers are really good, and he's going to get all the fifth bowler nonsense.
Well, I think I made money on the USA because I know the USA team quite well, because I did the draft prep for the Major League Cricket. So I know a lot of those players. I know what they can do and what they can't do. And then the Canada team, I watched them bowl against the USA, and again I put my notes on. And so when they played against Ireland, I was like, well, I know they have 2 bowlers who are going to bowl the exact length that will work on this wicket. Well, Ireland didn't have that, right? And Rob will remember me just going nuts because Canada held Big Dill back for no reason. Bring on the Big Dill. I need Big Dill to slam it into the wicket. And the minute he came on, I think he got a wicket in his 3rd ball, but it was like the 8th over. If they brought him on earlier, they would have won that game even earlier. And it's knowing those sorts of things. Canada have good new ball bowling, right? Forget their 93 wides in the first 2 overs the other day, which was absolutely killing me. But they have good new ball bowling. So knowing that about them, you know, knowing that if it spins, you know, Papua New Guinea have about 4 spinners that they can rely on. Namibia, we wouldn't think of a Southern African team as being spin dependent, but Namibia is another team that has lots of spin that they can go with. You know, those, just knowing all those sorts of things of when is a team good and when is a team not good. So Scotland, not very good at bowling into death, right? So it gets to the end, and if it's a 50-50 game, you go against Scotland.
So this is why when you're betting on this stuff, this information or this knowledge that you've got, Jarrod, for that is incredible because you can actually beat Betfair with it because you sit
Some
there
of
and
us
you go right. But if you're doing this at home, have stuff in front of you that if you don't watch these teams all the time, because that definitely helps, that goes, right, this team's strengths. You can literally, like with everything else, just list the strengths and weaknesses. You go, right, I want to be on this team when they're bowling or facing spin. I want to be hugely against them when their pace bowlers are bowling at the end, which used to be Ireland, basically. Like, get against the Irish death bowling. It's horrendous. And if you can, it's really simple, but it just takes work or watching loads of cricket. And you can beat these markets. I see people that bet cricket and trade cricket a lot, tweeting or saying like, I'm going to back this, and I'm thinking like, you don't know anything. Like, you're just betting because you love betting. Fair enough. I mean, so do I. But you've got to.
This is the man who bets on game shows from the 1980s. Although now we've got you into game shows from the 2015s, don't we? On Pointless. You like a Pointless bet?
Yeah, I've not got a good record. So after the show, sometime we'll probably live stream this one day. We'll sit around and bet on things on Challenge TV, and I would say other old quiz show channels are available. Probably there aren't.
They probably are.
Yeah,
we've got a couple of questions coming in as well. Thanks to everyone who's emailing in or is live on the YouTube at the moment. Remember, email live@cricket8.com. That's the number 8, by the way. But I think you know that.
not the letter 8.
Not the letter 8. Path says, how impressed are you guys at Punt's comeback and views on him at batting at number 3? Kritika? Don't take a drink now. I've just asked you a question. We're live on air, I think. Are you impressed with Punt?
Sorry, of course. I mean,
Now you can have a drink.
We discussed this even after the IPL, that his comeback story is amazing and how he, led Delhi, how he performed for Delhi. Incredible. Oh, you're having my drink now.
No. When you finish talking, you can have it back. It's been confiscated.
I'm not looking for it. But no, yeah, of course. Just the fact that he even made the team and, he was impressive for Delhi. And just him being here is, great for India. And I think, he has a lot of potential to contribute. He has done it in the past. And I feel like it is going to be a good tournament for him.
Rob, what are your thoughts on Punt being their number 3?
He should be the number 4. Those are my thoughts.
It's the left-hand thing, isn't it?
Yeah, sod the left-hand thing. You've got Sky, so use him at 3. End of. Don't ask me again. Sky has to be the number 3. But
who would you bet at 3 though?
Sky.
Who would you bet at 3 though?
Don't ask me again. The umpires are walking out with no umbrellas up, which is always a good sign.
Yes, sure, they're not parasols like our producer Simon told
thinks
us.
an umbrella that's clearly being held up to stop rainfall. That probably says umbrella.
I also love the idea that Simon looks at Wasim Akram from Pakistan and goes, "That's a man who clearly needs a parasol up from the sun."
Yeah, in 14-degree New York.
Alan Thomas says, "What is the law for handling the ball?" Alan, I think you got this wrong. I think you meant tampering with the ball, not handling the ball, because you've said running your fingers through the seam like Haris Rauf did in the last game. Like Sachin, is it considered tampering, or is it left in the interpretation? The interpretation is that there are certain things you can do. You can shine the ball, and you can go up to the umpire and you can get the umpire to pick grass out of the seam. And if there's anything wrong with the ball, again, you can go up to the umpire and show them. Sometimes the umpire will say, you just fix that because it's just a loose thread. Or sometimes the umpire will say, but don't do that because it might ruin the whole ball. What bowlers do, and the interesting thing about what Haris Rauf was caught doing on the cameras is, that's not actually, what he was doing was not actually for reverse swing.
He wasn't really caught doing anything. Rusty Theron just
No.
He was very angry.
He was definitely, he changed the condition. There's no way that ball could reverse as quickly as it did if no one was touching it. But my point would be, what he was doing wasn't actually, the thing that we saw on the screen wasn't actually for a reverse swing anyway. He was probably picking grass out of the seam, would be my guess. Which again, if you're a bowler, you shouldn't do. You should go up to the umpire and just say, you see this? And usually the umpire would say, just take it out. There was one great international bowler. Can you chuck me the ball, Rob?
Sure.
Who would do something quite cool when in these sorts of situations.
Watch out for the spin.
It did spin. There was a great bowler who used to go up to the umpires like this, and he used to say, "Do you see this with the ball? Do you see what's happening?" And while he was doing that, he had his thumbs underneath scratching it. No names, but he took a lot of wickets in international cricket. This man, a lot of wickets. So you can't scratch it, you can't pick at it. And so what the old cricketers will do, Alan, is they will actually stick their thumb into the seam and they will open up the seam so it comes up higher. My dad's got a lot of bowling trophies, and weirdly enough, all of the balls have this really pronounced seam. I don't know how it happened, Rob. It must have been by accident. And of course, just general scratching. But I would say this, if you want to know about ball tampering, they do it all the time, because have a look at how often an international fielder can't throw a ball in from 40 metres away.
And they always do this afterwards. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Really good umpires, they will be out there. We just got the covers coming off. There's some wetness out there. I can see moisture underfoot.
It's going to be a lot more twos when we get back out. Just to clarify, handling the ball is something very different, which is
no longer it's no longer a law either.
No, it was Michael Vaughan did it and Graham Gooch did it famously. Basically,
Andrew Hilditch.
Did I say? Graham
Gooch. You said?
Yeah, Graham Gooch. Yeah, he did it. It's using your hand to basically interfere with the ball, as in stop the ball from hitting your stumps, or picking it up when you shouldn't do, is literally handling the ball instead of using your bat.
Yeah, and so that was a law for a long time, Alan, and that's changed as well. That is now, it's called, is it interfering with the field? I think it's now called
something like that. Yeah,
obstructing the field. Obstructing the field.
Could be under the obstructing the field.
So it's a slightly different one, but yeah, what you were talking about, Alan, was tampering with the ball. Rob, what are your thoughts on Archer's comeback? Asked Joel.
I have very strong thoughts about what the ECB have done with Jofra Archer, and basically they had a precious jewel and they decided to throw it against the wall as many times as they could rather than keeping it in a lovely case, and they made him bowl 100 overs in a meaningless 2 matches against New Zealand, test matches that England had no chance of winning. They just kept bowling Archer over and over and over and over again when he had a bad elbow, and they've ruined him. He is now playing half fit, which is still puts him about the 20th best bowler in the world, I would say, but he could be in the conversation for first or second best behind Bumrah if he was actually fit. So he's clearly not fit, because he looks like you can get after him at the moment, and when he was the good Archer, the Hobart Hurricanes version of Jofra Archer, and the one England had in 2019 for a bit, and the one that nearly took Steve Smith's head off in a test match, that guy is about as good as anyone I've ever watched. But we've only seen him be like that for about 30 overs in his life, because the ECB mismanaged him badly. We're now watching a guy, he's not as bad as Anric Nortje was, that played in the start of this IPL. He kept getting spanked for 30 every over, because he could probably, with that action, walk in off 5 paces and still be only due to go for 9 and over or whatever. But Jofra, good Jofra, was due to go 5 and over. He was Bumrah, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So we're not watching him, unfortunately. I think we're watching a guy who's not played cricket for absolutely ages. And
I think he's bowled well, though.
He'll always bowl well if he can move his arms and legs, because his action's nearly perfect. He can get 90 miles an hour when he's kind of crawling up to the stumps, that guy.
Same. Joel Edwards has also talked about Chris Pringle and the bottle top, which is a funny story, of course, because Chris Pringle was playing against Pakistan when they were getting the ball to reverse, and then he got a bottle top to do it because he couldn't do it with his fingernails. And then someone from the PCB said, see, it's all fair now. Which there are some people who believe that there are issues with that, we won't go into. But why that's a great story, of course, is Chris Pringle's son is playing in this World Cup for the Netherlands, Tim Pringle. So there you go. The Pringles, as they're known.
Thoughts on Pringle's book? The stories about getting drunk with Ian Botham, basically. It's quite fun.
I've not read that. Is it good?
It's called something like, it's got a bad title, like Pushing the Boundary or something like that.
Not Christmas in Rarotonga, like John Wright's book. And the first paragraph of the book says, I've never been to Rarotonga. Parth says, I think the lack of test skills and inability to play good quality bowling might have played a bigger part in batting at number 4. No Parth, he's not batting at number 4 because they want a left-hander in the top 3. I can confirm that.
Yeah, that's it.
I've been told that directly from the team. So that is why he's not batting at number 4. So we've got a restart in what I believe to be 13 minutes time. I think we've been wibbling for some time here. Why don't we have a pause on the wibble, and we will come back in about 8 minutes time with more Cricket 8. But that is Rob Barron. This is Kritika Naidu. This is Jarrod Kimber, and we'll be back in a moment on Cricket 8. and
How
he's
do
been
you feel
bowled.
as
that
a
is just
commentator about the
stupid,
reviews for wide,
stupid
Daniel?
cricket. I'm sorry.
Well,
he didn't
do you
need to
know,
do that. He already had
I
more
really
than enough
enjoyed
runs
the way
off
they
this
first came in.
over.
And obviously, it was
he
in the
wasn't
women's
even.
tournament that it first came in, because everything that's pioneered is in the women's tournament. But you end up with this kind of... The definition of a wide is that the batter in his natural stance can't play a normal shot to the ball.
Yeah.
But instead, it's become, is the ball inside the blue line, or is it above head height?
Yes.
Now, of course, if you are a midget, then the blue line is irrelevant. I mean, if you're really short, if you're Sunil Gavaskar, the wide line is going to be different from if you're Cameron Green, or at least according to the laws it should be. But in reality, it's become a very binary thing.
Yeah,
not
they've
open to
changed it
interpretation.
now, and they've now actually started having official measurements of every batsman, is how far we've got to now. So they
Right.
officially have everyone's height. They put everyone's height into the computer. They've got his height. They will have a number. They're doing something that they call smart reviews, which is an oxymoron or a misnomer or whatever you want to call it. But it's supposed to be, literally, it's a number. And if it's over that height...
For the high,
It's a
for the
wide,
high
that's
wide,
it.
as
Yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to for the wide.
It's got away with
Yeah,
this
and
one,
the wide
Cameron
wide
Green.
still seems arbitrary, yet you can review it and check it, and then some bloke makes an arbitrary decision after some other bloke's made an arbitrary decision a minute before.
Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Varun who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second
In the
innings?
first innings. In chase, no. But in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is, because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to two players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, this is first
You bowl
innings.
your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first inning.
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah.
It's as simple
But
as
that's what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they
Yeah.
should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking
But-
death bowler... So Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th, because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other
Totally,
end.
yeah. Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo's on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him. Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Joe.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s, we should be putting money on Delhi at this stage, because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like, I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet, and the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205, is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere, they're going to combust, and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it
There
2
are
overs?
They're 199 for 6 with Rishabh Pant still there.
That's right, they lost 4 wickets for none.
And they lost 4 wickets for
Oh, you one. Nice.
I got the jammiest bet of my life. I mean, to be fair, I would have cashed in afterwards anyway, but I had given up, Dan.
Of course you had.
I was sending him messages saying, I'm done, this is stupid, I shouldn't bet on cricket anymore, and I ended up having my greatest day.
After the hard way, when the ball gets softer, or do you think they're about to just re-explode again and it was just the wickets that slowed them down?
So you've got to really watch the pitch and the ball to make those conclusions. And the other day, it's very hard for my brain to pick out which game's which from the IPL. But
But there was another game.
There was another game of cricket that we all watched, and the air went out of the ball, as they say.
Yep.
And there was a spell. They've been gunning it in the power. It was the Hyderabad game the other day, and they absolutely smoked it in the power play Hyderabad, which is why they won the match. But nobody could score a run after the 9th or 10th over, when the shine had gone off the ball, the lacquer had gone off the ball, whatever it is. It was like they were playing with half a tennis ball or something. And the run line was up to 200, and they were lucky enough. Was it Chennai? They were lucky enough to get 165 in the end. It was a lucky boundary for Dhoni off the last ball to get 165, and that run line was all the way up to 200, and for I think it was 8 overs in a row they didn't score more than 7. When they were really set, they'd had a good start. They had Jubei in and all this, and all of a sudden no one could score. And if you can spot that quickly, if you're like, right, this is the pitch that's causing this, not an amazing catch from Axel, not a bad shot from Rohit or whatever, however you want to call it, if you think that the air's gone out of the ball, or what's a better way of saying that? The ball's got old, or it's hard to hit, or gone
so
soft,
basically,
or
just
whatever.
to explain it for everyone. So this ball is a Red Duke's ball, so it's not quite the same. But these white balls are painted because you can't dye leather white. And when you actually paint the ball, it means that it doesn't retain as much hard lacquer on the outside, which means that once the white paint peels off, what you have underneath is a fuzzy ball. So if you've ever seen an old cricket ball when it gets a little bit fuzzy, that's what happens to the white balls. And on some pitches, you have situations when it gets so soft and it sort of grips a little bit more in the pitch, or it just reacts weirdly on the pitch. It means that you can't just play through the line and start to smash the ball every. Rob,
Hi.
how do you feel right now about the Gujarat Titans?
Angry. Once again, their intent is a disgrace to our beautiful game. They had a good opportunity to boost their net run rate today, which they absolutely needed to do, chasing 140, and they squandered it by mucking about and basically having an elongated net.
And we kept thinking, well, now here's where they dropped the hammer. Here's where they dropped the hammer. I think they dropped the entire, all their tools, but they didn't pick many of them back up.
It was quite simply a crime against humanity. I mean, there are many dreadful things going on in the world right now, and this has just added to the sum total of awfulness. The reason why net run rate was important for them is because their net run rate is an abomination. It's appalling. And so when you've already lost 4 games, you can only lose one more game.
Yep.
And the chances are that they will lose one more game.
Bishnoi played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one. Really? and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner. So he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much. I don't know
Essentially, yes. What I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, so what I mean by that is, so a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball. And you basically, you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact that leg spin goes up and then comes down. So you're beating them with that. The second one is the spin sideways. And the third one is the bounce. The way he's bowling and the way he bowls it, the spin sideways is taken away. So he's only got 2 of those options. And then he bowls faster. So even the bounce that he should get is more skid through. So he's really just beating you with the way the ball comes up out of his hand and then drops. And then Welcome back to Cricket 8. We've just been, chilling and enjoying life and, talking about our hopes and dreams and talking nonsense mostly. But we're back because we will have cricket in a moment as well. The odds have changed a little bit. India are 1.4 at the moment. Pakistan are 3.45. I'm not sure I quite agree with that because they've drifted out a little bit here, Rob, at a time where I would have thought there's a very big chance of a wicket just after resumption of play. That's Rob Barron, the one with the beard.
Hi.
This is Kritika Naidu, the one without a beard. And we have Virat Kohli back in the middle. Mohammad Amir is marking his guard. And
that's his blue stuff in the sky, which is very good to see.
you say that. As the camera comes around, I see a lot of dark grey stuff. It looks darker than Rob Barron's mood in the morning. I just don't see you as a morning person. Or an afternoon person.
Yeah,
I don't even see you as a person.
There's sort of there's about 20 minutes a day where I'm a person. Good luck catching that. What will the pitch do after the rain is the question, and we will get the answer very shortly. Usually, after rain delays of this kind of length, wicket is in the game, isn't it? If you land it in the right place, bats have got to start again. The pitch might zip a bit more. Yeah,
so my original Pakistan bet didn't work, but I've gone back in on the basis of the fact that they have to start again, right? You know, things have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, let's see how much things have changed.
It was Naseem Shah who was going to bowl before, and it is Naseem Shah who's going to bowl again. He didn't bowl a ball, did he? Or did he bowl one?
No, he didn't bowl a ball.
He didn't.
Yeah, he didn't bowl a ball. Yeah. So the only reason I mentioned all that is because I saw Mohammad Amir also scratching at the wicket. So obviously he's preparing to bowl very soon. But we're back. Naseem Shah is going to be bowling to Virat Kohli, and it swings into the middle of the bat. That could be a four. What are the timing like on that shot?
Wow, that's...
I don't think I've seen a shot like that go for four this whole tournament.
That's how good Virat Kohli is.
He's really good at cricket. He should keep doing it.
Another thing we're on today is Virat, man of the match at 8-1. I am surprised at how easy run scoring has been in these 7 balls we've watched so far. That could kill a few bets of the day if this continues. But yeah, you're right, Jarrod. With a wet outfield, a slow, big, wet outfield, you also have slow, big, wet Pakistan fielders waddling after it there. But he timed the absolute pants off that, didn't he? Kritika, you've gone on record many times on this saying how much you hate Virat Kohli. Have you changed your mind recently?
I love Virat Kohli. What are you guys even talking about?
No, because off air, you showed us that dossier you've got on how much you don't like him.
Rubbish.
You think he's rubbish? Wow, it's getting stronger and stronger.
I have a stat for you guys, by the way.
Give it to us.
Apparently, that Rohit Sharma 6 was the first time he's ever hit Shaheen Afridi for a 6 in T20Is.
I wonder how many balls he would have faced off him because he's been dismissed so early on so often.
That is true.
Naseem Shah in. 4 and a dot here. This one's outside off stump and it's hit straight to point and he's out. Virat Kohli is out. I don't think he's going to get Rob Barron's man of the match, so I'm going to go pretty solid of the loser button for that one. And that has changed the odds quite a bit as well. They come into 280 here, Pakistan, 12 for 1. It was short and wide, but it did move a little bit in the air. And he hit that, he timed it okay, but he didn't take the trousers off it like he had the previous one, and it was hit straight to point.
I think that's a shot of a man who felt extremely good after the previous shot and thought, yeah, what's all the fuss about this pitch, this ground, what are you guys on about? And he went for a ball that wasn't there to be went for.
Oh, you said under?
But under 24.5 first wicket is...
So we lost the big man in the match bet, but we've got the under 21 there if you are playing along at home.
Yeah, I think 24 was an awful lot to be giving a wicket on this, and rain delay equals wicket happens again. That is something that if you're betting with whatever websites or whatever bookies you use, as Rishabh Pant walks out number 3, which is the wrong answer, and they're not moving lines down during rain delays for fall of wicket and stuff like that, you should be betting unders because it is definitely a thing. Just as being hit in the balls is a thing, trust us, Kritika, it really is, and being hit in the head is a thing. Like, if you get hit in the head with a cricket ball for the next minute, you aren't the same batsman as you were before you got hit in the head, that kind of thing. So, yeah, very good start, and I am very happy Virat Kohli is out, despite definitely burning my money man of the match, because it brings all the unders and the no 50 in a lot more with him being out of the way. And I am surprised that the run line hasn't dropped further than it has, to be honest, with it being
154 I've got here. Oh, he beats him outside off stump.
I'm unders 154.5. It's too high. Virat's got out.
Sorry, 153.5. 152.5. That must be your 20 grand just moving the...
Yeah, that 36 grand there is just me having an interest bet. No, it's Kritika's. Let's be honest.
It's down to 151. It's moving massively after that one dismissal. So what are they on at the moment, Rob? I've got here under 29.5 for the second wicket.
29.5.
Yeah.
So that's giving them 17.5 here as Naseem Shah misses his line completely and bowls are wide.
Did they scampered through for one there as well?
Wide +1. Yeah, so 17 is about right for the wicket. Shows how bad the 24.5 line was for the last one. Interesting next man out, Pant against Rohit. But if Pant tries to play how he did in the last game, which was swing full kitchen sink at every single ball, then he'll get quite short next out. Because this isn't a pitch where you can just slog and hope to be all right on. It's just not one of those. You can't mow through the line.
Run line's gone back up to 154 if anyone did want to get in around. That was your mark, wasn't it?
Yeah, I quite like the unders there, I must say. India started their line. It was 146? And they're 14 for Virat off 10. That's not a plus start for that line, I don't think.
I do think the random score predictors on the screen actually quite often help.
Yeah, us backing unders because they're always 10 runs too high. Yeah.
It's often not how we see the game, that's for sure. 14 for 1. Naseem Shah, full, straight, flicked away. This could be another 4.
Yeah, that's a terrible.
Have they found a different outfield? QT says, would AstroTurf help with these wet outfield problems? The problem with AstroTurf is I have actually seen a cricket ground, I think it was in Hong Kong, that an AstroTurf, it's the bounce, QT, that is the problem. So if you hit the ball into the outfield, it bounces up, and it's quite dangerous if someone is smashing a ball at you really, really hard and you're at long on or long off and it bounces a couple of metres in front of you. So it's one of the reasons that we don't have something like that in cricket at the moment. But thank you for your chat. Remember, you can get in touch with us on YouTube all day long.
I have another stat for you guys. The chasing side has always won in the last 70-20 years, in the last 10 years that India and Pakistan have played each other.
And how many times is that because Pakistan has just been bowling a second? But no, I get it. I see where you're coming from there, definitely. That was the end of that over. How many runs were there in that over?
Feels like lots. 11? Yeah, 11 for 1. That
quite high. Yesterday on the Netherlands game, and what was the game before that? I've just been backing unders over and over again on New York games, and no one, even on the market, Rob, could go low enough.
No,
the only under I saw that was right was that Bumrah's line was 1 run.
So we had 8 in a row unders of just in the World Cup. No, I think it was 9 in a row. If you just bet unders and went to bed, you win.
Yeah.
So far in New York, we've had 77 all out chased in the 17th, 96 all out chased easy enough by India. Canada defended 137, having got the highest score anybody's got on this deck. They defended 137, bowled out Ireland, and then obviously the 103 that the market thought South Africa were 1 to 50 to chase. They chased it in 19 overs yesterday, and that was only because Miller played fantastically well.
I see you can bat against Rohit Sharma to make a 50 at 4 to 11.
Okay, not too bad.
Rishabh Pant at 2 to 9.
I think I prefer that. But you're laying them, so you just flip it round. You're laying them 9 to 2.
Yeah.
So he scores a 50. We don't think he's going to get one on this pitch, but this pitch hasn't done masses yet.
This could be outside of stump. No, there's a big shout there. It was the full wide one, and Rohit kind of at the last minute decided to play the shot. Didn't quite commit early enough, and so, yeah, his foot was in the air. He suddenly realised, oh, that's juicy, I can have a go here, and almost gets an edge behind.
Yeah, there's one betting company out there, Bet365, who are reasonably big, who think the run line here is 161.5, which feels quite high.
This is an edge, and it goes to Slip, and he's taken off as well, Rohit. And if Slip was awake then, I don't know who that was.
So it was grounded before it got to him.
No, it wasn't the catch. Watch what Rohit does after he edges it. He ran down the wicket.
There's a run-out chance.
Yeah.
So one thing that happens a lot in T20s is dozy Rohit early. Like he is a man that looks very lackadaisical or nonchalant or whatever word you want to use, but you do have chances with Rohit. He's not quite awake sometimes at the start of these games, and that might have been another one, Joe. Sorry, I missed that. I didn't
No. I just saw it in the background. 19 for 1. Comes in, he whips this on the leg side again. I don't know if he's caught this quite as well. He has it. He's out.
Hey.
Rohit Sharma is caught a deep mid wicket. Again, he's gone for that flick on the leg side. And again, he has lofted it. And this time, unfortunately for him, he gets nothing on it, really. It wasn't even close to the boundary. The last one, he looked a little bit nervous as it came off the bat. This one, not even close. He knew straight away that he'd made the mistake there. And India are 19 for 2. And those of us who eventually got in at the threes on Pakistan are feeling a little bit more. Toby, the intern in the other room, is counting his millions. I'm just having a look at Rohit Sharma there. That ball was off the toe of the bat. It was a terrible shot in the end. I don't think that's a good shot on this wicket, Rob.
No, as we said, if you try and slog on this wicket, you're going to get out. He got a couple of bad balls there, Rohit. So that was high intent Rohit, who scored a 6 off his second ball. Mm-hmm. High intent Rohit got 13 off 12 there, and is cleaned up by a bad ball. To be fair, it was a bad ball that was there to be hit, and he played the shot that. If that was the IPL, that's 100 out of 100. That shot, you just flick it off your legs. Rohit does that in his sleep. Yeah, in his sleep. You're so used to just going 6, and he basically played the exact same shot. I went, oh dear, that's 20 yards further in than I thought it was.
Just the technical side of that. The reason it hit the toe is because the ball on this pitch at the moment is just sticking in the surface occasionally. And so what happened was then it just didn't come on the way he wanted. So he was actually through the shot a little bit early. It hit the toe, and once it hit the toe, he was gone, right? I mean, your best bet then is you just don't hit it to anyone. We didn't tell people to go in on the under 17 though, did we?
No, the 17 was perfectly reasonable.
We did tell people to go in on the 3s and 320s for Pakistan though. So if you've done that, you're doing okay at the moment.
Listen, we gave you a 20-1 winner first ball.
Also, I'll give you something else that we've got here. As Akshar Patel is in. Well, that was a good. That's been given a wide, but I'll tell you what, that was fast and swung, and that was a good ball there from Shaheen Afridi. It was just a little bit wide. Wow, Akshar has come in, and I don't know if any of us had that.
What do you think his job is here, Joe?
30 off 30.
He's been coming to nudge it around now, or do you think he's been coming for a smack?
No, he's not coming to smack, has he?
Okay, we'll see.
The other bet I was going to say, if you wanted, we gave you under 155, 156, whatever that was earlier. You can now get 148.5. So if you want to give yourself a nice little middle, if that's what you think is accurate, nice punch by Akshar, but just into cover. Yeah, you can get yourself a tasty little middle if you think that they're going to score 145 to 150.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that, but it's an option.
I've stayed in on all my unders and had a bit more while we've been chatting away. I think I'm not convinced of what Aksar's job is here. Kritika, what do you think Aksar's going to do now?
Well, to be fair, like even Rohit and Kohli should have just taken their time a little bit before they really went hard, because as we discussed, this wicket, the longer you stay, then
it does get easier. David Miller showed that, didn't he?
Yes. So I feel like that should be his role, really, to just get the innings steady a little bit, get some runs, and set it up for maybe them to finish on a high.
Some messages on YouTube as well. Remember, you can email us live at cricket8.com. Nachiket says, what did you make of the cricket versus baseball flame wars on Twitter? I don't really use Twitter all that much anymore. What I would say is this. I've seen a lot of times before cricket fans making fun of baseball fans, and they just don't care. This was one of the first times that baseball fans really got involved. I know it's happened maybe once before. I think it actually shows you that cricket's just a bigger sport now, and that there is a reason for that. So, fans are going to fan, right? I think we all know that. Bowling change here for Pakistan. We have Mohammad Amir coming in for the first time. There's still a little bit of swing. I think we've seen more swing after the rain break than we saw before. So Mohammad Amir, 2 for 20. He's bowling to Rishabh Pant, who's faced one ball. Feels like he's been involved for quite some time. This does swing and keep slow.
Swings and dies. So
swings and dies.
The slip cordon and the wicketkeeper need to come up 2 yards here. And
the next ball, they'll take at their throat, though. That's the issue.
I just think that I would rather my team dropped a catch than not had a chance of catching it.
I've never ever heard you say that you would want a team to drop a catch.
I'd rather they dropped it than not had a chance of catching. Joel's shout here on the YouTube chat of retired out for Axar question mark. It's one of those where
He could have while to get out there first.
he's got to get to his 20 off 20 first, which
This is
doesn't look
flicked
easy.
away beautifully again by Rishabh Pant. This one will slow down a little bit. So probably a 3. Some good fielding out
Must be a 3.
by Shaheen.
It's terrible running if it isn't 3.
Yeah, they've come
Yeah,
through
it
for
is.
3 there.
So there's another one, guys. If you're doing the ball betting, this is where the 3 can happen. Go on, Jarrod.
No, I was just going to say one added thing here is we're all going on unders, and it is a tricky wicket. It does seem like the rain has made the outfield a little bit quicker.
Yes, and that can sort of happen. It depends on the length of grass. So that's one thing they definitely did for this game to try and improve the run scoring is cut the grass. Because the first game we had here, it was like the rough in a golf course. It was like 2 inches long, the grass. And they've obviously somebody said, look, that's something that can give you 5 runs if you stop having them to wade through long grass to go and get the ball in the outfield.
Outside off stump edge. No, that was swing. Just for a moment, it went through to Rizwan. He might have come up a little bit there as well.
Rob, what are your thoughts on 2 left-handers now in the middle?
As the
I
ball's
think-
swinging away from them violently.
I think it's very interesting that they've gone for the promotion of Axar, given that it's not a right-hand, left-hand thing, clearly. I don't... So lots of people talk to me about you need right-hand, left-hand. I think England yesterday could have really done with it because there was a short side. And when there's a short side or there's a noticeable difference as the edge goes... See, that's not a man that's trying to get 20 off 20, those 2 floaty drives from Axar. I don't think he knows what he's meant to be doing. I'm a huge fan of right-hand, left-hand. If the dimensions of the ground or the conditions, i.e. massive wind going one way, gives you an advantage of doing that, I am not a big fan of doing it just for the sake of it, just to say we've got a right-hand and left-hand. I want my best bat to bat before my second best bat, if you know what I mean. Like, it's all a conditions thing. It's weird, the Axar promotion. I'm not sure what his job is, because if it's 20 off 20, why is he playing that shot?
It's hard, isn't it? That was dangled out there. This is
wow.
he was going for
He's playing
this.
at everything.
Same ball, same shot.
This one was even wider, I think, though, wasn't it? This time he did throw the kitchen sink at it. I'm just going to put a bet on everyone so that we're all aware
I think he's
that I'm going on Axar next man out.
What price?
I was going at 4 to 7.
I don't like it.
Well, I can't do it anyway because they've changed
don't
it
like
to
it.
even shorter.
Because if Pant plays how he plays the other day, he's going to give you a chance.
Yeah, but
I would definitely
Axar
back.
literally doesn't look like he can hit the ball at the moment.
I think I would.
All right, what about 8 to 13?
Obviously, that's better, but I think I'd be tempted to back Pant if I could get 7 to 4. So I'm not in a rush to back the 8 to 13. This makes me think that Axar's job is to hit the power play.
This is outside off stump, and Axar just opens the face, runs it down to third. So 4 runs off that over, but Amir definitely getting that ball to swing early on there. Pakistan's into 250 and India at 165. Run line still hovering around that 146, 147 mark at the moment.
Rob or Jarrod, how do you? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people will have this question about cashing out when they lay bets. When do you decide? Maybe
When I'm losing.
When you're losing, yes, but whether you stay in there. Like yesterday, for example, Moeen. You put in a certain amount and then your cash out price is obviously increasing. You can either take it out or you can wait because you're like, oh, he's getting going.
Yeah.
So when do you make that call that, okay, I think, I'm done?
So Rob will probably do it differently than I do it because we bet in a slightly different way. But I'm basically going, if I was to make a decision now, do I think the game has changed? I can talk about the South African-Netherlands game. Inside edge, well, bottom edge actually from Rishabh Pant. He might get a 4 here though.
That's Axar.
Oh, it was Axar.
Yeah.
It was weirdly choppy down, and he's gotten away with that. We've seen the ball is certainly moving through the outfield a lot quicker. So I make the original decision to back Netherlands before the game.
Yeah.
I then decided during the game to continue to back Netherlands as their odds got to 80. I think was the highest I got them at. So I kept backing them because I thought that they actually had a few runs and that wicket would be tricky. I proved very right on that one. But then, eventually, I'm massively ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm then making decisions all the way through. Is this still a good bet? It doesn't matter to me. Short, wide, cut up in the air. That could be 6.
Shot.
Wow.
Wow, Akshar, that is beautiful batting there. He takes him on and clears short third, or long third, I should say. But he's certainly taking some risks here at the moment. Freedy just needs to bowl length balls outside of stump. I don't know why he's bowling short and wide. So yeah, so I'm just making constant decisions. So even now, I have to make a decision on my bet on Pakistan because I was massively in front.
Yeah.
I thought that there was a chance of Akshar coming in and going out, so I've left the money in. Now he's hit a couple of 4s, one by accident, one perfect. So I have to keep making those decisions all the way through on my bet, or I do it the complete other way. I make a bet and I just go with it, and I don't muck around. And sometimes you can muck around too much. This is cover driven in the air. That should have been almost caught. Rob Barron would have got that one.
Easy. Easy. 3 down if I'm fielding it.
But you think about it a little bit differently than I do, don't you?
Yeah. So if I'm betting into the Betfair market, then I bet when I think the odds are too big, and if I think they're fine, then I close. That's it. So cashing out is a different thing, like terminology. Cash out is a button you can press on a lot of bookies when you've had a bet that looks in better shape than it was when you backed it. Never ever do that. Never ever do that. You're throwing money away. We've spoken about that before. You're just giving them an extra 10% of margin, which is madness. Interesting to see which Rishabh Pant we get today.
He looks good at the moment. Some good timing there.
It's usually the one that whacks it. Maybe he's going to calm down a bit while Axar goes. Like what Axar's done this over is what I thought he was going to do.
But when you're trading, you're just constantly making reevaluations, similar to what I'm doing.
Yeah, so when you've got a model, it's different. But here, so if I backed Pakistan at 3.2 because I thought it was too big. If I now think the price is fine, whether or not it's about the same. So you don't press the cash out button on Betfair, Jarrod, which I think you do all the time. Is you're better off laying because there is a bit of.
I don't use the cash out that much. I only use the cash out when I need to make an instant decision on Betfair.
Yeah, okay. You'll get used to going. So let's say if I think this 3 is about right, then I close my position completely. Whether that means I'm red both sides, green both sides, green one, red the other, it doesn't matter. If you think the price is right, you probably shouldn't have a position. Some people just go, well, I've had so fixed odds is completely different. I'm betting against the bookies. I had a bet because I think the odds are too big, and I hope it wins.
Oh, he's almost bowled him. Inside edge from Rishabh Pant back onto over his stumps, I should say here.
Let's have a look at Axar's dismissal numbers recently, because I can't remember them off the top of my head. This feels like bowled is a chance on this pitch.
Oh, we should give people that. And this is my own fault with you, Rob. The other day, I took down a bunch of notes, and I don't know if I sent them through to you, which was bet bowled for Uganda for about 7 of their batters.
Yeah, so
and I don't know if I sent it through to you. I didn't.
No,
did I?
so I sent it through today. Is the big angle for that team in particular is not caught, and bookies just go into the trap. Like caught now will be 1.4 or something. And for Uganda, because it's such a step up in class, if good teams, so-called good teams or test-playing nations, are bowling really fast at their stumps.
Well, this could be a run out. Oh, that was terrible throw coming in. Akshar, I think he thought that was going to go for 4 because in normal cricket, he would have just hit a 4 then. But instead he didn't. And it went to the left of the fielder. A competent throw, not a good throw, a competent throw would have run him out there. Instead, it was way too wide and Akshar wasn't even in the frame. And unfortunately for Rizwan, he took the ball, turned around, hit the stumps, but it was way too late by that stage because he had to drag it from metres away. So India have got away with one there.
That's another thing that the ludicrously slow outfield can do, is it can make people start running worse. So
well, I can add to that if you'd like, if you want to look at your run out odds.
I would like you to add to it.
You have a non-specialist batter in the middle.
Yeah.
Any non-specialist batters, if you average less than 35 in first class cricket, and you're not someone who usually bats in the top 4 or 5, you're probably not going to be a very good runner between the wickets. Some of them are. There's a couple of good wicket-keeper runners, but quite often they're not. Those are the guys worth having a look at because they think everything's a run or nothing's a run.
So is that something that you've bet on?
I don't bet on run-outs all that much because not all the markets that you can get out there are always available for that. But I generally, when I bet on a run-out, it's in a T20 game, and it's when there's been a long partnership. And what I'm betting on really is the fact that I don't think there's going to be a wicket.
Yeah.
But at the end, in the last 2 overs, there might be a run-out as they're stealing, especially off the last ball. And there was a game that I should have got one on, and the players started to do it. I think it was a women's game, and they should have run, and then they didn't. And I think I had a bet on on a run out, and I also had a bet on the score being a certain score. And in both ways, they stuffed me. But usually women are very good at running off the last ball, whereas men look after their averages.
Yeah,
because women are empathetic and men are pathetic.
Yeah, that's very true. I think that's my wife's catchphrase. What I used to do in test matches all the time is when a partnership goes to 100 and you can back run out at 33-1, you just go, yeah, you don't have to watch it. Just look at Quick Info or Quick Buzz or wherever and see what the score is. Oh, there's been a partnership of 100, back run out. And my luckiest ever win, and I won loads, and it was great, and I'm happy to talk about winning. But usually gamblers just talk about the losers because it's better.
More fun.
Yeah, but this was a really
I'm still angry at the England women for not running, by the way.
This was a really funny winner I had. It was the Stokes Bairstow Ginger partnership of deliverance against South Africa in Cape Town that went for about 1 million runs, and the bookies kept 33-1 as run out. They all thought it was 33-1 run out, and nobody did anything about it.
Edge and through the hands of slip for 4.
Got to take catches. That's all cricket is. Just take catches and you win.
Ifty.
Ifty should never be stood anywhere near slip, as we saw in the last game. He is hopeless. He is apparently 33 or something, but he looks 98. And that was the fielding of a 98-year-old man. It was just, he just slowly fell over at slip instead of diving and catching it, which is what he should have done. But he's been slipped for a couple of games this tournament, and he's already cost them 3 wickets. Nick, straight to him, dives under it, falls on the floor, 4 runs instead of Pant's wicket. And these are the sort of things that cost you matches. Because if you get Pant there, you're massively in the game. He's actually dived underneath the ball. Stop having silly old...
Oh, this is up in the air for Rishabh Pant. I think it's going to be safe, although it's so high. Oh, it's dropped him again. They have dropped him 2 balls in a row. Usman has almost punched that for 4 in the end as well. It's one way to get a 4 on this. So they've scored 7 runs off 2 balls. And to be fair, Pakistan are massively in the game, though. At any stage here, this could be a wicket. And Rishabh Pant he tried to flick that on the leg side and got a leading edge. Went straight up in the air. And they're certainly scoring runs. They are not doing it safely.
Yeah, he must have thought he was gone when he hit that. Usman Khan has had absolutely hours. As we believe, Cricket 8 is whatever teething problems it had earlier appear to have disappeared.
Oh, we're back up and running perfectly? Awesome. Mohammad Amiri, and again he's almost pulled him. Oh my God, dude, we have had 3 balls and we should have had 3 wickets in this over. That was the one that didn't swing. Rishabh Pant was playing up the Piccadilly line. That was the Victoria line delivery. And that should have flicked the outside of off stump. Sorry, it was actually Patel, not Rishabh Pant, because he got off strike with the 3, hadn't he? But they've just come down to chat to each other to go, yeah, mate, that almost bowled you.
Yeah, they're just living dangerously at the moment, aren't they?
And we could see why, though. The swing is massive when it comes. Oof. And then just occasionally one just goes absolutely dead straight. I don't know if that's just natural variance or Mohammad Amir, but they're scoring India, which is very important as this ball is pushed on the offside down to 3rd, and they're going to take a single. The first calm ball of this over.
Are your calls still okay for the power play?
I think...
Given that they're 45 already, or 46.
I think India are doing actually pretty well here, given the conditions have been extremely pro bowling. But once again, it's just the ability to catch that is... The score is the score because Pakistan can't field properly.
Score is the score.
If they'd have fielded properly, this score could easily be 36 for 4, something like that.
He's hit this up and there, another edge, and overslips again. This is crazy. Yeah. I cannot believe how many half chances they have given in this over. Rishabh Pant was trying to hit that on the leg side, and he's got an edge, and it's gone over the top of the slip. And another boundary. He's 15 off 8, Rishabh Pant. And he could have been out 3 times in this over alone. Yes, I tried to whip that across the line. He did the flamingo shot. Maybe he put the foot up just to put the slip off. Benefit of the doubt. And it covered slip by about 1.5 feet, I think, that time.
Yeah, having Ifti at slip is an appalling idea. But they're sticking with it, to be fair to Pakistan.
Appalling ideas?
If it is broke, don't fix it, is what the plan is here.
And he's beating him outside off stump again.
I mean, how?
And Mohamed Amir is just swearing at life at the moment. He is swearing at life. And if you did get in on our bet for India versus Pakistan in the first 6 overs, 50 runs is a lot of runs on this. I can't see how Pakistan beat that.
I'm very confident of that now. Yeah, it was 8-11 or 1.72-ish. India most power play runs, and Pakistan ain't getting 50. I'll tell you that now. They'd have to lose 2 wickets, and then people come in with high aggression and come off. Like Usman Khan would have to come in and do a good one, because Babar is just going to try and be in at the end of the power play, whatever the score is. I don't think they're going to get 160 here, but if Pakistan can't catch, they could get 180. It's that big a difference.
Run line at the moment, yeah, just 160, 161 at the moment. Cricket Info Predictor says India 170. That's 10 runs above the market. That seems very, very high, especially the field's about to go out. And they've got a lot of their runs through edges at the moment. So, Iftikhar Ahmed has come on. Well, that will change things a little bit. We have seen the spinners get some success, but it's not for me.
No.
This one, it's not for me.
This is where you want to be looking at, see if you can get any inflated boundary prices here. 6 particularly. 6 is probably more likely than 4 against Iftikhar. I can see, some of these prices out there are a bit silly.
Having a look at the moment. Iftikhar is coming into Akshar, and he bowls a delivery that so many people I've met could bowl. It was a straight ball at 80 kilometres an hour. It was slow and straight. Not sure what the YouTube question is that Luke wants me to answer, but I've already answered the only question we have on YouTube. But this one is punched out to point and is thrown back in. So they got 1 run at the moment. It's not really sticking at the moment. So they've scored 50 after the first 6 overs. Run rate is 8.33. Shaheen Afridi only has 1 over left, I think, doesn't he? Is that right? He has 2 overs left.
2, I think.
Oh, okay, 2 overs left.
We had a
He's down the leg side, and
No,
again,
he has 1.
he has 1 over
Shaheen,
left.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought he might have. There's a bad ball from Ifti there. That should have gone for runs. India still certainly looking at putting some pressure back on, and that hit Rizwan in the clavicle. You didn't think it was clavicle?
I did, but I didn't expect clavicle to be mentioned until at least 6:30 today. So,
I think I was a 17-1 shot for a clavicle.
Speaking of 17-1, it just was 16 for a 6.
Just having a delay because
somebody's not walking in the right place.
Did you see Vikram for Netherlands yesterday? It was dismissed off a. It was end up being a no ball, but he was dismissed because the player he didn't walk away and someone was walking behind the screen. This could be out. Oh. What is he doing? That's still almost gone back onto his stumps. As Rizwan just kicks the ball almost for a run for no reason there. They really want they want a chunk of Ifti. They want their own Ifti mania here. He's hit that back onto his nuts. There's no other way of saying it.
You can back boundary at 6.5 here.
Oh, that's a bad ball from Ifti. He's changing his pace. Is it a wide?
So 6.5, I think it must have. Oh yeah, it's been given a wide. 6.5, you can get these last 2 balls of the over are boundaries. I mean, what's Pant's aggression going to be here? 88 out of 100, or is it going to be higher than that? Because it ain't going to be much lower. 6.5 a boundary when Pant's trying to hit him into next week's huge.
If he comes in again, and this one's just pushed down the ground. In the end, this has been a pretty good over. I mean, I think Akshar will go and try and slug sweep this. But it's been a pretty good over from Ifti, all things considered.
So this is where Aksar's done his job. He's got them through the power play without losing another wicket, and he's 16 or 14. You'd expect Aksar to now really go through the gears. And
here he comes down the wicket. It's nice. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4. That's a very good shot,
there's
actually.
There's a 6.5 winner for you there.
57 for 2 at the end of that over. I think in
Was
all
that for the over?
That was for ball prices to who each ball they had at 6.5 at the end of that over, which is silly. Because when Iftikhar's on, like how many did that over go for? 7.
Yep, 7.
Iftikhar is not less than 1 boundary and over, but when you've had 4 balls that have gone for nothing, they're definitely going to try and score a boundary off the remaining 2 because they probably won't get another chance against Iftikhar now. But Pakistan did this the other day. They let him bowl when they absolutely shouldn't. They also batted with him in the super over, which seemed a bit silly.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see him again for the 8th over.
No, Simon's just asked that
That's
question
why
because he wants to smash overs, I think.
So Pakistan's out to 4.0 at the moment. India into 1.32. So the match market not particularly sexy at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is just India are actually miles ahead here because Pakistan have done silly things with their fielding.
And that's him,
bowling
Shah,
order and
coming on
catching.
for his second over. He's got the wicket. And another inside part of the bat as Rishabh Pant tries to drill this down the ground and it goes out to mid-wicket.
Like 58 for 2 is about as well as this could have possibly gone for India. I think they're miles ahead of the game here.
Agreed. I'm going to put some money on Pakistan, though, for this over.
Sure. You think
I think it'll be dots or plays and misses against Nazim Shah.
Who's going to bowl the next over?
Then I will be out on Pakistan straight after this, I think.
I do like the...
Nazim Shah comes in again. It's beautiful by Akshar Patel, but unfortunately mid-off's up in the circle. But good timing, although I say that, it came beautifully off the bat and then it just hit the sand and stopped.
Yeah, this is very different from the IPL. If you joined us throughout the IPL, is we're betting on in different ways and on different things here.
Sid asked what the par score is. The market says 161, 162 at the moment. It really will depend on what Pakistan can do in the middle, because I don't like their bowling in the middle as much. But we haven't seen Haris Rauf come in and smack the middle of the wicket yet. Another good ball from Nazim Shah. This one's defended back up to the bowler, but no run.
Rob, what are the main differences? You just said it's very different to what, how you were
People
betting
scored
during
runs in the IPL.
Yes, of course, but
That's the main.
but on wickets that you're not really sure how they're going to play, how do you really approach it in terms of even thinking about is this par, is this not?
Yeah, with this it's all about the pitch, but the thing you always have to consider when Pakistan are playing is
He comes down, he's bowled. Well, there's our Akshar Patel as next man out. He made us work for that.
Yeah, he did.
for a long time there, and we got the wicket. So if you came in on Pakistan when I just did, you get a nice little bonus there as well. But not a bad wicket from India. As we said, Akshar had done his job. I told you he was coming in for 20 off 20. He was 20 off 18. Rob, what are you talking about?
He absolutely did his job, and he got out against a good bowler who aimed at the stumps, playing a massive slog. Fair enough. Like, he totally did what he was asked to do then, Aksar, so nobody dig him out for playing that shot because that's exactly what he should have been doing. He basically, that was
I don't think you understand how the internet works, but
that was the Ravi Ashwin for Rajasthan innings where he comes in and he gets 20 off 20 and then he tries to hit every ball for 6. So what Aksar should have been doing then is what he did. He just should have hit it for 6 instead of letting the ball crash into his middle stump.
I mean, most players should try and hit more sixes more often.
Hit every ball for 6 is my advice to cricketers, anyone watching that.
It's a bit silly that they don't do that, Kritika. We will see Sky now.
We will definitely see Sky now.
What do we think of the next? I think Haris Rauf bowls the next over.
Yeah, I think he probably does. And he's a man that is either amazingly good or can be really leaky.
Well, I'm going to bet on him because I think he bowls a good length for this kind of pitch. And I don't think Pakistan have bowled the ideal length yet. And I think it's because their bowlers don't... Mohammad Amir and Shaheen Afridi both need to bowl a little bit fuller. And Nazim Shah bowls that sort of Pat Cummins length as well. It worked for him there. Anyway, he's in again. And this is defended by Sky to cover. There's no run there.
When you've got the bowling resources that Pakistan have got, as in you have Wasim, who is very good at drawing runs up in these sort of conditions as well, and you've got Shadab, who's like a sort of actual spinner, why the hell was Ifti bowling? They kind of got away with it, but it's a really bad decision.
2 left-handers, wasn't it?
Yeah, stop this. You bowl a rubbish bowler because the batsman used their left hand. Like, he was lucky to go for 7. I don't get it. I think it purely is that, isn't it? It's the left hand thing.
Full, straight, and driven down the ground. That would be 4 in most grounds. It's going to get there. It is going to get there. So I think we could say, if anything else, that this is a much quicker outfield than we've seen so far in this tournament. 62 for 3 at the end of the 8th over. And Pakistan are 360 and India into 137. So the market did move around quite a bit for that over.
Yeah, it basically went, oh dear, there's been a wicket, and then it went, but it's only Axar, and then there was a 4. So it's panic stations for everybody. I actually think that wicket for India means almost nothing, because now Sky's 4 off 2, and you'd rather have 4 off 2 Sky than 20 off 20 Axar.
Also, again, wrong length.
Yeah.
We have been watching this. It feels like Pakistan didn't watch the game that they lost.
Yeah.
Because you have to bowl into the wicket. I think Canada were have been the best at just getting the length right and sticking with it for a long period of time. Imad Wasim is going to be coming on to bowl.
Okay. You'd imagine he'll be just aiming at the stumps with slight variations. I don't mind bowled here at 5.5. I think that looks quite big on this pitch.
So just looking at the next, 5 overs, what do you think, or where do you think people should put their money in?
Bowled, 5.5. I do quite like it. Axar doesn't get bowled very often, but it showed that if you try and slog on this pitch, it can happen.
So for the next wicket, you mean?
Yeah, for next wicket.
Imad has come in and he's bowled a very wide one, and it's been given as a wide as Rishabh Pant decided to reverse it. So that one's got away from him slightly.
Even though normally, like, Rishabh Pant is almost always caught because of how he bats, and Sky is very similar. But that's a pitch bet rather than a player bet, because we have seen...
This is wide and this could be out. Well, this is a top edge.
Catch it.
Will it land? Oh! In the end, it was a great effort.
Drop.
It just picked the gap.
That wasn't his catch. That was
deep mid-wicket's catch.
Deep mid-wicket had half an hour to get to that ball, and he elected to shout at somebody else whose catch it wasn't and made him go for it instead. Pakistan are really bad at fielding, and if you're on unders, it's very hard to stomach when you're watching Pakistan be Pakistan. Good ball, did exactly what he wanted it to do. Pant can't resist it. It's the second one that Pant has hit straight up in the air. Usman Khan's gone for it. He's already dropped one and has dropped another. It would have been a good catch in the end, but it wasn't his catch.
That was spun a bit too, by the way.
Yeah, encouraging for India as well, who have runs on the board already, really.
That's another good delivery, and they take a quick single here, and a terrible throw. If Pakistan had decided to field like 12-year-olds, they might be in front in this game at the moment. But unfortunately, the 7-year-old option that they've chosen hasn't worked.
Be interesting to see who bowls the next over here, because you probably don't want to burn another Naseem over.
Geez, you were even more right than I thought. I wonder if Usman called it, though. But yes, that should have been a safe catch, and it should have been deep mid-wicket, and he should have run 10 more metres in. Reverse sweep, and almost into the gloves of Rizwan.
I mean, it feels like Pant's going to be out really soon, but Pakistan can't catch, so you always have to weigh that up. Like, the market's giving him another 15, which is fine. If anyone's giving him another 20, you need to be on unders. Again, you have to shop around with your bookies to see that, but yeah, Pant looks bad here. He's at 3 up in the air already.
Oh, and this is almost bowled.
Yeah, Pant looks a bit like a walking wicket to me right now.
And what's next man out? Is that what we're thinking?
1.72 feels okay. I couldn't put you off that. Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Short and pulled away. He doesn't really get much on this. Should be 2, as he's found the gap. But in no way did he mean any of those things. It just happened to go there. So I've got Rishabh Pant at under 35, under 34 and a half.
I wouldn't bet that now. It's only another 15 he needs to beat you. You get that by accident. If I knew that Pakistan could catch, then I would be on unders for a lot more things than I am.
This might be out again. He's hit this up in the air, out to long on, and it bounces a metre in front of him.
This is what you call a charmed life. Yeah, I think pressing the button at 1.72 on Pant next out is fine.
I've got 8 to 11 here. That's
Same thing. It's that's like 2 definite should have been out chances and 2 half chances already in his innings.
That was the end. Was that the end of the 8th over, wasn't it?
Ninth.
9th over, yep. So India are 1.37 and Pakistan are 3.6. The 10 over run line is 75.5-ish, which suggests that everyone thinks they're going to have a go, which I suppose they are having a go. It's whether they hit the ball.
Yeah, I think that's high myself. I think they've been lucky to be this run rate. So the 160 is an under for me. I won't keep saying the caveat of Pakistan's fielding because that is definitely taken into account by the market as well. Like they've been lucky to get this far, but they have got this far. And here's Ralph.
Harris Ralph coming back in. So let's have a look at his first ball and see if I'm right, if he can hit a good length here. Back of a length. Big chance of a top edge, I reckon, of Rishabh Pant swinging across the line. Oh, Rishabh Pant.
The forward defence.
Defends that, which does tell you that they might be thinking along the same lines that I am of there could certainly be something going on here. Pakistan seamers today just been a little bit too full at times, I think.
And quite wayward.
Not very accurate, yeah. That's probably also fair.
I think they bowled badly today. If they bowl well, India would be really under it now, and they've missed a big chance. They missed a big chance here, Pakistan.
Harris Ralph, 68 for 3 after 9.1. We'll have a break after this over. And this is up in the air. Again, it's the wrong length, and it's a beautiful shot by Rishabh Pant. But Pakistan have 3 wickets and are not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination, but they have been terrible with their lengths, they've been terrible with their widths, and they've been fielding like they have flippers for hands. If they had played sensible cricket at this stage, they would be massively in front.
Yeah, it'd be 50 for 5 now, if Pakistan had played like a proper cricket team. It looked to me a bit like Hardik was warming up to come in next there.
It looked a bit like to me that you shouldn't bowl full on this wicket. But hey, I've only been watching it for days. As this one goes down the leg side, he does the fall over scoop. It's a good shot, but I think I want to see that again, Kritika. But I thought maybe he got the angle wrong on that. Anyway, Harris Ralph, I think he was angling it back in.
Well, Pant's been trying that for quite some time, and he would be happy it finally connected. Also, do you think the pitch is now playing much better, assisting the batters? What do you think of, just today's pitch, given how it had played all these games?
I think the majority of the runs have still been edges.
Yeah, that is true.
I think that I don't think it's been easy to bat at all.
Yeah.
But I do think that Pakistan not taking catches and not bowling the right lengths has helped. And I think also India's a better batting lineup than we've seen.
Yes.
India's been the only team that have batted pretty good on this wicket.
Yeah.
And this is the second time they've done it. So I just think they're better at batting than other teams, which you should always try and be. Harris Ralph comes in again. He bowls another dog poo ordinary delivery.
Yeah, this is awful.
This is absolutely pathetic cricket from him. He's bowled a length ball, which he shouldn't be bowling. He's bowled it outside leg stump, which he shouldn't be bowling. And now he's going, I don't know how he hit that ball that any test batter in the world would have flicked away for runs. Pathetic bowling from Harris Ralph so far here. This is the bowler who was so suited to this wicket. The first ball of this over, Rishabh Pant defended him, and now we are just seeing him just throwing away runs and costing Pakistan a chance of putting any pressure back on.
Rob, how's that 150, 160 looking now? Do you think that it just seems like they may even get higher?
Yeah, massively under it for all the unders. The toss was bad, the fielding's bad. Pakistan bowling like this is very bad. And
that's the ball that he should have been bowling all the way through. And straight away, Rishabh Pant looks in all sorts of trouble again and almost hits at the point and is, or backward point and is almost caught. Imagine that. Imagine if you bowled the correct ball on this wicket. I'm going to need a break soon.
I think you get one in 1 ball's time, Jarrod.
How do you feel about your Rishabh Pant next man out bet at the moment?
Yeah, I quite like it. Where it becomes 50-50 is when Sky starts going mad. They may have licence now because one of the wickets is only Axar. So they're not really 3 down here. They're 2 and a bit down. They've still got 3 proper bats to come if you count Jadeja in that bracket.
Oh, and this is a beautiful ball outside off stump on a good length. Shocking. And because of that, it moves away and Sky almost edges it. But India, 81 for 3, well on top. We are on Cricket 8. That's Kritika Naidu. That's Rob Barron. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and we'll be back after a strategic timeout. Also, what's that? What do you call it? Drinks break.
Bishnoi's played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one.
Really?
and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner, so he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much. I don't know
Essentially, yes. I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, so what I mean by that is, a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball. And you basically, you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact that leg spin goes up and then comes down. So you're beating them with that. The second one is the spin sideways. And the third one is the bounce. The way he's bowling and the way he bowls it, the spin sideways is taken away. So he's only got 2 of those options. And then he bowls faster. So even the bounce that he should get is more skid through. So he's really just beating you with the way the ball comes up out of his hand and then drops. And then the other one is then, can you pick the variations? Whereas with him, there aren't that many variations because he's basically, instead of bowling leg spin all the time, he's bowling wrong ones all the time. True strike rate is something that I came up with a week into learning analytics, and somehow the whole community has now gone with it. So it's probably the only win I've had in analytics. This is another good ball from Amrit Nokia, top of off stump here. And essentially what it means is we know the value of every single ball in T20 cricket. So let's say this next ball is worth 1.2 runs in T20 cricket. If you get a single, you are minus 20 on that ball.
Okay.
If you get a 2, you are plus 80. And then we look at every single ball that you face.
I like it.
And we go through. So we can tell if someone is a plus or minus. Because strike rate doesn't tell you anything.
Yes.
All it really tells you is what part of the game you played in. Welcome back to Cricket 8. Jarrod Kimber here, Rob Barron there, Kritika Naidu in the middle. India well on top after Harris Ralph decided to defecate over the face of cricket in that last over with some absolute nonsense that we will not be talking about again because I've got it out of my system. I think I've handled it quite well, Kritika.
Oh, yes.
Imad Wasim is going to bowl to Rishabh Pant. And Rishabh Pant's going to play a big shot. And this time he's going to get it away just for a single. But I do think he's a very big chance of going out to Imad Wasim here at Kritika.
How much do they have on that for punt to fall now in the next couple of overs?
I think it was under 30. He's already over the run
35.
line.
Yeah.
So his run line would be about 52 now, wouldn't it, Rob?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Oh, you've got a no 50s
No
bet. Are you
50s.
starting to get nervous that the guy should have been out 83 times hasn't been out?
Yeah, it's annoying. I'm under it, but 4.5 that was. I know it was a good bet.
Imad Wasim with a wasted ball down the leg side.
Continued shambles of Pakistan today. Like they're playing India in the World Cup here. They don't get many times to like be really up for it and everyone be on. And this is when Pakistan are bad, which let's not forget they were appalling against USA. Like they didn't even try very hard against America. This is the very bad Pakistan. But Pakistan...
They've been worse today than they were against America.
Yeah.
And they still, if they'd taken their catches, would be in a fine position now.
Yeah. They've had conditions in their favour and they've completely wasted it.
Rishabh.
Pant's almost trying to get out, isn't
I don't. Yeah, this is remarkable.
And
Just
you do
that-
have a fourth wicket as bowled. You
Yeah,
your-
I like it less after that shot where he's standing literally covering all
Yep.
three. But yeah, you've got the chop on running for you and the one that shoots along the ground.
reverse sweep
Oh.
up and over and gets another 4.
Yeah, Pakistan have got to get Pant out now or they're finished.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know what his control percentage is. In fact, Varun might be on top of that, but be interesting to see because he's not been in control all that much as well. But yeah, let's we might get that in a bit. But another reverse sweep, and this time he's got it over the top. So Pakistan's now at 5.1, 5.2. Comes down the wicket. Hey, good shot from Rishabh Pant. Down to long on, and they just take a single.
There's a question for you, Jarrod. Should India have played Sanju Samson instead of Shivam Dube, considering the quality of Pakistan's pace attack and the pitch?
They really want Shivam Dube to play because of what he can do later in the tournament.
Yeah.
If you're trying to win this game, Sanju Samson might have been the better player. But I think, and there is going to be spin bowled, right?
Yeah.
They've got the Shadab. No, you got.
Shadab's playing,
Yeah.
but he's not done anything.
He's
yet.
not going to bowl though, is he? They've already. How many bowlers have they used?
Yeah, well, they've used Ifti, so
6.
they've used 6.
Yeah.
One of which is Ifti.
So Shadab's not going to bowl.
No.
So if Shivam Dube was going to be batting, you'd want him to be batting now.
Yeah.
And so maybe the threat of Shivam Dube to teams. Shivam Dube could hit 20 runs in an over against a spinner in this game, and it could win the game.
Yeah.
And Sanju Samson's probably not going to do that.
No.
But yeah, if you were going to win, if you were just thinking about winning this game, I think you might do that. But if you are thinking about the rest of the tournament, Shivam Dube is still worth keeping in from that. Let's have a look at the run line. Is up at 170. Of course, a couple of wickets can change that quite a lot. Even one wicket will bring that down about 7, won't it?
Yeah. They've got to get Pant now. They've had 3 or 4 chances to get him. But it could go really, really badly for Pakistan now if they don't do something, because Sky can get going at any time on any pitch.
I've got Pant's control stats for you here, which are hilarious. Oh, Harris Ralph's come in, and he's trying to appeal, but he's fallen over. He's actually then appealed at the wrong end. He meant to appeal to the umpire. Harris Ralph is having such a bad game, he now no longer knows where the umpire is standing, and Babar Azam's like, it's not out anyway, dude. But thanks for coming. It was always going down leg side. Beautiful ball, but...
That summed up Pakistan today.
So Rishabh Pant is 40 runs off 27 balls. His control percentage is 53%.
I'm surprised it's that high.
So a good percentage for a T20 innings is 65 to 75. He's not even close to that.
He can buy a lottery ticket today.
yeah, it's one of those.
What
type of
did
innings.
Harris Ralph think that ball was going to do, Rob?
Hit 7th stump on the leg side. I
We
think
got
he's
it
just very happy that he didn't get hit for 4 like he has done with all his other balls so far.
full straight. There's a scooped up to mid-off and he's out. Harris Ralph is back. After a pathetic over from him, he has removed Sky. And I'll tell you what, whatever happened at the break, he looks 100 times, even on that first ball, he looked faster. It looked like he was running in more. That first ball was beautiful as well. This one, to be honest, was probably the wrong delivery. It was pitched up. But I think he beat Sky a little bit, just with the extra energy on the ball. And yeah, just the bat, unfortunately, just twisted around in his hands. And Muhammad Amir takes the catch, throws the ball into the surface, which is absolutely not about reverse swing.
It shows how hard it is to get in on this pitch. And although getting Sky out is...
Oh, we lost our bet.
Oh, your next man out lost, yeah. Getting Sky out is a brilliant thing to do, but having set men is so important here, and it's Pant is the big wicket, even though normally you would say that Sky is a much better T20 player than Pant is. Pant is now mega set because of the ridiculous amount of chances that they've given him, or lives that they've given him. He is still the big wicket, so whilst that is really good for Pakistan, the run line has dropped all the way back down to 160.
And well done also if you got Pakistan at 5s. We just mentioned that. And even I was thinking to myself, if it was anyone other than Harris Ralph, I probably would have put that bet on. But after that first ball, to be fair, if you did see that first ball and thought to yourself, well, he's looking okay here, it's worth going in. You've done very, very well. They've dropped in back into 360. Rohan said this is a 130 pitch. I'm just having a look if we got the latest line. So 161 is the latest line?
I agree. Actually, I agree. This probably, well, maybe not 130, but like
135,
where the line was at the start, the 145.
Yeah.
That's about what kind of pitch this is.
Now,
Dubé's in.
Shivam Dubé's come out. What length is Haris Rauf going to bowl here? It has to be short, around the wicket, at his body. Oh. It's full, outside off stump, and to be fair, he pokes at it. Sorry, Haris Rauf's gone from the worst bowler on the ground to the best bowler on the ground in the space of an over.
Yeah, this has been a really good over, despite rolling around on the floor and appealing to the wrong end at one point during it. Yeah, I think you're right, Jarrod. I think the extra effort, which is something that Pakistan have not done today, put any effort in. The extra effort has got Sky out there.
It was still a half volley and off stump.
It's a really hard pitch to get set on. And they've allowed them to get the set man, which is...
You know, we've seen a lot of players on this pitch just punch that down the ground. And what he tried to do was hit through the line. If he'd been in a little bit longer, he would have played the right shot.
Yeah, which is what Miller worked out so well yesterday on this pitch.
Haris Rauf has bowled a ball at the top of off stump. Shivam Dubé's pushed it back to him. And Haris Rauf, despite the fact that Shivam Dubé's back in his crease, has gone up to throw it as violently as he can. He, as Gareth Batty would say, former England cricketer, his beans are going.
I'd like to know the origin. I'd like to know the origin of that phrase myself.
But his beans are going. Shivam Dubé is none off 2. Rishabh Pant is 40 off 27. We've seen Haris Rauf gets 147.8 kilometres and down to 121. So good changes of pace and good heat.
And also another break has brought in a wicket.
Another break has brought a wicket. You're correct. Oh, this ball does come up. This is one of the first times today we've seen the sort of dangerous bounce on this wicket. It wasn't killer. Shivam Dubé sort of leaned forward and then ended up having to ride that like a rodeo bull. Is it rodeo bull?
What are you on about?
The rodeo things that the clowns go on?
Don't know.
Okay. You know what a rodeo is?
I know what a rodeo is, yeah.
It's like that. 89 for 4. 1 ball to go in this over. This could be a maiden. Kritika, this could be a maiden. This is not a maiden.
It's disappointing.
As that's punched out to deep point.
That would have been extreme Pakistan if it's like bowling the worst possible and then the wicket maiden.
Yep.
Now, what will they do at the end of this over, Rob Barron? Because the score is 90 for 4. They've got a new batter set. They've got 2 left-handers, and Imad Wasim is bowling beautifully. I think to the long boundary, but it's Shivam Dubé.
I think normal teams are scared to bowl spin to Dubé at this point, but we saw in the IPL that actually, so the Dubé was 2 different cricketers in the IPL, first half and second half. First half he was a complete gun, and the second half he just fell away drastically, as did his team, uncoincidentally. I think he got a lot better at facing pace during the IPL because he knew that teams weren't going to bowl spin at him, and so he had to work out how to get better. He doesn't move his feet, we all know that, and they've gone with him. Let's see what happens. You know Pant's going to go after him.
Yeah. This one's just flicked away by Shivam Dubé.
So this, even though we're 13th over, 90 for 4, these 3 or 4 balls are absolutely crucial to who wins this game, because Pant's going to go after Wasim here. If Wasim gets him, Pakistan are right back in it, and if Pant gets after him and scores another 15 in this over, India are back out of sight.
Just an important note, Rishabh Pant has now had the highest score by an Indian wicketkeeper in T20 internationals against Pakistan. Rob, if you can just remember that one.
Yeah, I shan't forget.
This ball is a little bit short, gets stuck in the wicket, and we've seen that a lot with the spinners. I think some of the spinners have bowled a little bit too short on this pitch at times. I think you want to be almost over full on this wicket, and what you want to really allow for is the ball just... I think we've had 3 caught and bowls by spinners on these pitches so far, Rob.
Yeah.
Can you bet on caught and bowls?
So a thing we've started doing at Decimal just for this World Cup for a particular client of ours that asked for it is we're doing a thing called fast markets, which is really interesting for someone like me. We're not calling it farkets, but I can run that up the flagpole or whatever the expression is.
Oh, this thing's a long way from your members. Tell me about your fast markets.
And so we're betting on stuff that has to come from the trader's brain a lot of the time, and stuff we don't have masses of stats on. So we're doing next wide, will it be leg side, offside or over the head? We're doing next extra, who will bowl it and what will it be? Will it be a by, leg by, wide, no ball? Penalty runs is another one. We're doing who will take the next catch. Great market.
Reverse sweep and miss. But they're going to get a run here. I don't know if that was off Rizwan.
Feels like a buy to me.
Yeah. I might be led by. Well, we've missed it anyway.
So yeah, that's a good market. Who will take the next catch? So you have to be on. So you do the stats, and then you have to be on top of who's fielding where. Obviously, the keeper's always quite short.
Would there not be then arguments with bettors over that, whether that fielder is at deep extra cover or deep?
No, it's the name of the person.
Oh, the person.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who
that's
will
more
take the next
boring.
catch? We also do. Will the next boundary be hit on the leg side or the offside?
Okay.
And again, we had one the other day where it was a brilliant straight drive, and you're like, was that leg side or offside? And we had to wind it back on the telly and all that sort of thing. But yeah, we've started to do that, whether or not we branch it out to multiple clients. Whether or not I should be talking about that on air is a completely different thing. But yeah,
thank you to Decimal, whatever they're called.
We're trying to change.
Who do you work for?
Yeah, Decimal. That'll do.
Okay. Can we get odds on caught and bowled? General.
So you used to be able to. Yes, I think you can in places. It's method of dismissal like Mega Extra, and it always used to be about 25 to 1, that kind of price. But if you see a pitch stopping and a spinner on, that's when you want to back it, isn't it? So the one that pops straight back to it.
I could be wrong, but I think I've seen 3 on this wicket already.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was another one at short cover as well. So I just think it's a really good bet when the spinners are bowling here, especially at 25s. We've already got your 21 winner though, so you don't need another one. Nazim comes on. I'm surprised they haven't stuck with Harris Ruff because he was on one in that last over. And Nazim's come on and he's bowled a perfectly fine ball outside off stump, which has guided down to third man for a single.
Yeah, I think the kind of go-to captaincy of we'll save to a row for the death. In this game, in the context of this game, you get Pant out now, you knock 25 runs off the score. It is as big as that, getting Pant out at this point. If the not out Pant here is 80 not out and you're dead.
This could be our caught and bowled! This is our caught and bowled!
What a shout.
We did say for the spinners, to be fair, so I can't fully claim that. But if you did manage to get a 25 to 1 bet on, which I couldn't find as I quickly looked at my phone, so I'm in tears here because I should have picked that up. But unfortunately, I couldn't find one on any of my betting apps.
What a shout.
Again, the ball stopped in the wicket. And when the ball stops in the wicket, batters' hands go through too quickly and they end up chipping the ball back, like Shivam Dubé did, off the stickers there. So it bounced a little bit more than he thought as well, Kritika, and went straight back. That was a fairly soft dismissal.
Yeah, and then you were talking about not sticking with Harris Ruff, but Naseem's got them what
He's
they
got
want,
the wicket.
right? Exactly, and that's what they want. But
How well will Indian fans take Shivam Dubé being out of form for ages and then doing this? I think they'll be very understanding.
yeah, we'll believe you. But yeah, I think it's one of those things, right? Like it makes it easier also for Pakistan, who would want to bowl their spinners now, and with Dubé gone, they're a better position, you would say.
So Hardik will come in now, won't he?
Hardik will, yes, yes.
Okay.
So this is one where it feels like, sorry Kritika, it feels like you back everybody unders, player runs, and you're going to win way more than you lose. It's such a simplistic way of looking at it, but look how hard it is to come in and get set. He was 3 off 9 then, Dubé. 3 off 9 coming in the middle of in the 14th over or 12th over, whatever game. You're going to get 1 or 2 that get set, and they're the ones that are going to win this game for their team, whoever it is. But getting set on this sort of surface, because variable bounce is something that nobody can play. It's too hard.
Defended by Hardik Pandya into the covers. Now, what I would like here, from a betting angle, is I want India to be bowled out for 130. Not because of my actual running bets, although yes.
Very much yes.
But I want them to be bowled out for 130, because I think if they go to 130, Pakistan might almost be favourites. And I don't think Pakistan should be favourites if they're chasing 130.
They certainly will be favourites.
But you know what I mean, Rob?
Yeah.
We have lived and died with this wicket.
Yeah, we love it. I want many more games played on this.
I want no more games played on it. I want it dug up now.
No, you don't, Jarrod, because you've got a good handle on it. I mean, you're calling...
I've got a great handle on it. This could be caught at mid-off. There's also a run-out chance.
See, that would be
all
optimal
happening.
now, is Pant getting run out. Then India are in the soup. And then all our bets win.
Nazim has 3 for 17. As they just keep showing that ball just bouncing just way higher than Shivam Dubé ever would have expected.
He's the man that should have bowled the super over the other day.
Shivam Dubé. I want to know what game of cricket Shivam Dubé would be bowling the super over in, by the way. But that's Another question from Marlon Samuels. Might be one of the weirdest people I've ever seen bowl a super over.
Yeah, I just can never think of super over without Narayan's maiden going through my head. Wasn't it Narayan to Pooran? He bowled a maiden to Pooran in the super over.
This is a good delivery and well timed. Well, actually, I say well timed. Well played by Hardik Pandya.
India haven't scored a run for 2 weeks either.
They have scored 2 runs off the last 2 overs. Is that no? Sorry, 6 runs off the last 3 overs.
So they hit a boundary, the reverse sweep, 10.4 that got Pant to 40, and it went out 13.5.
6.87. I still think they're ahead of the game. So if you are an Indian fan or if you've got some money on it, I wouldn't be too worried. But India are out to 1.6 now. Nazim Shah's coming in, and he thinks he's going to reverse this as he covered that ball up, and he's reversed it down the leg side for a wide.
He's been very good this tournament, and he's been their best bowler so far for Pakistan.
I've got a bet at 155 and under on India.
Yeah.
You were at about the same, 156 maybe?
Yeah, in play I've done all sorts.
Oh, it's a no
What
ball.
have they given here? No ball. Steady on, everyone.
I think it's going to be a no ball. It is.
Yeah.
Well, this will be interesting because Hardik hasn't looked like hitting a ball in anger yet. He's none off 4. I always think when you get a no ball in this situation, his unluckiness in that is, it is a no ball, but he's not far.
See, that's one that could never ever be picked up without technology because it's half an inch.
Here's the free hit. I'm going to explain something after this now. Yeah,
Lovely.
This is what I thought would happen. When you haven't scored for a couple of balls and you get a free hit, it's almost the worst thing because he's been getting himself into a position to push the ball around, and suddenly someone says, "Oh no, now it's crazy whack time," and usually what happens is your head falls over, right? Whereas if that was his first ball, he wouldn't have been in those bad positions, and he would have been ready, and he might have lucked it away. So unfortunate for him, he'd actually been batting correctly, and it's caused him some issues there. But
with the unders that we're all on, the
Kritika's got 20 grand on.
Yeah, Kritika's on. You're under 300 or whatever it is.
I've heard she's the whale.
Yeah, the one that and the thing is, Kritika does go quiet at stages during these, and it always seems to coincide for when the £500,000 lumps come up on Betfair. And I think we might have cracked the code.
How's the whale doing in the World Cup, by the way?
So he's not played much, and he turned up once and had a very, very clever bet. When India were playing, who did they play early? Ireland. And Ireland were knackered and looking like they were going to be all out for 80.
Oh, this could be out. It's hit straight up in the air, Rishabh Pant, and he's caught.
Hey!
Well, we finally got him there. He has been hitting the ball up in the air for a long period of time. Mohammad Amir just came in. Again, they're just bowling a slightly better length here. They haven't gone as short as I would go. They've gone a little bit fuller, but they haven't gone anywhere near half volleys. And so India are having to sort of hit through the line, and this is a hard wicket to do that on. And he's basically scooped that back up in the air again.
He's done what he's trying to have done for the last 20 minutes, and that's get caught by hitting the ball straight up in the air.
And Pakistan are nearly favourites.
Yeah, I mean, it's knocked the run line down by 8. With 6 overs to go, that's huge that it's knocked it down by 8, but I actually think it should come down by more because the advantages, as I've been banging on about for ages, of the set man cannot be underestimated, and I think the market's underestimated it a bit here. It's way more likely that Pakistan roll India here than it is that India recover and go whack, because who's come in on this pitch and looked really good? Like Rohit, it got 1 or 2 away very early and still strike rate 108. Aksar blasted it early, 2 4s and a 6, and he only ended up scoring at 110. Like, who's going to come in and score at 170 here, which is what they need now. Now we have a game. Like, this is all, again, with Pakistan, all of us, they were an absolute shower for 10 overs of this, and now they've been a acceptable cricket team.
This is a good ball, popped up, he's out!
Got it!
Ravi Jadeja, that first ball, we said the bounce. It's exactly the same as Shivam Dubey. The only difference is, instead of going back to the bowler this time, it went to short cover. It just popped up off a length, and they have found a length that is working for them, the Pakistani seamers. And the last 3 wickets, maybe even 4 wickets now, have all come from that. Just that little bit of extra bounce off the wicket. And this one was almost defended, pushed to cover. And again, I reckon Kritika, that just hits the bottom of the stickers.
Yeah, and I mean they've just turned it around post the break, right? And they've picked up. They've not given away runs. There's pressure building on the batters. Yeah, and well, India have and now they find themselves in quite a bit of mess with Pant back in the dressing room. There's no. Well, he was literally carrying the batting.
Yep.
For most of the time. Of course, he was lucky and all of that, but. India needed him at least until the end. Now with all of this, it's a tricky situation for them, and they may end up well below even 130. 130, 140 that we were saying initially.
India is 242, so first time they haven't been favourites. Remember they were at 130 before this game started at times, weren't they? Was it 130 or 140?
142-ish.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
I don't mind the 242 if the pitch is as hard as we think, because we all think that Pakistan have donated runs here.
But what I would say is, I just wonder if it's worth. They're going to lose another wicket, India, because they've got the tail in now.
Here's a hard. I mean,
do you want to wait until the odds get to threes and then put the bet on?
Well, who knows whether they're going to get there. But what we have is Arshdeep in the 15th over,
facing a hat trick. Muhammad Amir. It's full and straight, and he hits it, unfortunately.
Kritika, what can you tell us about Arshdeep's batting that I realise is a bit of a hospital pass? Has he got any batting skills?
He was listed at 11, by the way. It doesn't always mean everything.
Because I can't think of him ever scoring a run in a T20 that I've seen.
He actually has a phenomenally little amount of runs in his whole professional career.
Yeah, like
in T20s, he has 34 runs in 45 games. In T20s, he has 73 in 133 games.
He flicks this off his pad, so he's going to get one here.
So what's the thinking here?
He scored almost half of his runs in T20 internationals.
So Bumrah's a man that's got 32 in an over in a test match, right?
Yeah.
Siraj is Siraj. We've seen Siraj.
He's going to be 11.
But I can't think of a case why Arshdeep. Can someone message in, please?
My guess is that Arshdeep is more likely to stick it for a little while, and then you want Bumrah to come in at the end for the big hits. That's what I would do.
That's fair.
And I say that not knowing anything about Arshdeep's batting.
Yeah, because
he's never batted.
It's incredibly rare for me to go, I don't know about this guy's batting ability for a guy that's been around for a while, but I really don't. Like, you never see him bat in the IPL, Arshdeep.
That was a beautiful slow ball there, just by Muhammad Amir. It was a cutter and well left by Hardik.
Can we just check what Hardik Pandya's score is here? 0 off 5, and he's had a free hit in there. He will be absolutely slaughtered if he gets 0 off 7 here, Hardik.
So the last 8 IPL games, Arshdeep batted once and he scored 4.
Yeah, it was a good 4 though. 97 for 7 in Nassau County. Muhammad Amir, the last ball of the 15th over. It's outside of stump and it is left again.
The full leave on the last ball of the over, exposing Arshdeep for the first ball of the next.
I mean,
thoughts?
Yeah,
you slash that over point, don't you? The wide one.
No, you probably just open the face and take a single down the third
man,
and control the strike for the next over.
The only thing you don't do to that wide one is leave it. You cannot leave that ball. So interestingly, the World Cup commentary team, which should have you two guys on it if they were doing it properly, has the John Boy guy who does the American Jimmy O'Brien, I think his name is. I love his stuff. Like he does the I'm going to start watching cricket and tell you what it's like from a baseball fan's point of view. And some of his analysis is top draw, like really good. And I hope he's doing that live to the.
Have you not? He's done some of the commentary.
Yeah, they keep asking him about baseball all the time, though, don't they?
Yeah, he's got some gaps in his knowledge, which occasionally come out on commentary as well. But his biggest problem has been finding the rhythm of commentary.
Okay.
Nazim Shah.
Someone has a question. What's the scoreline on Bumrah here?
That's interesting, Arshdeep. If he means Bumrah's run line, then when he comes, if and when he comes into bat, then it will be something like 3.5 for his run line, maybe 4.5. And there's actually a very big difference between those two numbers if you're betting on player runs for someone that comes in as a tail ender, because the lucky edge for 4 wins you the over 3.5, but obviously it doesn't for the 4.5. So if it was 4.5, I would bet under, and if it was 3.5, I would bet over. I saw 14-1 Shadab top bat available for Pakistan. I think that's quite big because he's clearly not being used as a bowler today, so he'll probably be 4. even though they're only going to be chasing, we hope, quite a low one.
Run line is at 128 at the moment. And as I don't know how to explain this, but it looked a little bit like Arshdeep was running to the toilet. And he just squatted that one down to third. It was remarkable shot from him. It looked like a man who'd made all of 75 runs at the professional level of T20 cricket. But he gets it down to third, off the middle, to be fair to him in the end as well.
I mean, this isn't in the plan for India, is it?
To lose 4 wickets for 16 runs from the overs 11 to 15? No.
Arshdeep to be batting is not in the plan, but him to actually be having to bat for more than a quarter of the innings.
Hardik is
Gets
going to
the
take
first
his first
run.
run, which is a half a run-out chance as well, as he hits this to mid-off. And if mid-off had been awake, there might have been a chance of a run. But Hardik has scored, everyone. He is 1 off 8. What's his run line?
1 off 8. Decimal there at 13.5. The Arshdeep.
He might need to bat for 2 more days.
Yeah, the Arshdeep is the funny one at 7.5.
Arshdeep,
I think Arshdeep is probably an unders there at 7.5.
I think I would feel
because
that.
I don't see him scoring a boundary unless it's a lucky one. So yeah, I think I would have to bet unders for Arshdeep. But fair play for putting a line out for someone that it's very difficult to get numbers.
Oh, he just played a flap. He's played a
ball.
flap as if he was being attacked by invisible aliens that were flying at his head. And suddenly at the last minute, like a windscreen wiper, his bat came across his face.
That's very good. I like the windscreen wiper analogy.
Just a ridiculous cricket shot. And I cannot put, if you guys could chat amongst yourselves, what's this run line?
So that was a perfect analogy of a windscreen wiper. It was just like somebody had pressed the wrong button on Arshdeep and it just managed to send the bat swinging above his head. You would say it's like a computer game, but no computer game is set up to have that shot as possible. As he then falls over and blocks the next one. He looks like, this is like watching me bat in a World Cup game. Like some universes, some glitch in the Matrix has happened and all of a sudden I've been sent out to bat against actual cricketers.
And it's worth saying too, he doesn't bat very often. He would never in his life have batted on a wicket like this at this level against these kinds of bowlers. He's not supposed to be batting. It's a little bit of, Dante from Clerks, Rob, as you would know. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Yeah, it feels like that. Like this absolutely should be a block this ball, last ball of the over. Let's see what he does. Tries to manufacture a way of getting...
Oh, he's going to run himself out. Oh, my God. Hardik said no, and Arshdeep just kept running.
See, the only thing that ball couldn't have been is a single. Because now Arshdeep has deliberately, against all orders from Hardik, who at least... Hardik must be telling him before that ball, not during it, that there's no way on this earth he can score a single there. Ball prices are really funny because this is where, when you're a trader, you're betting on each ball, you're putting odds up for each ball. Yep. Despite what the scorecard will tell you, Hardik and Arshdeep will be approaching the rest of this innings very, very differently. Arshdeep doesn't know what to do, as we've just seen. That's up there with the dumbest singles I've ever seen, that last single. And Hardik, the 1 off 8 Hardik, will be now, knowing what he's got to bat with, he'll push the button at some point and try and go absolutely ballistic and try and get 30 off 11 or something. This is really, really fun cricket. Like you tune into Cricket 8 for analogies like Jarrod Kimber's windscreen wiper. Winners like we've been chucking out.
20 to 1.
That ridiculous caught and bowled shout.
Oh, 25 to 1, yeah.
Now we get to watch Arshdeep batting.
Mohammed Amir comes and this is swung across the line by Arshdeep. I just realised, I thought it was Shivam Dubey. And he's going to get a 4.
Miracle.
He's gone to his run line. He needs to be out next ball if you manage to get that bet on, which I didn't anyway.
We've seen a miracle, everyone.
That's a beautiful strike too.
So somebody in the Indian setup knows a lot more about Arshdeep's batting than I do, because that was lovely.
Arshdeep grew up on wickets that were inconsistent bounce.
Yeah, he's grown up playing in... Where would you find one of these wickets in the world? Like your garden, if you're growing cabbages?
It's a little bit like an Australian wet wicket.
Yeah.
Or a South African wet wicket. I can't think of too many other places that really act like this.
He's a brilliant watch, Arshdeep.
The squat and defensive shot is remarkable here.
He's up there now with Trent Boult for me as one of my favourite bats to watch.
It's just beautiful. And I cannot wait for all the times we see him set up as a pinch hitter in the IPL because of this now.
But I would love to see him score some more runs because that's funny. the fact that Arshdeep Singh has hogged the strike, batting with Hardik, is something I did not have on my bingo card for this game, as he's dropped again, I think.
He's almost run out as well, and that might have broken his hand.
And he's hurt himself.
And that's his right hand. Someone did say before that there was, Bumrah might not have come in earlier because of their top bowlers not wanting to bat on this wicket. I don't think they could have made that decision at that stage. But this is another reason why it is dangerous. That has leapt off a length. That is a dangerous ball. Professional cricketers shouldn't really be going against that. And that was dropped by Rizwan. But I don't think it hit the... is it the glove or the... I think it was his arm, not his glove.
Yeah, I think that hit his arm.
He's shaking his hand and his arm. And his hand is connected to his arm. So...
I'm no...
do you understand what I mean? The knee
biologist.
bone is connected to the thigh bone.
Yeah. What do you call...
Oh, his magic spray on the arm there.
What do you call a man who doesn't have shins? Tony.
He's 7 off 10, Arshdeep. He's outscored Hardik Pandya. He just got the magic spray on the bicep there.
He's 700% better than Hardik is a fact in terms of scoring runs in this game. What I would say is all the very best if you're facing Jasprit Bumrah on this wicket.
So I've just put a bet on, which is a Jasprit Bumrah at 2-1.
To do what?
To be top bowler.
Okay, that's very short, 2-1.
It is, but I'm just looking at this wicket and I don't know how you play him.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable because
I wouldn't usually put a bet on like that.
He's going to be an absolute disaster on here.
Full, straight, whipped across the line by Arshdeep,
Wow.
and he's going to get a 4 here. No, he's not. Oh, geez, he hit the sand.
Oh.
No, it's a little white thing, and it's got a seam on it, and occasionally you need to look at it if you plan on picking it up.
Usman Khan, is it out there? Is that who it is?
He's had a shocker today, then.
He's been proper bad at fielding. Like, I know that's not great
Analysis.
word skills, but he has been proper bad at fielding today. Like, almost as if he has no hands or he's had a bet with somebody that he's not going to use his hands to field today.
Just watching, they just showed all of Muhammad Amir's spell there. Just watching these balls just bounce more than they should be bouncing. It's, and they don't all do it, which is the problem. If they were all doing it, you can play for that. Some of them just come on perfectly, and then some just, it is like occasionally a tennis ball is inserted into the game, but a weighted tennis ball. I don't know if that's a thing. I suppose it is, those big thick rubber balls we used to play cricket with. As Arshdeep comes down to slog, and he misses that by 17 inches.
Yeah, that's direct stats from the ground. 17 inches missed. But he's 9 off 12, and Hardik is 1 off 8.
Playing the anchor innings.
Some people in this, within the last 30 minutes, have backed India to score over 170. That was how the line got up to 170.
I mean, it's been a pretty dramatic collapse. So the line's at 131 at the moment, so me and Rob are pretty safe with our... Although you've got now 83 unders bets, don't you?
Yeah, I'm going to win all of them.
Oh my...
Lovely.
Wait, the computer game is glitched. The computer game has glitched. Arshdeep just faced up, standing off the pitch. His feet...
Arshdeep Shivnarine.
His feet, I believe, were outside the wide line, if I'm not mistaken. And Amir just came in and bowled a length ball outside off stump. And then at the last minute, he just went, I'm just going to casually walk across and then play and miss a big slog here. Arshdeep, I promise you don't need to do that. Just stand in your crease and slog, my friend. Wow. What is happening? How is it? What has the IPL done to not allow this guy to be batting in every game? He's the Shardul we deserve.
I like it. What I think has happened is Virat has gone out in an Arshdeep costume and decided he's going to have to do silly things. But that Shivnarine Chanderpaul Arshdeep Singh ball might be my favourite thing of this World Cup, and I've really enjoyed this World Cup.
I honestly,
that was great.
I thought the frame on the screen had split and pixelated, and it had moved it to the left. Harris Ralph is back on. He's bowling to Hardik, who plays a shot, and it could be... Oh, he actually might get a 4. Bad fielding again down on the boundary. He gets an edge to one. It was up and under, but in the end, he's got it away for a boundary there, as should have probably been stopped on the... I think it was Muhammad Amir down on the boundary there. Probably should have stopped that. But they still would have got a couple either way. Balls has gone faster, though, today, Rob.
So this outfield that's one thing that they've definitely changed. So when all this chat about the ICC had listened and they were going to change the pitch, it's not possible to change a pitch. Even if you dig it up and put another very similar pitch in, it's not possible to change it. But what they have done is change the outfield, because it was the World Cup of twos and it was this ground of twos. There's still been plenty of twos today.
Yeah.
We were all on first ball two.
Sorry, it's Nazim Shah down on the boundary, wasn't Mohamed Amir, who's now just off the field. I think he might have cut himself on the ground because there's no grass on it anymore. So he's dived
so
and
they
he's hurt himself.
one thing they could do is change the long grass to very, very short grass, and that has made
110 for 7. And this is that. There's the word. Does Harris Ralph understand where the stumps are when he appeals? He started appealing there and then realised he had no idea what he was doing or why he was doing it. And the ball has gone off on the leg side. I think that hit him on the thigh pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
And not on the lower part. I don't mean that little sneaky bit next to your pads. Harris Ralph's had the most entertaining game I've ever seen. And Arshdeep is still more fun.
So this is what I will remember from this game, is that Arshdeep Singh has batted for 20 minutes. I've enjoyed every second since Arshdeep has been playing. I've not had a bet since Arshdeep has come out, because I'm enjoying it too much. Sometimes things are more important than betting and money. Let's just all watch
I've never heard
Arshdeep.
you say that before, Rob. Another edge. This could be another 4.
Of course.
No, good fielding this
Sensible
time.
fielding from
Now, I'm going to
Pakistan.
tell you exactly why this happened. That's Shadab down on that boundary, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And what has happened is, a minute ago, they had a big fast bowler down there. And, of course, he made a mess of his save. Whereas Shadab, just out of nowhere, probably the best Pakistani fielder I've ever seen, has saved that. And that could be an important 2 runs. As we saw in the USA-Pakistan game with the dead ball call that cost the 2 runs. Absolutely brilliant fielding there by Shadab Khan.
That's superb. I mean, you're right. I have to agree. He's as good a Pakistan fielder as I've ever seen. Like
I think he's just better. I just don't think there's ever been anyone on his level. Also, I'd put third a little bit finer now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And
But Hardik has runs. You must be happy.
yeah, stupidly, Hardik seems to be farming the strike now, which is
He just
the
keeps
wrong
getting
way.
edges, if we're being honest. But we'll take him. Oh, this is a good shot. He whips this across, but he's got under it. Oh, he's out! I
very
thought
good
he had
catch.
picked the gap because fine leg was coming around Ifty, but actually he just scooped it a little bit more than I thought he did, and that is out. So that is, well, it's not the most important player. Arshdeep is still out there, but the second most important player, Hardik, has been dismissed. Kritika.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big blow for India. Now they'll probably be, I mean, even 130 looks a little iffy unless, Bumrah comes and gets a few runs. But Arshdeep seems to be doing his well. He's playing his role better than what they would have hoped for.
Just watching that back again, I reckon that's off the stickers. I think it's just bounced a little bit higher. So he got the ball on the pads and he wanted to work it away and flick it in the air. And again, we've just seen this pitch just playing tricks on these batters. And Hardik is now gone for 7 off 12. It'd be really interesting to see how much that early start and that period when they should have got a wicket every single ball where they didn't is going to hold them back. We have said at times, Rob, on our private chats during this World Cup, we want to see if a team can defend 115. It might be 125 here.
Yeah. This is
Slightly quicker outfield than some of those other games is all I would say.
This is going to be a great game because we kept saying it when India were doing really, really well, when they were only 2 down and one of them was Axar, and when they were 3 down and one of them was Axar, they're like 88 for 3 or something off 10 overs. You go, well, what a start this is on this deck, and the run line's up there at 170. You go, if they get 170, they're completely out of sight, and now they'll snap your hand off for 130.
Harris Ralph coming in. He's going to be bowling to Bumrah, so they have gone with Bumrah ahead of Siraj. Harris Ralph, full outside off stump, and he's out. He's hit that straight to short cover. I was just about to say, why would you not bounce the guy whose hands can win the game? Unfortunately, they haven't had time to bounce Bumrah. He got to that ball outside off stump. Again, it just stuck in the wicket, and because of that, he's just scooped it to cover, and he is gone. And India are now 3.55 to win this game. I still think that's a good bet, but I'm going to see where they end up first. As Bumrah moves across his stumps and hits that, again, off the stickers, I think, or at least high up on the back.
He's done nothing wrong
But
with
straight to short cover. Yeah, he hasn't made a mistake.
Just to...
Oh, wait, one last thing.
Go ahead.
Harris Ralph, another wicket. The greatest comeback since Dame Nellie Melba.
Yeah, I think he heard you, Jarrod.
Well, he should have heard me because his first over was
He heard you, and he's like, I'll prove him wrong.
very rarely have we seen a more Pakistan innings than this. Like, Pakistan were utterly dreadful, deplorable for quite a while.
10 overs.
And Ifti was standing at slip and just missing everything. Iftikhar just took a really good catch to get rid of Hardik, which, you know, despite... On one thing that might happen now is India committing the cardinal sin of all sins, which is leaving Arshdeep stranded. You know, they've robbed Arshdeep of a 50 here by getting all out around him.
He's gone past his line though, Arshdeep.
Yeah, quite comfortably, and none of us knew that he was brilliant.
Hat-trick ball! And it's terrible. It's on the pads, and they should get 2 as it's flicked out. They'll probably just get 1 in the end, as they're tail enders. And there are 12 balls to go, 113 for 9. 3.35 looks... I mean, I'm definitely going to be backing India. I'm just waiting to see what happens.
So a bit of advice, I guess, for that is... You're like...
All in.
You're like... I want to see what they get to.
All in.
The market is giving them hardly any more runs, right, for this last wicket, as you would expect. What is it giving them?
It's 118 is the line.
Okay, so it's giving them 5. So if you're going to back India at 3.4 and you're like, oh, I'm going to wait to see how many they get, they're not going to move much if they get the last wicket.
Because they're 9 wickets down.
Yeah, and they could fluke another 20,
okay,
which means they'll be much, much shorter. So your downside...
I don't think they could fluke 20.
Arshdeep.
He's not even on strike.
Yeah, he won't.
I tell you what, if Arshdeep comes back on strike, I'll lay the bet now.
Fine. Yeah, 5.
All in though, yeah?
Yeah, basically, if you're going to back India, bet them now because your upside is way better than your downside, if that makes sense.
Siraj
Correct.
gets off strike.
So that should be worth another 4 runs for the total because...
Oh, they're going to get an overthrow.
Ah, here we go. Here's Pakistan.
Oh, they really have gone the full Pakistan today, and you do not go the full Pakistan.
And what a great watch! Like, we've picked this as our first game to do as a watch along, and Kritika, we've seen loads of things we could talk about here. It's been really fun.
But what's been your highlight, Rob? Is it Arshdeep's innings?
Yeah.
Or is it Aksar's innings?
Yes, no, it's definitely.
Arshdeep.
I'm a big fan of Rishabh Pant's 12 balls of chaos when he didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, like, if Pakistan had done okay or taken their chances, this would have been 70 all out.
Nice shot by
Beautiful
Siraj. Just
shot
pushed this
from
out
Siraj.
on the offside. And well, I tell you what, they've brought the odds in quite a bit, mate, with just by scoring the normal amount of runs that we thought they would have scored.
Yeah, so that's why that 3.4, if you think it's a bet, is you must hit it then rather than...
Well, I've lost it now. It's at 2.96.
Yeah, fortunately, we've got a massive garbage truck, as you would say in Australia, doing its thing.
Garbos.
We're right by Petticoat Lane, which is a very famous place in English history of people selling stuff. And if you like buying shirts that cost £3, it is the place for you, I can tell you.
I can tell.
Here it is.
Shaheen Afridi. They've got 2 2s off the start of this over, by the way. And they want another one. Arshdeep is herring through here. And Siraj is running like a man who's never run before. And they're going to get another 2. They're not.
This is Pakistan.
You should be out. Oh, they've missed 2.
Pakistan
Oh, that should have been run out.
overthrows everywhere. This is great. This is everything I've wanted today. Arshdeep legging it for 2s with Siraj every ball. I think 120 is not the worst score here because it's got like only one person has really scored. Well, Aksar got 20, and he was quite lucky to get his 20. Pant got 40, and he was ridiculously lucky to get his 40. Like, hardly anyone else has got 10. Like, this is really hard to get going on. Bumrah's going to have to bowl 2 in the power play, you'd think.
Shaheen Afridi is really, really upset there that the batter has got in his way. But the batter was just trying to get back into the crease. Also, he should have stopped the ball. Also, they still should have got a run out.
It's all happening.
There's a lot happening here. 2-2-2. Richie Benaud is looking down at his ideal start to the 19th over. Siraj, he's on 7 off 4. The only person who couldn't score, I haven't given it away. He tried to flick this over his shoulder, Siraj. That's actually a good effort from someone who cannot bat. All respect to him for trying that shot. Hardik's going to be looking at this and looking at all these tail-enders scoring, just going, is there something wrong with me?
I think Hardik's had quite a bad 3 or 4 months. Not financially, but he's had quite a bad 3 or 4 months as
emotionally.
far as his stock has gone in India. Kritika, he's had quite a lot of criticism recently, hasn't he? Hardik.
Yeah, during the IPL.
Shaheen
And
Afridi in
there's-
again, and might have nicked this behind Siraj. No, he put his hand on his head. Just for a moment, it looked like he got a little tickle on that through to the keeper. Are they going to review this? Baba Azam, he just doesn't trust Pakistan at all when they want to review. He's like, oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, he doesn't
Oh.
seem too happy.
Incredible disappointed dad face at the moment.
He doesn't seem to be happy with anything that's going on at the moment.
Tiger of Mountain says, did the pitch change? No, they just started taking catches, is the main difference. I'm not even joking. I mean, there was a lot of edges that should have been caught, balls that were skied. They have had run-out chances. The pitch has been pretty difficult. I would say the second half of the innings, we've had more balls pop up than we did in the first half of the innings, but we had edges in the first half of the innings, so it hasn't been easy to bat in either. I don't think he's hit that, Kritika, by the way.
No.
What else would we say? Rohan says, the amount of terrible cricket we have seen in this innings is ridiculous. A little bit of editorial there on it. I mean, it has been laughably bad cricket, but really enjoyable, so I would take that. And is there an extra heavy roller that can be used in the innings? I was told that the ICC did actually look into whether a heavier roller, but apparently if the roller is too heavy, it just damages the wicket more. But I don't know if that's true, if that's just the sort of thing that people say out there because they were trying to make it sound like they were doing something for this wicket. They clearly have not fixed this wicket. This is still not up to standard. But here we are, 2-2-2... Mohammad Siraj not out. And he swings this straight to mid-off. And it's about an inch short. There could be a run out at the bowler's end, at the keeper's end, sorry. There could have been a run out anywhere because the two tail-enders were there. Arshdeep has been run out for 9. India is all out for 119. We have a game here. I don't know what kind of game. I don't know if it's still cricket even at this point. But India were massively on top, and they have been bowled out for 119 after Pakistan did something weird called fielding. And that really seemed to change the game dramatically from then on in. We've already given you a 20-1 winner and a 25-1 winner. I think we're all lumping in on 3.25 on India because we think this is still a pretty good total.
Yep, why not?
All right. Yep, why not? What more could you? What's more confident? That's basically lock of the week. All right. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes with the end of this game. That is the rooster, Rob Barron. That is the killer, Kritika Naidu. I am just Jarrod Kimber. But this is Cricket 8, and you love it because you're here and you know we give you all the intelligence cricket related. I have lost more than I've won. So I've got a 66% win percentage, but I've won far more than that, and that I've actually lost because I put the wrong bets on. But it gets better.
I mean, this is very much like my girlfriend's at a different school, isn't it?
But he's seen them though. I sent him he's aware of all that thing. But he also
I've actually been right all the time. It's just I kept pressing the wrong button.
But I'm going to tell you why it gets better, because the other day I did manage to pull it back. The other day, Sudarshan came through, and I've never done a bet on Sudarshan being overs, but you know that he's the most consistent player. So you should bet Sudarshan overs every single time. He has something like 60% of his innings between 20 and 45 runs. No one else is close, right? So I went for the overs, and I was so confident, and I got it on. But I've never bet overs before on that particular market. And the app I was on, I hadn't used, so I went the wrong way. Sudarshan comes out, and he smashes 2 cover drives for 4. And I'm sitting there going, he's going to go past 20 in about a minute and a half here. And just as I tell him I've made the mistake, Sudarshan hits the ball the mid-on, runs, and gets run out for 12.
joy.
So
it's the only time he's got out below 30 this season, by the way. When the Jarrod millions go down, he can just change the universe.
So I've made 8 mistakes that have cost me, and 1 mistake that I've pulled back. So I'm not happy with that.
No, you shouldn't be happy with that, because that is literally 7.
You have a bet here at 21s for a 2 off the first ball. Rohit Sharma facing up. This is the first ball of India-Pakistan. It's full and straight. It's clipped away. There's 1 here. Could there be 2?
Run him up.
Come on. Come on.
2 runs.
They run through! 20-1 winner, first ball. That is why you come. I've broken the bell. I was that excited. That is why you come to Cricket 8. We give you everything we wanted. I'll be honest there, our data might have just cut out at times, and if you saw panic on mine and Rob's face, it was because we weren't sure where the fielder was. We were pretty sure he was behind square, weren't we, Rob? But we couldn't be 100%.
That's me done for today. 20-1 winner, 1 ball bowled. Oh, cheerio.
Pakistan's got out the threes, by the way. I might just hop back in on that.
Sexiest guests that you find on any cricket podcast. That's Rob Barron and Mark Machado. Let's go into this a little bit here of these two games. We'll leave the Delhi-Mumbai slugfest for the end. But after watching Rajasthan, Mark, do you think you feel warmer or colder about them winning the entire thing?
I kind of feel lukewarm about the whole thing because I still think, we talked about this during the game, that to me, when things go wrong, they're missing the kind of player that could kind of make a bit of magic happen with the ball. Or, like today, it kind of felt at points that maybe they needed an extra bowler. They couldn't quite find anyone. I think that's a bit of a flaw in the way their team's set up. With the batting, I know today, obviously, that we didn't even get that deep into their side. But when they lose wickets quickly at the top, you kind of start to panic for them mildly. Maybe that's because I'm a Sri Lanka fan and that's the kind of panic that we have.
Your natural state.
It's my natural state of watching cricket. But it just feels like I'm not sure that when the going gets tough, if they'll have enough grit in the side almost. Somebody's going to kind of hang around. Somebody's going to do a kind of Glenn Maxwell type role. If they could somehow bring him into the side, which obviously
they could bring him back from Australia.
Bring him back from Australia
and bring him to a different side. That would be much
and
better.
move him into a different team. It's not really possible, but you know, he'd be the kind of person. You know, I saw Marcus Stoinis playing for Lucknow, and I thought actually maybe he's the kind of person that they need. Somebody could bowl an over or two if needed, and could get them runs very quickly if needed as well, and get them out of sticky situations. I think there's a lot of players in that side that are just really, really good at what they do. But I'm not gonna, you know, when it gets difficult, that's when they could face problems.
I think that's a really interesting one. I think, Rob, the way that I look at it is that today says to me that they can win against a good side without playing particularly brilliantly. Has that affected their odds to win the whole tournament at all today?
Yeah, they're decent favourites now because they've qualified.
Yeah.
And they have to be, and they're now 2.75-ish because the way this tournament is structured, you get extra goes if you manage to finish in the top two, and they're going to win the league now probably. I think they're the best team. I've been saying it since the start, as long as they don't get injuries. I think
even when they did get injuries, they actually still played well, to be fair.
Yeah, I think today is an example of them when they did get under it in the chase, and they lost Joss and Jaiswal in quick succession, both doing aggressive, slightly silly things, and then Parag came in and he did something silly and he got out, and then all of a sudden they were in trouble. They were 60 for none and cruising at the end of the power play, and then they were 80 for 3, and then they absolutely cruised home with Jarrod comes. They didn't use either of the West Indian guns to chase them those runs. So the thing I love about Rajasthan is they don't rely on anyone. They rely on everyone to do their job, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And everybody did their job today. Nobody scored absolutely loads, nobody got loads of wickets, but everybody pitched in a bit, and nobody fielded horrendously badly, and no one dug them into a huge hole, and everyone was about to help out and do their thing, and that's how you win tournaments, long tournaments like the IPL, and they're standing out on the top of this league now. They're way better than everybody else at the moment, and the rest have got to catch up. We don't need to pick holes in what Rajasthan are doing. We need to find answers for the rest because they're the best team.
Do you not think, though, running away from the pack at this stage could be as much of a curse as it is a blessing, as the other teams start to kind of find their way? Teams don't have a lot of time together before the tournament starts. You have to find your feet as you carry on through the tournament. And now they're also in a weird situation where there's about 6 teams underneath them who could all make the playoffs if any of them can go on a bit of a run. And that's kind of added motivation for those sides. And actually, when we get to the business end, Rajasthan might have ended up playing a load of games where they don't really need to win. They can experiment with the side, bring players in, look for other combinations, and that could mean some of their better players actually end up out of form when it gets to the top end.
It's possible, but it's one of those things. Basically, what you're saying is they're peaking too early.
Yeah.
And I would say the same thing I would say every time I've ever been asked that is, do you want them to start losing? And you don't really, do you? What you're saying is that they're playing really good, and another team might get on a run. They can't control that. All they can control, what they have is, this is what I would say is, coming into this tournament, I basically trusted 4 of their batters. As it currently stands, I think Rian Parag has to come into the circle of trust for them. And Dhruv Jurel's innings today, which was impeccable.
Superb.
It was just it won't go down on, if you look at the scorecard, you'll think, oh, it's okay inning. It wasn't an okay innings because he was, 8 off 11 at one stage? He got himself in and then he completely took over the game. Having that, and Rodman Powell helped them win the game when Joss Butler went crazy because he came in and made 27 off 11 or whatever it was. So they now have about 6 guys that they trust a little bit more. There's still some issues within that order. So I think it's interesting. Lucknow, Rob.
Yes.
You backed them at 25-1 to win the title.
I did.
Was that before the season?
Nope, it was after the first couple of games where they did badly.
Okay.
But I thought they looked quite good, and they have a team that is fine on paper. It ain't great. They've got an informed Pooran who didn't look very good today, but that's definitely a good thing. They don't have a number 3, so they don't know whether that's Stoinis or Huda or Badoni or, well, they know it isn't Padikkal now at least. I don't think they're going to win the IPL. I just thought that was too big a price at the time. They did a lot of bad things today. And what happens when you get 2 teams that you might think are reasonably well matched on paper? If one of them does clever stuff, which Rajasthan did and do more often than they don't, and you get one team that does stupid things like we've got our best bowler and we're not going to bowl him until we're 8-1 to win the match. Bishnoi didn't bowl till over 16 today when they had 2 mega set batsmen. Such a bad answer. Like, put him in when you haven't got set batsmen. There's so many ways they could have done better there. It just points to Rajasthan being really good rather than Lucknow being terrible. Lucknow got a big score, I thought, on that deck and just didn't have any brain power to defend it. And they don't have natural wicket takers, which is a difficult thing. And also Yash Thakur is a guy that can blow hot and cold, and he blew freezing cold the wrong direction with his eyes closed, and he cost them loads of runs in the field and with the ball. And Rajasthan don't tend to have somebody who has an absolute disaster. And and as long as you turn up and you do something, like Trent Bolt won't be remembered today for his 1 for 41, but he got rid of de Kock third ball. Yeah. And he's contributed there. Sandeep.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. We have been rehydrated and dehydrated, and we have rolled our wicket, and we're ready to smash these balls off the splice over and over again. Pakistan, what a comeback they have had so far, but as someone who's watched a lot of cricket on this wicket, I feel like I've watched years worth of cricket on this pitch so far. I'm betting on India at 340 rather than betting on Pakistan, just because I don't think it's an easy surface to go on. Kritika, where is your, let's not say your heart or your wallet, but where is your mind? And that is not that's not a Pixies reference. Who do you think is going to win, just purely intellectually, right now? Go.
I think India, because their bowlers, it's really hard to get Bumrah away, and he's going to start off. It'll also depend on the start that Pakistan get. They'll really have to dig in deep, not lose any wickets initially, and then maybe they can, they'll have a chance. But I still do think that India has the team and has the bowlers really to get ahead in the game quite early, and then, if Pakistan panic, then that's that.
If Pakistan panic, then it would just be even more fun. All the way through, one way or another. Rob, I'm assuming I've just had a friend of mine who's probably the person I trust the most when it comes to cricket games, and he said that the markets think this is a 69-31 in favour of Pakistan, and he thinks it's 54-46 in favour of India.
Wow, he's all in at the 3.4 then.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a good bet.
Yes, you will. That's literally pretty much your job on this show.
It's my job in the world. It's what I was put here to do. Can't do anything else.
You've forgotten what the bet is, haven't you?
No, it's Babar Azam, top run scorer for Pakistan. Pakistan are chasing 120, and Babar Azam is usually about 3.5 to be their top bat, and he's now 4.3 to be their top bat, and they're chasing 120. As we've seen in the first innings, the best time to bat is the power play. That's when he's batting. They're also a this is Bet365 one about here. They're also 4.75 Rizwan. They think the standout favourite top batsman for Pakistan here should be Usman Khan, which I don't agree with. And they're taking way too much percentage out of people that are miles down the order, and they're chasing 120. So Babar 4.3. I don't mind covering it with a bit of Riz as well. They're not giving those two enough percentage. Like it should be at least 50% one of these two wins.
Yep.
Top bat here, and they don't think so, even with all that massive margin that they bet to. So yeah, I can make a case for both. The normal price for Rizwan or Babar winning, it would be something like 55, and when they're chasing 120, that would be more like 62. And today they are giving them a percentage of 44, which is not high enough. So back both, or just back Babar, or just back Rizwan. You're on a good bet, whichever one of those three things you do.
I tell you, the one thing that I would say that is massively in Pakistan's favour is the thing that their fans have been complaining about for ages, which is that their openers might go too slow. At the very least, we know of their quality and that they will keep wickets in hand. We have seen, though, at times on this innings, on this pitch, you can actually go too slow. Sterling and Balbirnie might have been a good example of that, where they tried to do the sensible thing and got themselves completely stuck.
But Sterling should never do the sensible thing.
It's not what he's here for, is it?
No.
And we're not here for this either. We are here for what I assume is going to be a big hooping in swinger first ball to Mohammad Rizwan. It's Arshdeep Singh coming in. We've got a slip in place. And first ball is outside our stump and pushed into the covers, and they're going to get a couple. Oh, we should have gone to first ball 2 again. I don't think we can do it for the second innings, can we? Or maybe they've come back for 3.
Wow, first ball.
They came back for
that would have
3.
been fun.
What would the odds have been on that? About 33 to 1?
It's something like that, yeah. Ah, that feels like a missed boat. The 3 off the first ball.
Good shot from Rizwan, though. Pushes that away. And he picks up 3 there easily enough. He's 3 off 1. And now Baba's going to face the second ball. I didn't see a massive amount of swing there.
No, but we didn't notice much for Shaheen in the first over, did we?
We saw more in the second, third, fourth, didn't we?
Yeah, so I think the next over is going to be the money over as far as India go.
Oh, shot.
We're not going to see 2 3s in a row, are we?
It is. It's going to start slow again. And we just have a look. Jadeja turns around and he realises they're going to 3.
To start the innings. That's what I'm here for.
What are the odds on a 3 at the moment? I mean, I'm sure they just shortened.
Let's have a look.
23 to 1.
Which is as short as it's ever going to be. And you're not going to get rich back in it. But if this over is all in 3s, I am finished for the day. And forever. I will never talk about cricket ever again if the rest of this over is 3s.
Are you going to back another 3?
No.
No.
No, I'm not. But if it was 80, I'd back it.
Both Pakistani players have a strike rate of 300. Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam, they should just drop their mics and leave the ground.
There is a sentence that will never be uttered ever again.
6 off 2. Arshdeep. He's been a little bit wide is one thing I would say at the moment, if there's anything about him. Oh, and this is almost dragged back onto the stumps. That was wide again, and they're just going to get one down the fine leg. That was a terrible shot from Rizwan. He really crabbed himself over there and dragged it back, and I'd like to see how far that was from the stumps. It felt close to me. That did look a little bit more risky.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what price I can get on Bold here after that delivery, because he very nearly chopped on. And I can get 4.75 if you can get that or bigger. I would advise back in Bold. We know where Bumrah is going to be aiming. Bumrah can bowl you on non-bold wickets, but this is a bold wicket for sure.
Oh, this is poor from Arshdeep. We saw this against Ireland, and they're going to steal a run as Rishabh Pant takes one on the knee. There was that one over that Arshdeep bowled against Ireland that went for what? 14?
Yeah.
And it was just pitiful at bowling. And he started this way again.
But that was the difference, right? Like against Ireland, his first 2 overs were like really, really
Yeah, it was
good.
his third over, wasn't
and
it?
That was the third when he came back for a spell, and then he went for 14. So do you think that Arshdeep relies too much on rhythm? You know, if he gets one wrong, then it kind of...
Oh, this is a good ball, straightens, and it's hit down to long one. I think he's a rhythm bowler, isn't he? And I think that's one issue I would have with India, is that they have 2 bowlers who rely completely on rhythm, which is him and Siraj.
Yeah.
And as we saw with Stuart Broad's entire career, those bowlers struggle the most because they don't know how to get back into rhythm, right? And
You know, and Harris Ralph is probably another very good example of that we saw today.
Yeah.
Very different between someone like that and Chris Jordan. Chris Jordan's always roughly at the same level. Sometimes he gets smashed and sometimes he doesn't,
Yeah.
but the ball comes out the same all the time. Arshdeep, 2 more balls to go in this over. This one does stick in the wicket a little bit more. Rizwan gets on top of the bounce though.
Allow me to give you a bet for over number 2.
I would like a bet for over number 2.
Under 6.5 runs. Simon appears to have moved the market with whatever bet he's just had.
Under 6.5, you're saying?
Yeah, I just saw 19 to 20 out there, so they think over 6.5 is favourite. So what happens is they see runs and they think, oh look, overs, and they forget that Bumrah's just about to bowl, and Bumrah's very different from
Are you sure he's going to bowl the next over?
No, but I'm about 80% that he does, particularly now this over's gone for 9. I think he has to. Like if he wasn't, if they were thinking about who's going to bowl the second over, after you've seen Arshdeep donate a few there, you've got to go Bumrah now. So I don't think 6.5 unders is a bad line, whoever is the bowler for this over. It might be Siraj, who can get swing early. I don't mind if it's Siraj, but it's probably going to be Bumrah because they're chasing a low one. India really want to win this game. So, yeah, you go Bumrah all day, every day here.
That over changed the odds massively, by the way.
Yeah.
So India is now at 5.3, and as someone who's in on them, I'm not that concerned about that
Yeah,
over
you
at all.
should go in again.
I probably will at 5.3.
Yeah.
Are you just going to keep saying that to me all day?
Yeah. And we'll be here at midnight going, yeah, just back him again, Joe. But the game finished 6 hours ago, so don't worry about it.
I certainly wouldn't be putting any money on Pakistan at 1.26.
No, I think that's something that you could have written on a wall and just live by that forever and ever, because back in Pakistan short, if you've been, I don't know anyone that's made a career doing that. It is Siraj.
Siraj.
Crazy.
Siraj comes in and ends. Oh, they'll get a couple here. This might actually run for 4. Beautiful timing.
Yeah, the misfield for 4 is not what you need when you're on unders for an over. That is baffling. Maybe that's Bumrah saying I want the other end. I'm trying to think of a reason why Bumrah wouldn't be bowling this over.
Okay, so
it's a good shot.
India are out to 6.8 now, so Pakistan hit to 1.16. I mean, if you want it, it's there for you, everyone. Yep, 7's now India.
7.
I'll go back in at 10s, Kritika, so if you can keep an eye on that for me.
Will do.
As this one is edged, but safely along the ground. So both of the Indian seamers not named Jasprit Bumrah have not looked ideal at the moment.
See, when you've got the standout best bowler in the whole wide world in your team and you're defending 120 on a tough pitch, you let him bowl before the other team are massive favourites, which they haven't done so far. I guess they have to bowl him over 3. They had to bowl him this over, but they have to bowl him over 3. We will see.
Would you have opened with Bumrah?
Maybe not the first over, because he's not a first over bowler.
Yeah.
Like, he likes bowling 2. He likes bowling later in the power play, but he often bowls the second, like pretty much every time for him, I bowled the second over. So I don't get it.
Oh, this is an incredible ball. This pitches on off start, leaves him, and Rizwan was absolutely nowhere near that.
Yeah, that cut him in half. I don't mind Siraj bowling. Like yesterday, England bowled Jacks in the second, which was mental after, for so many reasons. We discussed that earlier. That was mental for so many reasons, because England had already burgled the over off the offie in the first over, so they'd had a look at off spin.
Yeah.
Then they had the short side and the win with them and stuff. So bowling change are a big deal. I don't mind Siraj bowling one of the first 2, because he's only good really at T20 bowling if he gets swing at the start. That's fine. But Bumrah has to be bowling. Like, I'd probably open with Siraj and go Bumrah 2.
Outside of stump, pushed again. They're finding. Oh, I thought they actually got through the gap. It didn't. Backward point managed to stop that, and there was no run there.
How are us? So we've had a question from Tiger of Mountain, which is a great name. How are you guys ahead of the live feed in India? We are actually all from the future. That's a fact.
It's how we do things.
Yeah.
Don't forget, there are no such thing as live feeds. All feeds are delayed in one way or another. And tell all your friends, though, that we are ahead of everyone else in the world. Although that does ruin things sometimes. 14 without loss. Half volley on leg stump. That's the one that probably gets flicked for 4. Unfortunately, Rizwan's head fell over a little bit there, and he lost his balance, and so he's missed out on one of the easier balls he might get to face today.
So if this is Bumrah in the third, get ready to back dots every ball at 1.83 or 1.85, whatever your bookie is. I can see that they're already that for the next over now. They've teed it up that they're going to be 50-50 for dots. Bumrah will bowl more than half dots on here. His dot percentage is more than 50 in this World Cup already. He bowled a maiden in the last game.
Rizwan in. Sorry, not Rizwan's facing. Ooh. Oh my God! Well, this is dangerous.
Ooh. Is that 4?
He's hit this back to the bowler.
Okay.
And Siraj has thrown the ball back at the batter because he was out of his crease, but the throw got away from him, and he's going over. He actually thought I thought he hurt Rizwan as well. Hit him on the arm. And he was going for the stumps. To be fair, the ball was going at the stumps. It wasn't one of those. It wasn't like our old friends Zolkun and Hader.
Your best friend.
If you know, you know. But that ball has ended up hitting Rizwan, and he's taken a run. Do you remember when teams used to not do stuff like that? By the way.
Yeah, back in boring days. So. We had a winner then, under 6.5 in the over. It was a 4 first ball and it still won. And Bumrah didn't bowl it. So better to be lucky than good, everyone. If you can be lucky, that is better than anything that I do when it comes to spreadsheets or geekery or 20 years of experience. If you can just find a way to be lucky with all your bets, that is better than anything else. So just do that. Kritika, don't worry about all this stuff. Just be lucky.
Noted.
And everything in life is luck.
It's down to 580 now.
Down to 580, yep. So
Bumrah's bowling. Bumrah's bowling. Everyone back dot. Every ball, and you'll be fine.
Are you going under?
I'm going under 6.5 for the over, and I'm backing dot every ball if they keep 1.85 up there for every ball, because it's not right for Bumrah on this pitch. I don't see that they attack him.
They have to defend this, I think.
I think the right play is to defend the over, but we'll see.
He's got an edge.
First one edged away for.
They're going to get a couple here, which is annoying for everyone.
It is. I'm still quite happy being on under 6.5 this over. So yeah, I can see the bookies being 1.8 something for dot. It ain't correct. So if you can back it every ball, this decimal of 1.66, that's correct. That's nearer the mark. So it's a decent bet, dots.
Quite interesting here. I'm just looking at the 3 over line here. And the 3 over line, he's just got hit for a 2, and it still hasn't changed. Nice. They still don't think, because they obviously originally they didn't know Bumrah was going to bowl. This one's defended into the covers, and now they know Bumrah's going to bowl. So even though he's gone for a 2, they're like, no.
Yeah, Bet365 think that not dot is favourites. You can back under 0.5 next ball at evens, which is a very good bet.
You're going to be doing that for every ball?
Yeah, I am. So 1 out of 2 so far, which isn't great when you're back in 1.85. But hoping for 3 of the next 4 to be dots, or ideally all of them.
Would you back a wicket in this over?
You can't write.
Oh, he's gone for a big swing there, Rizwan. No, yeah, Rizwan. He's got an inside edge back onto his pads. He was not in control of that. I think he's shown. I think Siraj and Bumrah have just shown. You just have to be slightly back of a length here. Pakistan were a little bit fuller, but slightly different kinds of bowlers and later in the innings. I think right at the moment you want to be just back of a length, and if you want to play a cross-bat shot on this wicket, be prepared to hit the ball straight up in the air or have it run along the ground. So there's a slip in place. Jasprit Bumrah, 2, dot, and this is flicked away. This might be a fine leg, and it's dropped.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, Shivam Dubey, not going to get many easier than that.
That is really disappointing.
Flicked right across the line and is caught by fine leg. It was low. I think he picked it up late. And that is a very, very important moment in this game. Rizwan clearly, well, both of these players have been looking to put the pressure back on India, which is not how they always bat, these two guys either, if we're being honest. And in that case, he tries to whip that across the line, and as we've seen so many times, just couldn't get anywhere near timing it. Hits it straight to fine leg and is dropped. Bumrah now to Babar Azam, who edges, and he's going to get that down to 3rd for 1. 1 ball to go in this over. I cannot stress how highly right now, if I was an analyst for Pakistan, I would be screaming, defend this ball.
Yeah.
Shivam Dubey.
That should be caught 100 times out of 100 by a cricketer. And anyone on Bumrah or wicket or dot or unders for the over is Fuming, I'm fading a boundary this ball. I'm allowed 2 off it. I would prefer it to be 0 though.
Bumrah in. Last ball of the over, and it's pushed to mid-off. They think of a run. There's no run there.
Okay, so only 3 dots,
Three
but
dots.
a really easy catch dropped, which
Yeah.
would have probably made it 5 dots because the ball after the wicket probably would have been. So that's really disappointing. But still got the unders, the under 6.5 up. Not a disaster, but really annoying because a Bumrah wicket of Rizwan there would have put a lot of bets in very, very good shape. But we can't control the cricketers as much as I've tried to with my mind. But we can have good bets, and that's what we're here to do.
Can have good bets. We're at the 640 again, India. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if they'd got that wicket. Just having a look at the control percentages to see how much. Both players have been pretty much in control, so that over was a bit of an outlier. Mohammad Siraj is bowling again. And then he's dropped again! And he's almost dropped this to mid-off. It was a caught and bowled. Sorry. And this wasn't the kind of caught and bowled I was talking about earlier, though. That one did ping, and it's gone straight back into Siraj's hands. It's hurt his hands a little bit, but he hit him so hard that it went up in the air, and it wasn't far away from going to mid-off. Probably lands about 2.5 metres in front. Oh, he really mangled that, Babar Azam. He managed to hit it hard, nowhere near the middle of the bat. His hands were everywhere there. It was off the fingers of, and about 3 metres short of mid-off, but it spooned up, or ballooned up, I should say, not spooned up, really, off his fingers. So we've had 2 chances now. So if you are a little bit nervous about India's start, remember that Pakistan missed about 5 chances and still bowled a team out for 119 on this pitch. And this ball bounces. And straight away, Siraj is in Babar Azam's ear, but Babar Azam's ignoring him and he's talking to Rizwan and said, that bounced. That was the rubber ball bounce that we've been talking about on this wicket, and that did take off. So, there's a lot going on here. That is for sure.
Rob, can you actually put anything on the number of dots in an innings? So,
Good idea. You can't. We've had games at this ground over 50% dots, which is incredible.
Yeah, because India had 63 dot balls today in their innings.
Wow.
So it's a...
So what you can do is use that info to just keep backing dot ball.
Yeah.
And it's outside the power play as well. Because
Siraj, 2 straight turned for 1, maybe a leg by actually.
Because quite a standard price for dot ball in a normal power play at the very start is about 50-50, which is why they shouldn't be 50-50 for Bumrah because he's not a standard bowler. And then outside the power play, it usually goes to about 30% for the middle overs, and then much bigger, more like 20 at the death.
Yeah.
But this deck, if you're slogging, the ball beats the bat a lot.
Yeah.
We've seen that a lot, haven't we? I think for fear of sounding like a broken record, the under 6.5 next over is good because it will be Bumrah again.
Siraj, this is mangled.
And Rizwan is attacking here.
Yep.
Rizwan is
They're
playing
both kind of going.
Yeah, Rizwan is playing with high aggression and he's 8 off 15.
Yeah.
I'm on under 6.5 again next over. I quite like the wicket next over. If you can get 3.5 or bigger, I think that's probably a bet. Rizwan feels quite strong favourite to be next out to me, the way this has gone so far. Despite being 8 off 15, it's not a studious 8 off 15, is it? It's a...
frenetic.
Yes, that's the right word. It's a frenetic 8 off 15.
So the run line at the moment is 35.5 runs for the 6th over. So even though they've got off to a decent start and we've seen runs, no one's expecting them to come very fast. But Pakistan's still on top. They haven't lost a wicket yet. They've had 2 drops. This is defended down into the ground. And just to show you, that hit so high on the bat again, way higher than Rizwan expected it to, that it ended up going down and then having backspin, which quite often is when it hits very high up on the stickers. And we saw a lot of India's wickets. I reckon 3 or 4 of them were off the stickers. So we're still seeing the ball bouncing consistently inconsistent, which is the worst kind of consistency.
I mean, that's Pakistan, isn't it? Consistently inconsistent. That's what they do.
The run line's down to 34.5 now, Rob, for 6 overs.
Yeah, and with Bumrah lurking.
Well, it's all about whether he bowls 1 more in the power play, isn't it? If it's Ashdeep, you can't bet that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at the 11 on LBW first wicket.
This is too straight. They're going to steal. There's no one at mid wicket.
The way Rizwan set up for that LBW can happen.
Yeah.
11 LBW is a bit big.
That is Siraj has gone for 7 off his 2 overs. He's bowled some good balls and he's had that drop catch. India's just come back into 5.5 Kritika. So again, dot ball pressure changing things a little bit here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean Rizwan is 8 and 16. So and Babar is 9 and 7. So definitely like that has the last two overs have just given 6 and 4 10 runs. Oh, not really. The third over was 4 and this one is 2.
That one was 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Leg by and a single, I think.
Yeah.
So they've certainly brought it back.
Let's see who bowls this.
It would be nice.
It has to be Bumrah. I think it's Bumrah.
You think it's Bumrah?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Bumrah. According to the World Cup feed, it is Bumrah.
It has to be, right? At this point, they need a wicket.
Need a wicket, put some pressure back on. It is Jasprit Bumrah. He went for 4 runs in his first over. He's been pulled away here awkwardly by Rizwan, if we're being honest, but there's no one at mid-wicket, and it dribbles along the ground. They've left the mid-wicket open. I think they want that shot played. That sort of, we've seen it a lot actually on this pitch, that sort of shovel pull, and it's got a lot of wickets, but also can get you some runs. Babar is 9 off 7. He's working his strike rate back to where he feels more comfortable.
Yeah, this is his prime time is 9 off 7, isn't it? That's what he wants. It's actually looked like Rizwan has looked the wicket man.
He's punched this beautifully, but straight to point, no run.
So we're still on under 6.5 for this over, and a wicket.
I didn't manage to get a good enough price for the wicket, I don't think, but I do like the under 6.5. Yeah, like if you know Bumrah's bowling when he's just bowled the third. He's like 95% to bowl the 5th. Yeah. Particularly when they need a wicket. They're defending 120, aren't they? They need a wicket.
Hasn't got one yet. This has been mangled up in the air, but there's going to be no one out there, and that's going to be 4. Well, I'd say mangled. The timing there was way better than I thought. Originally, I thought he'd get it over the top and get a couple. Instead, he's done it a couple of times. Baba has hit the ball, and it's gone really hard off his bat, but the bat is twisted in his hands, and that was another one. But a 4 off Bumrah is worth an 8, I think, in this match.
Yeah, maybe even 12.
A 12.
Like it really
Did you see his hands though there?
Yeah, it's come on nicely because he was already playing the shot, if you know what I mean. Like he's almost preempted that.
Bumrah in again. Back of a leg. This is edge. This is caught. He's out. Baba Azam is gone. He tried to leave that at the last minute, get his bat out of the way, and unfortunately what he's done is he's basically guided it straight to slip off the face of the bat, and Baba Azam is gone, and that is a huge wicket, and that is why you use Bumrah for 2 overs in this period. They're going to have a look at it. It just looked clean as a whistle to me. Yeah, and I don't know how clean whistles are. I don't know who cleans them. Usually whistles are under the sofa.
No, the reason why whistles are clean is because they self-clean.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We are going to have a look though. We're going to go upstairs, but
don't know why that's funny. It's true.
26 for 1 at the moment, but that 1 is optional. The market thinks this is out.
I thought that was out. I don't. Babar really doesn't. Babar's standing there. So Chris Gaffney has a decision to make. We're just going to see it now. We'll know.
He just left that too late, didn't he? Straight into the hands for me. Safe as houses. That's out. That's going to be given out.
Yeah, it's 100% out.
Even with foreshortening, that does not look out. It does not look like it bounced, and the market has changed after that first replay. So the India are at 4s are into 375. So if like me you put the bet on early, this has now come back into your favour a little bit.
It's a huge wicket that, because Babar was actually looking good and Rizwan hasn't. Like they're both given a chance already, these two, but Babar was looking very ominous there because the guy you really want when you're chasing 120 is Babar knocking it around because it's perfect for him. So getting Babar there is huge.
Him being 13 off 10 and not being 6 off 10. I know in a low-scoring game, they would also, for Pakistan, that's not the worst thing that has happened. But you're right, that's not the situation they wanted to do.
So who do you trust now? With Rizwan looking bad, thank you. With Rizwan looking bad, Usman Khan, Fakhar, Shadab, Imad, Ifti. Like, who's going to nudge it around in those?
I mean, none. But Fakhar is the guy I would send in next.
Fakhar for a whack, yes.
Yeah.
He should have opened and been whacking. because he'd have got 38 off that Arshdeep first over. And then you go Imad for the nudgy against the spin in the middle overs and try and do it that way. You don't do the Shadab, Ifti, wafting at everything and joining the dots up, getting into trouble. And those guys can both be out for 3 off 8 today.
I didn't know Darren Sammy had his own fragrance, by the way. This is Edge! No, Justice Bumrah. Beautiful ball, length ball outside off stump. He pushes his hands through it, Usman. They've got 2 slips in place, and he tried to find one of them there, Kritika.
This is an incredible over. In fact, this is what we were talking about the impact that Bumrah can have. And just stifling the runs, and then Bumrah doing Bumrah things, right?
Bumrah doing Bumrah things, and we bet on things like that here, which is one reason you come to Cricket 8 to find those sorts of trends. Last ball of this over, he's gone for 5 runs with a wicket. This is almost out again. Bumrah's got his hands up. Virat's got his hands up. They will only review this if Virat wants it because he is the most eager man out there.
Another winner for you there, lads and ladies. Under 6.5.
Well, also, if you went in on the, what did I say before, to go in on the under 34, was it? Under 36 for the 6th over mark. Yeah, that's looking pretty good at the moment as well.
You can ring the bell on the India highest first 6 that we backed, 8 to 11. That one doing handstands and cartwheels.
Oh, yeah.
50 they got, and we said at the time they're never getting 50.
No one was getting 50 on that one, yeah.
50.
I didn't feel as confident as you. I didn't lay money on that today just because I thought, I don't know what the situation is going to be, but Pakistan really bowled poorly in that power play.
Yeah, they're rubbish, yeah. And fielded.
And India has bowled a lot better in their power play.
Fielded terrible.
Libra says, does Dubé bowl today? Definitely. Do you know what? This is probably a Marcus Stoinis wicket as this is pushed to mid-off as Hardik has come on.
Wow.
Are you backing a run out now, Rob?
Why is that? Why should I be backing run out?
Did you just see what happened?
Of the 3 steps down the pitch.
Yeah.
This is not an Usman Khan wicket. I think any runs Usman Khan gets are bonus runs here for Pakistan. I don't see how, all his good stuff has been done on roads, Usman Khan. Anyone disagree with that? I just don't see him getting any runs.
I don't have as strong an opinion on him as you do as there. Hardik coming in again. Got to whack this wicket. No, he's gone full and straight. And again, Rizwan's head has fallen over. You've got to be... This is such a technical point, but on a wicket like this, you've got to keep your shape. And we've seen now 3 or 4 times he's fallen over. And Rob is probably already looking at LBW for Rizwan markets because of that. And that's why they're going full and straight. I don't feel as confident with the full and straight, just because I don't think that's the right length here, but...
So I thought the 11 last wicket for LBW was a really good bet, and I still think it is for this one, because if Rizwan looks like he's going to get LBW all the time. Do you know... So I sent that to one of our managers at Decimal and said, I think the 11 is too...
He comes down the wicket, he flashes up in the air, and this might be a 6 over cover. Oh, I don't know where that bounced, but what a shot that was, Rizwan. He just came down and just absolutely swung his arms through that.
It's huge.
And that is big, and also puts a lot of pressure back on Hardik.
Yes, that's huge. Do you know how many LBWs there have been at this ground in 5 matches where there's been an all-out basically every time?
0.
It was either going to be 20 or 0 is the answer there, wasn't
it?
It's
the extra bounce.
Incredible.
Every time we've had the ball keep low, it's been off the stumps.
And roll through to wide to the wicketkeeper.
Hardik comes in again, and this hits him on the glove, Rizwan, and that has hurt him. We've done our overs in this over, haven't we?
I didn't
7.
bet. I only bet on Bumrah unders.
That's fine. I wasn't sure, sorry.
Yeah.
So interesting you say that about LBWs, because 45 wickets have fallen to pace bowlers on this wicket in so many games before today.
Yeah, and no LBs. Incredible.
Yeah.
I think he's hurt here, Rizwan, but remember, he has told us many times before that sometimes it's acting.
Yeah, if ever there's a man on the floor that you don't need to worry too much about, it's this guy.
So, but he was hit on the hand, and is it not worth going unders on him now? On the Rob Barron list of things? And that bounced high, I should say. That was another one of those dangerous balls.
So there are certain players who get injured every single game.
We don't worry about them.
And we don't worry about them. And Rizwan is one, and Andre Russell is another one. He gets injured every game. He goes off for treatment, and you think, oh no, he's done his hammy or whatever, and then he bowls the next over at 88 miles an hour or something. So Yeah, I can see 16.5 out there for Usman Khan. That seems like a lot.
I think Usman Khan is a very big chance of a wicket or a boundary off these last 2 balls.
Yeah, I quite like the bold again. I can see bigger than 5 on your...
You think bold? I think it's hard to get bold on this pitch.
So you think it's just caught all the way?
I think if he's going to go out, he should scoop it up in the air. Or an edge.
So there's a lot of them, and they're the straight up. There's a lot of them because it gets big on you on this deck.
Hardik into Usman, who tries to hook this. It's going to get given as a wide. Yeah, it is going to be given as a wide there.
Huge pressure release this from Hardik.
Yeah, bad. That's a bad... I don't want to say 3 balls because the other one hit the glove and did take off. But certainly the fact that Rizwan managed to hit the 6 and then he's followed it up with a wide so soon after is certainly not ideal. Not ideal is code for, come on mate. Get your ducks in order here. He does, good ball, and they steal a run to mid-on. And that is Usman off the mark. 1 ball to go in this over. What does Rizwan do here? 1 ball left, the field is up, Hardik is bowling.
He swings.
If he swings at this,
He swings.
what price wicket next ball?
If you know he's swinging, it's 10. It's as short as 10. And if he isn't swinging, it's much, much bigger. But yeah,
I would, if I had a betting account where I could bet on a wicket for the next ball, this would be the ball.
Would you back 10?
No, I'd want 15 or 20.
Yeah, okay. See, that's the next thing that should come is betting accounts where you choose the odds.
Hardik, Rizwan doesn't do that, but there's almost a run out anyway. Jeez, imagine if I'd backed that and then got a fluky run out. 35 for 1 at the end of the 6th over here. Pakistan on top, but not looking comfortable. We've had 2 drop catches. We've had Usman has played and missed twice off his first 2 balls, I believe. And now they're about to have to go up against some spin. The caught and bowled for the spinners might come back in as well.
Yeah, have a look around for that, guys.
Arshdeep is going to have to bowl again very soon. Does he bowl back of a length into the wicket here?
Yeah.
He has to though, doesn't he?
I think Arshdeep is one where he sometimes forgets plans. Like he becomes a bit like... I'm not convinced of Arshdeep's thinking as a cricketer, as was showcased by that unbelievable strike hogging against Hardik. The scampering the single as fast as he could to get himself back on strike when he's been sent in to bat ahead of hitters. I think they might be going Siraj again.
Yeah.
It is going to be Siraj again. I see we've had a YouTube poll. 62% think the next wicket will be caught. 25% stumped. That seems punchy. We have seen 1 stumped, Hasaranga. And 12% other.
A big enough sample size because I'd imagine that's at least 400,000 votes.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure why caught and stumped were the only 2 options that you could go with.
I like it's vibes. It's we go a different way on Cricket 8. It's
Caught and stumped.
So
the 2 most likely dismissals, stumped.
Caught, stumped, or other. I like it.
I think at the moment, our producer Luke has just worked out that he thinks stumped and bowled are the same thing.
Yeah, why not? I like it. So I'm going to tell Decimal we need to do away with the way we've been doing dismissal methods, and it's caught, stumped, or other. That's right. 3-way method of dismissal. 3-way.
Did you get your power play call right?
Yes, by 15 runs he won that one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and this ball again, it bounces over Usman's bat as he tries to guide this down to third, and yet still comes up short to the wicketkeeper.
I don't know how. I mean, I know the run lines out there for Usman are very low, but I just don't know how he gets over it. I don't know how he does it. I don't have him as being able to score on these kind of pitches. I've seen him do ludicrous things in the PSL, but all of those things have been on roads. I'd be surprised if he scores 10 personally.
Oh, he flaps at a hook shot here.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he's hit it, and it's gone out to square leg, even in front of square leg, but he played that a little bit like someone who had been told what a hook shot was, but had never actually seen one in real life. You could hear the Wilhelm scream as he played it. Do you know the Wilhelm scream?
I would like you to tell me what it is.
Wilhelm scream is the most famous, I think it's the most famous audio in Hollywood, and it's used in all these different films.
Oh, right.
And
Okay.
so serious films, non-serious films, and it's a terrible scream. Should never be used. Every student film has a Wilhelm scream, even when they don't need it.
Do you want to know what the best hook shot in sporting history is?
Oh, this ball is a monster from Siraj.
That's a cobra.
Really goes up. He's now been hit. I reckon that he's been hit on both hands now.
Yeah.
So you've got your wicketkeeper's been hit on the left hand. Now he's been hit on the right hand. I've said from the start that might have broken his finger. That ball has taken up. That was probably slightly back of a length, and it bounced an extra 1.5 feet more than he thought it should have, and it's gone right onto the index finger on his left hand. He's been hit on both hands, and if Pakistan lose their wicketkeeper for the rest of the tournament, it's okay because they've got Azam Khan to come in, who they just dropped.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Kritika, do you want to give everybody a version of the Wilhelm scream?
I don't know what it is. I'll have to check it out. Maybe Jarrod is best.
This is out! No! Oh, I thought he nicked that. Oh, Siraj is appealing. Our producer Luke is currently trying to find the Wilhelm scream, which is also in the first Star Wars film, which I believe it's when one of the stormtroopers jumps over a cliff early on.
That sounds like a computer game scream to me. That.
I think when they're in the Death Star. There we go.
That's good, isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. Best hook shot in the history of sports, Jarrod. You should know this.
Well, the best hook shot is Viv Richards, but you mean individual hook shot?
I don't necessarily mean in cricket.
Oh, lacrosse?
No, it's
Siraj in again, and he's played this without any real confidence with a one hand on the bat in the end, Usman, and he's got it off the toe of the bat down to third. So what did they get off that? Was that 3 singles, that over?
Yeah. It's the answer is Billy Hoyle when he had to get the hook shot from inside his own half to get his girlfriend on jeopardy when he bet his car against it.
So
that's real betting, by the way.
I've done the odds on that, by the way, and I'll find them for you and send it to you one time. Me and Emma John did a podcast that I still want to do one day. The podcast is called Movie Ball. And it's just about sports movies, but from two sports writers looking at the sport in them.
If I'm not involved in this podcast, me and you are going to fall out, Jarrod.
And so the first film we did was White Men Can't Jump. And I went through and I looked at the statistics of half-court shots in the NBA. And then I factored in the hook shot element of it. And also the girlfriend element of it.
Yeah.
And came up with, it was very unlikely.
And he's backed himself at evens, and he's probably, 200 to 1 or something to nail that?
Oh, I think it should have been worse than that. We see Jadeja coming on, and I'm going to call it a sweep shot, because in some ways he was sweeping. Good little period for Pakistan this, though. They haven't lost a wicket. There hasn't been many chances. They've been caught behind ball, and then obviously Rizwan's been hit in both hands at the moment. He's 18 off 24. Caught and bowled odds here?
Yeah, again, if you can find them, you'll be getting about 25s, I think. What I always wanted to do is a thing, like a deep dive or a essay or a podcast or something, of odds in sports films. They're really funny. If ever you get them, that like the odds of Kingpin when Roy Munson is there with one hand and against
Jadeja.
God, what's Bill Murray's character called in Kingpin? Somebody
I can't remember. I know the film and I've seen
McCracken. Ernie McCracken, I think it is. It must be related to Merrill McCracken, whatever her name was.
This ball's on the pads, and they're going to get another single. So they've got 2 singles off the first 3 balls of Jadeja, as that's pushed out to the long one. Oz says, do cricketers actually watch cricket matches in their free time? Because the way Pakistan bowled in the first half of their innings, it was like they didn't know it was a bowler-friendly wicket. Yeah, I think that's very fair, Oz, on that. Look, they should be. I think... I'll tell you a story here. This is defended on the leg side. This is good over Pakistan. 3 singles off 4 balls. I'll tell you a story about that, Oz. When I was working for St. Lucia, I was doing a lot of work on analysis and watching things. And then I was also, I would have 1 hour off a day. And for that 1 hour, I would watch Last Chance University.
Explain what that is, please.
Yeah, I will. This ball this goes out on the leg side, and they look for a leg by. There's nothing there. Last Chance U is a Netflix show on kids at junior college, so not even the main college, playing. It was football, now it's about basketball. And these kids would be like 19-year-old high school dropouts who didn't make it to college because their grades weren't good enough, but they're great at sport, having a second chance and playing at junior college. And they're watching hours and hours of footage, and I can't get a single cricketer to sit down and watch some clips. So there is an issue with that Oz sometimes. I'm not going to lie. It depends on the team and it depends on the players. Teams now quite often do something where they actually get the players to sit down and watch stuff as a team, because if you have 7 or 8 people in a room, they will come up with things. I came up with a plan that a different senior player, a different assistant coach, and generally the captain or the vice captain would all rotate so that everyone didn't have to watch the games. And even then, that was like, we're going to have to sit down for like 30 minutes of ball-by-ball highlights.
No way.
Not at Solution. That was later on. It was a team I was actually doing consulting for, and I said, "This is what you have to do." And they were like, "I don't know if the guys are going to go for watching half an hour of cricket."
I'd imagine Steve Smith and Marnus would be the outliers. And
There's heaps of players. I can't remember who it was. Someone else was telling me that there was some players who just on their phone when they wake up in the morning would just flick through the bowlers. The batters. Another one off the gloves. This could be a run out. And it could be...
Oh, my word.
That also could be obstructing the field. They're not going to appeal for this, India. I don't think it should have been. I think Usman and Hardik got confused. That ball, again, leapt up off the surface, and Rizwan just ended up pushing it down the crease. Usman decided there was a run. There was no run, and then he got on the wrong side of Hardik, who did well to get in the way. And if Hardik hit the stumps there, Usman would have been run out by metres.
Yeah, Hardik had... longer than he thought.
He did, didn't he? He flicked underarm when he could have not underarm, but that sidearm style.
He should have lined it up and thrown it at the bottom of middle
stump. He had all 3 stumps to aim at as well.
Yeah, it's a poor effort from Hardik.
This one is, again, doesn't bounce the way that Rizwan thinks.
I reckon this pitch has got even worse now. You know, at the end of the last but one game here, the India-Ireland one, when it started being really naughty at the end and spitting up and then staying low. I think we're getting to that. So India will create chances now, as they just did in the last ball. They must take them. Like they've had 3 chances where they should have taken wickets and they haven't done it. Pakistan did exactly the same thing. India are definitely not out of this game yet, even though they only need 77 in 70. That's quite a lot on here. That's not easy.
More than a run of ball on this pitch is something, especially from here on in. They do have wickets in hand. Although he comes down the wicket here, Usman, he slaps this away out to deep cover. That is a beautiful shot.
That's massive.
And that's gone for 4, and that should change the odds quite a bit for me.
It's massive.
Really, really good shot there. 47 for 1. But he did have to take a big risk. He's getting close to your overs, Usman. He's on 9 off 11 now, and that's the best shot we've seen him play by a distance here. Comes down the wicket, stays the leg side of it. Just having a look at the replay. He's probably trying to get that a little bit straighter in the end, but he picked the gap even better by the way he hit it. What's he going to do here? Flicks this off his pads, and they should be a couple out to deep backward square as Akshar comes around. But Akshar's left-handed, and that ball went to his right hand, and so they easily come back. Again, Hardik's gone for runs.
I actually am starting to feel for Hardik a bit, because he is going to get absolutely panned after this, and everyone has already been on his case in India after Mumbai's shambles, and he took most of the blame for that. And now he's going to get the blame for this, even though India have been quite bad in general today. Hardik has been awful with bat and ball. Like he's not getting much out of this pitch. I don't think he should bowl again now. If India have got any chance of winning, they're going to have to leave him out.
But then you need to bowl more spin.
I would rather bowl spin than this rubbish, because everyone else has been able to join up the dots. Everybody else that's bowled on this pitch.
I think India's got 2 big issues from here, because how many overs has Harshdeep bowled? 1?
Harshdeep's bowled 1, yeah. So they're going to have to get 5 overs out of non-good bowlers from what we've seen so far today. However, when you're defending 120, normally you have to bowl them out, or you have to do it. So they're going to have to start front-loading. Maybe it's Bumrah now. That would be a big card to play, because they're still in the game here. It's
a good slow ball from Hardik. He throws his hands up, but it's just too easy, and they turn it for another single.
That's dumb cricket, because that ball was set up to go for 1, and that's fine if it's the first innings on a good pitch and you're trying to restrict them. But you've got to stop them chasing 120 here, and you don't stop a team from chasing 120 by giving them easy singles. Like that's the only thing India can't do.
Would you give Dubey a go at all?
He's tall.
You heard it here on Cricket 8.
But I think he bowls floaty. So I don't think he hits the pitch very hard. So if you compare him to Marcus Stoinis, who's probably maybe slightly shorter than him, but again, they're both over 6 foot would be my guess. Stoinis hits the pitch really hard. And so that's remember when I said with the Canada, I know this is so random, but the Canada had really good bowlers because I had a couple of guys who hit the wicket really hard. That would be my main concern. This is cut dangerously in the air, off the stumps, but there's no run there. That was this one. That is my only worry with Shubham Dubey. If you bring him in, I'm just not sure he bowls the ideal delivery, but they might have to think about that soon. We've seen Dasan Shanaka and Angelo Matthews be successful at a similar pace. They look for 2 as this next one is cut away. I think this is a big problem here as well, Rob. I would also be thinking about bringing up mid-wicket.
I like it.
One or the other.
Stop giving easy ones. If they get 6 singles this over, it's a huge win for the bats.
They're not going to, because that rags and beats the outside of Rizwan's bat, who just pokes at it.
I mean, Rizwan is 23 off 33, and he's been trying to get on with it his whole innings. Like, this is so hard to bat. But India are going to have to take their chances. They're going to have to play smart.
Beat the bat by about 2 inches with that last one. And this one spins again. Now Jadeja's back on it. The ball just started. I think what Jadeja was doing before is he was sliding it through, trying to get stop the singles. Sorry, trying to get them to keep the stumps in play. And suddenly he's just ragging the ball. And again, another one.
Well bowled. India are back in this after those few balls. I quite like the 6 on India. I think that's a decent bet. And I'm going to back it.
Jadeja. Again, this comes down the wicket. That could have been stumped. That could have been Luke's one, but instead, he's hit it for 4. The minute Rob Barron put his money on.
Offside. Immediately by a whole point. Not to worry.
That was a very risky shot there from Usman, though. It was Rizwan, sorry. Rizwan. But he got it away. It was good contact. And is that the timeout? Is that the power? Yep. We're going to have something. We're going to have a timeout. We're going to have a power play. No. We're going to have a drinks break. We're going to have something here on Cricket 8, and we'll be back in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. You have a bet here at 21s for a 2 off the first ball. Rohit Sharma facing up. This is the first ball of India-Pakistan. It's full and it's straight. It's cooked away. There's 1 here. Could there be 2?
Run him up.
Come on.
2 runs.
They've run 2. 20-1 winner. First ball. That is why you come. I've broken the bell. I was that excited. That is why you come to Cricket 8. We give you everything we wanted. I'll be honest there, our data might have just cut out at times, and if you saw panic on mine and Rob's face, it was because we weren't sure where the fielder was. We were pretty sure he was behind square, weren't we, Rob? But we couldn't be 100%.
That's me done for today. 20-1 winner, 1 ball bowled. Oh, cheerio.
Pakistan's got out the 3s, by the way. I might just hop back in on that. Bumrah. So there's a few different things that he does. One thing is that when you release the ball normally, you release the ball from behind the crease, right? And because he's got this weird action where he releases it from forward. So there's a couple of bowlers in the world that do this, but he releases 40 centimeters closer to the batter than anyone else, and that works out to about 3 or 4 miles per hour. So that's the first thing you have. The second thing that you have, Rob, is that most top order batters are what they're really doing is they're actually trying to work out what the bowler is going to do as he runs in. So that's why long run-ups are really, really helpful to batters and short run-ups aren't. So Wasim Akram and Jasprit Bumrah have a huge advantage by having a short run-up. The other thing is that his action isn't like anyone else's. He collapses a little bit. He has this sort of weird whip of his wrist and his elbow and everything else. So the ball doesn't come out exactly the place that you're expecting it to. You're expecting the ball to come out over here, and it actually comes out sometimes here, sometimes even over the top of his head. So where you're looking, where you've been trained to look your whole life, doesn't come out. So everything there is basically what top level batters do as much as possible. But essentially what you have in that sort of a situation is all the normal things that you're looking for. So we know that if you...
Akshar Patel has just hit Usman in front of middle and leg. It was given not out on the field. I think it's sliding down. Rohit Sharma doesn't care. He's going for it. Could be another wicket straight after the break. The market thinks this is out.
I thought that was out. Having said that, there's not been a LBW on this pitch, and I really like LBW. I thought that was pretty close.
I thought it was just sliding down.
You have to review if you're India, though, don't you?
Let's just have a look at this ball. Let's see how much it's spun. It's pitched outside off.
That's out for me.
And that's out. That is going to be out. I think the market was right on that. I was wrong. It's because of his back foot. This is Usman batting, isn't it? His back foot is outside leg stump, and it completely threw me. Look at these feet. He's got. Is it pigeon toes when your feet ain't in?
This could be umpire's call, which could save him, but that looks.
No. He's out here, and the market is coming into 470s.
You're convinced that's out?
450. I can't see how it misses, and I don't think it's bouncing over. Let's have a look. Straightens. It hits him in front of middle stump, and that is out.
There's your LBW.
And there's your LBW. Sorry, wrong one. And that was the next wicket we went on for that one?
Yep.
Well done. Well done to Rob there. I know we say a lot of nice things about Rob, but we haven't seen any LBWs, and he still believes in LBW. And what did we get on that? 11s?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we've given you a 20 to 1, a 25 to 1, and 11 to 1 today. Also, we just said...
What more do you want?
Yeah.
And Kritika Naidu's here.
Wow. No, nothing's perfect, is it? Now, that is the second time today we've seen a wicket just after the drinks break. And the first time we saw that, a collapse happened.
Exactly, and we saw that in the first innings. It was that mid-innings break that turned it around for Pakistan. India has struck first ball after the break.
Exactly. I'm massively overexposed on India.
So I'm also on India. I'm just on them again.
Now?
Yeah. What can
So I went on them at 7.4.
So I backed them at 6 just before the boundary.
Yeah, and they're at 4.5 at the moment.
Yeah, I think slight bet. So what I'm now slightly concerned about is Rizwan doing my no 50 bet in. That would be very annoying. I think his line of 42.5 probably should have gone up 1 or 2 because Rizwan's run expectancy should go up after that wicket because he has to steer this home now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the bookies are giving Rizwan another 15. Now normally I'd say that's fine because it's a hard pitch and Rizwan hasn't looked very good.
Actually, in straight away and Fakar just sweeps that. And they're going to get a single.
So I'm closing a bit of my position of the no 50. So I've now got myself a massive middle of 43 to 49 to be nice for Riz. He could be there, not out at the end.
Interesting wicket that as well, because we said they probably didn't want to bowl another spinner at that point, but the way that Hardik's been bowling, and they may not feel comfortable with Arshdeep, but they won't be comfortable with the two of those bowling 8 overs. So they and they've thrown the ball straight away to Akshar, and he hasn't spun it at all, and it's just slipped straight through. And first ball after the break, sometimes that gets you a wicket. That shouldn't have been a run. Who is that? Shivam Dubey should have seen the angle of which Rizwan was trying to hit that and stop that. Unfortunately, they've got a single. So it's been wicket, single, single. Fakhar Zaman, big sweep, first ball. A lusty sweep.
What were the odds for first ball wicket?
He's come down the wicket, fucker. He's hit this high.
6.
It should be 6, and it is.
Boo.
Well, that's changed things again just when we were doing really well on our on India's odds.
This is what
that's
this
good
is
batting.
what you need from Fakhar.
Yeah.
It was really, really good, that.
Really good batting.
Even if he gets out now, he's done his job. Like he's that's so big doing what he's just done.
Oh, you could probably retire out 7 off 2.
Intent is a huge deal, particularly on pitches like this. And
this one's quicker and shorter, and he's changed Akshar's bowling, but the next ball is just mistimed out to cover. That was good footwork as well. It's not easy to use your feet to Akshar Patel, and he did that beautifully. This ball's at the stumps and worked away for another single. So good comeback in that over. I don't think the odds should have gone back to 7s though, but
yeah, you come back. So you can lay 116 here, Pakistan. You've also got the other thing that the market isn't factoring in. It's Pakistan. Like, they're crazy. They do loads of really dumb stuff. So yeah, I'm quite happy to lay a bit more at 1.16. We've had a good day with all the unders stuff. So I'm quite happy to have a speculative go on
As long as Rizwan doesn't get a 50.
Yeah, I've covered that a bit with my overs, but yeah, I don't really mind. Today's gone very well. I can only do something very silly to turn today into a bad day.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Where should we go?
What should we bet on? Where are we going after the show? What's happening?
So we're at that was the 11th over, so the 12 over line.
Going to be Bumrah soon, right?
Yes, this is a bad ball from Arshdeep Singh.
Rubbish.
This is what I think India were afraid of, and he's got it too straight, and that has slipped down the leg side, and another boundary.
So this is bad cricket from India. Jadeja was doing fine. Axar was doing fine. One of those could have bowled this over. Probably scared of Vakar. The person you don't turn to there is either Arshdeep or Hardik, because this is the bit of the game where a bad over kills you. So they're going to have to go Bumrah, aren't they, next, I would say. So I quite like wicket next over. If you can
I kind of like wicket this over, by the way.
Because they're going to go after him.
Yeah, and this next ball is a leading edge. It goes along the ground to cover, but Fakhar Zaman was not trying to hit it to cover, I can promise you that.
Yeah, you'd expect it to be Bumrah. They kind of have to, don't they?
The next over after this has to be Bumrah. I don't think there's any other choice at this stage. They need 50 off 52. They need another wicket here. And if Fakhar has been sent out to whack it, which most of his shots so far have been whackables, you know, that's kind of what we're seeing. Outside off stump, push in the air, that could have been caught. And instead, he's just hit it in front of point. Akshar Patel was at backward point. He had one hand on the bat there, Fakhar Zaman. He was not in control of that at all. But sort of safely goes away.
Rob, have partnerships been a thing this World Cup?
They've been a thing, and they've become more important than usual in T20. Yep. Australia showed yesterday on a much better pitch that they're less of a thing when it's a good pitch, because everybody chipped in and got runs yesterday. No one got 40, and they scored loads, 200 odd.
Yeah.
Almost exactly 200. And that was when the partnerships didn't matter as much. You just needed to keep the run rate up. Whereas this chase, partnership, they've done it. If these two stay in, they've done it. They're two down here. They've still shown that it's very difficult to go at more than a run a ball. They're going at exactly a run a ball right now. But with wickets in hand, you just need the odd lucky boundary or a bad ball from Arshdeep and you're home. But yeah, partnership's crucial in low targets and less so when you're trying to gun it.
I meant, like, are people interested in, putting money on partnerships per se?
So the bookies have made their odds, made their lines lower for these.
Oh! How has he not dragged that back onto his stumps?
Because any ball can get you. As,
like that one.
As that one showed. So them lower than usual. If ever you see, so we said earlier, the partnership bet that we had unders was the first one for India, 24.5, because that's saying this is a relatively normal pitch. Normally that wicket line would be 27.5, and knocking 3 off of this pitch isn't enough, because the first wicket, it's really, really hard because the ball is doing all sorts at the start on this pitch. And we've still got another game here, haven't we? In New York, at least one.
Oh, a couple more, I think, yeah.
There are 3 more games.
Arshdeep is in at short, and that ball didn't get up all that high. It was well played by Rizwan, actually, because it did keep a little bit low, and he's ended up getting that out to deep backward square, and they've got 1.
It's a bit rope-a-dopey, this innings from Rizwan, because he looks like he's falling over all the time, and he looks like he's getting injured all the time, but he's actually doing pretty well.
Yeah.
He's an actor.
Yeah, he really is, yeah.
As I believe it is pronounced.
Pakistan have another game. They play Canada here. South Africa play Bangladesh, and the USA play India.
That'd be fun.
That becomes a more important game if Pakistan get up, doesn't it? Pakistan certainly favourites at the moment. You can get India at 9.6 if you're interested. Which
I'm interested.
Yeah.
In the other game,
I just got them at 9.4 by the way.
In the other game, Oman scored 150 against Scotland.
Oh, I forgot that game was on. Full straight turned for 1.
Wow.
Atavale, the wicketkeeper, he got 50 at the top of the order, and Ayan Khan, who did something really funny in the other game, dropping a very simple catch that cost them the game.
I just say that that's
40.
Antigua, and we were expecting a lot of runs in Antigua.
Yeah, 150 is quite a lot for Oman. So they were about, 3.4 or something for that game? And they're now 2.6, that feels okay. They're now 3, so Scotland must have scored a boundary.
They've gone back to Hardik.
Wrong decision.
They have
Absolutely
gone back to
wrong
Hardik.
decision.
I didn't even notice that. Well noticed.
Wrong decision.
Comes down the wicket, he's hit this straight up in the air. This should be caught if he doesn't trip over the helmet. He does trip over the helmet, and he takes the catch.
Good catch. Good catch.
Well, Fakhar Zaman at the moment is the more important wicket, even though Rizwan maybe throughout the game might be, just because Fakhar Zaman was scoring so quickly.
Yeah, good call.
Did we say wicket in this over? We did say wicket in
We
this
did.
over.
I mean, today, when they do the supercut of us providing winners today, it's been absolutely massive. If
Yep.
you followed us in today.
So what was the odds on wicket in this over?
3.
Take that.
To be honest, I bet it because I thought it was going to be Bumrah bowling. But again, better to be lucky than good.
Which is what we often say about Rob. So they've come back into 6s here again. So if you have been basically doing what I've been doing, which is every couple of minutes just putting more money on the ridiculous odds being given for India, you're in a slightly better situation now. 6.4 they are. Actually, lower than that, you can get 6.2. Kritika, how do you feel emotionally? And Hardik Pandya, he still gets wickets.
Yeah, I mean it's they needed a wicket if they really had to come back into the game. You saw that win predictor; it said 98% for Pakistan, but India need a couple of wickets to put that pressure back, and you know what pressure can do. Of course, also is the second half of the innings. Things happen. We've seen that in the first innings.
Things happen. That's why you come to Cricket Day. I think Scotland are off to a flyer, are they not, Rob?
Yeah, they're gunning it.
14. Oh, actually, 14 after the first 2 overs. But Michael Jones has hit a couple of boundaries.
I just saw
2
the odds.
sixes.
Yeah, the odds drifted hugely. So they were struggling. They were 2 off 9 balls. And
I tell you why they were as well. And this is another good betting one for everyone out there. Is this ball's pushed on the leg side, and there's no runs. Bilal Khan, who I think if he played for anyone else in the world would be a franchise player. His first over went for 1.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic player that I've bet on a couple of times in this World Cup. Just having a look at Rishabh Pant tripping over the helmet. I'm not sure he did trip over the helmet, by the way. I think he tripped over the thought of the helmet in the end. But Bilal Khan is a brilliant bowler, and certainly early on, it's worth looking at wickets with Bilal Khan and also unders.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Have you got him in your
good
notes?
call. Yeah, he's clearly very good. Like, he's standout for them, isn't he, Bilal?
And quite often, other associate teams will knock him around because they know how good he is. He's almost more dangerous against when it comes to wickets against the full strength team because they're not going to take him that seriously. Because the associate teams almost block him out like Pete Boothby. 5.5 India are back into now. Hardik's got 3 more balls in this over. This is his 3rd over and another dot.
So
As
this
Imad
is
Wasim, they've sent in instead of Shadab Khan.
Field should come up. I agree with Imad coming in to knock it around, but this is where the field should come up to heap the pressure on and join these dots up. Because Hardik's done absolutely nothing this game, but he could bring them back into it here. Because it's so hard to get set on this pitch. So Rizwan is absolutely the key to this game. No one else has come in and done anything like that. Fakhar innings has done a lot for Pakistan. 13 off 8 balls is really good for Pakistan at this point. If 3 of them come in and get 13 off 8, the game's over. So what they need to do is get Imad in a hole and get him out for 3 off 10 and find a way of getting Rizwan out, and they're right back.
Is this the first time India have been under 5s in a long time?
Since the
First 3 balls?
Since the wicket of...
Play and miss outside off stump. That was not good by Imad Wasim.
Yeah.
He looked like he had Shivam Dubé's feet then made of concrete.
You can join dots up against new bats on this deck, can't you? You really can. And they've still got 2 Bumrahs here. I don't think they've shuffled their pack very well here, India, Kritika. But they just about get still in the game.
Would you just bring Bumrah in next over?
Yeah.
Get it done.
Try and get Rizwan out.
I think they should aim for 5 wickets in the next over.
Good tactics again.
It's silly teams don't think about these things.
Yeah. But the best chance of getting one wicket in the next over is by Bumrah bowling it. I know that exposes them later, but they're under it. You go to your best.
Round the wicket. He forces this away. Does Imad, but straight to backward point. There's no run. So 4 dots there have changed things a lot. I don't understand why Hardik came around the wicket, Kritika, after beating him over the wicket and not looking like he could hit for a run. But this feels like analysis for another day at the moment. So they're into 4:30 India at the moment. 83% on our fan poll said that Fucker would be the next man out. He was.
Interesting.
Now I can't pronounce this. It's just come up on the screen. But you know the one from Pakistan. It's Qadrat.
Kudrat ka nizam.
That's it. So could you explain that, or do you want me to explain that?
Go for it.
So essentially, this is Saqlain Mushtaq, who says the more chaos that Pakistan have in any World Cup, Rob, the more likely they are to win it. And he's given it, say it again?
Kudrat ka nizam.
Kudrat ka nizam. And he said that's the phrase that they now use. When Pakistan has chaos, they're like, well, we have to win now because Kudrat ka nizam.
Okay, so they did.
So the rain against England in the '92 World Cup would be the first case of Kudrat ka nizam.
So when Pakistan won the Champions Trophy.
Oh my! That first game against India. Don't get me started on this. This is a little stolen run there. Arshdeep's back on. This could be the most important. Rohit is furious that they've stolen that run. By the way, this could be very, very important. The next 5 balls, because we expected Bumrah to come on, and they're like, no, we've got Imad Wasim in. We've got a left-hander facing Arshdeep. Arshdeep is untucked. I repeat, Arshdeep is untucked.
Would you say he was hatless or not?
He is hatless. No, well,
it's a difficult question, isn't it?
For a Sikh, that is tricky. Does that count as a hat from a Simpsons reference? I don't think it does.
So I don't think it does either. You win a prize.
Because it would be the same as a yarmulke. Yarmulke doesn't count as a hat, does it? As this is edged, and it's going to be 4. He flashes at this Imad. He had no idea what he was doing, but he has picked up 4 runs as it's gone to 3rd.
Where's your slip?
That is a big. They built so much pressure back up, and they've just let it go off. Good bowling though. If Arshdeep's going to go for runs, at least he's creating chances there. His head is in his hands. Usually it's just on his shoulders. It was also on his shoulders and in his hands. He comes down the wicket here. Imad. Oh, I thought he got an edge on this. They've gone for the stumping as well. He wants a wide. I can't imagine that was a wide. The odds are going drastically here. We got it down to 4s and went up to 6.5 a moment ago. It's down to 5.1 again. The market has no idea what's happening, Rob.
Yeah, they need more than a run a ball is the thing that's still in my head. So while that is an equation, the run rate is above 6. I think it's hard. Remember, there's 2 Bumrahs. And Bumrah can bowl a maiden here, even at Rizwan. That's how good he is. And this is the kind of pitch where if you try and take any liberties against Bumrah, you're going to lose your wicket. You can't bowl leg side
That's a bad ball. Down the leg side. It's turned for 1.
If they manage to escape from this over by only going for another run or 2, it's just about okay. They shouldn't have bowled Arshdeep, but Arshdeep will have bowled 3 in 2 balls' time. And for as long as the run rate is above 6 and Bumrah has overs up his sleeve, India is still in this game. Because you cannot trust anybody else to get this home than Rizwan out of this batting lineup. Iftikhar needing 9 off the last over would be really fun.
Ifti mania. Arshdeep comes in again. It's a slow ball. It's on the stumps. Oh,
can't give him ones, lads.
That's Rohit at short cover. If that's an athlete at short cover, at least there was a chance of stopping that. But unfortunately, they've got to put him somewhere. And
well, if they'd have put him a slip this over.
40 of 37. Now, if I'm Imad Wasim here, I'm thinking to myself, is it worth coming down and having another Yahoo?
Yeah, I don't mind the Yahoo here. They've got 7 wickets in hand.
I think this is a very Yahoo situation. So, boundary or wicket off this next ball is really what I'm saying is likely. They need 40 off 37. It's gone. Arshdeep. Slow ball. Oh, he's gone for the Yahoo. And he's almost Yahooed it back onto his stumps.
It's a very good couple of balls for India, that.
And that brings the odds back in again. But they're just not keeping the pressure on for long enough at the moment.
Yeah.
They've done extremely well
to keep it.
To still have 2 Bumrahs.
Yep.
And they're still in the game.
I like that.
I think it's lucky that they've done it. I think they've, like I said, I think they've got it's a really hard one here, the bowling order.
They have to bowl a spinner again soon.
They only need to bowl
one more
spinner,
over.
yeah.
So, you've got Imad Wasim on, and you've got Rizwan on. Is it worth just going, great, let's do it now before one of the Shadab or Ifti comes in?
I don't mind. I would have bowled Jadeja again rather than taking him off, but if I'm left with this scorecard, I'd probably go Jadeja now. Kritika, who do you go?
Jadeja, yeah.
Yeah, it would be Jadeja of the 2. Arshdeep only has 1 more, and Hardik only has 1 more. Hardik bowls the 20th over for me. I just park him at the 20th and I don't worry about him to the end.
Yeah, good shout.
Right? Arshdeep, I don't know when they get that. So they can risk, if they want, Siraj before Bumrah. It is Bumrah. It is Jasprit Bumrah. Lock up your grandma. This is going to be a wild ride. 40 off 36 balls. Jasprit Bumrah is bowling. It's Rizwan who's bowling! He's gone straight through him! What a ball that was. I'm going to have to look at that 4 million more times in my life. Because that looked like it came back an absolute mile.
He's the best.
Was that the off cutter? Was that the off spinner? Because that has darted in. That was violent. That ball chose violence. 80 for 4. Please show me the replay again or I will headbutt every director in the world. Here we go. I want to see this hand. It's all about the hand. It was just seam up.
Oh my.
It didn't even move as much as I thought it was. It was just too fast and he got down on one knee to try and slog that. Rob Barron, that is not a ball you get down on one knee and try and slog.
It's not a bowler you try and slog either. And when you are the key for your team winning a World Cup match against India and you're the only guy that's managed to get himself set from your team, that is the last thing you do is slog Bumrah. Yes, it's a good ball, but if he doesn't slog it, it's either 0 or 1, which is a perfectly acceptable result against Bumrah. The only thing that Rizwan couldn't do there is slog and get out. And that's what he's done. And all of a sudden, it's 1.6 and we can close for a lovely profit or we can hold on and hope that Bumrah does another one.
I'm in the double greens for the first time since Kohli got out.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been offside for a long time and now I can close for a decent profit if I want to. So I'm closing some, but I'm also holding in for the rest of this over because I've got the best bowler.
I'm definitely not going out with Bumrah bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a chance of an edge for 4.
Yeah.
But also like Bumrah's matchup against, Shadab Khan has come out. It was either going to be him or Ifti at this point. Who bats at number 7? Number 8.
Shaheen.
That's not a long, strong tail. Well, it is a long tail. It's not a good tail.
I love Shaheen's batting, but it's not a pitch for him, is it?
Oman got a wicket, by the way. Michael Jones is out. So George Munsey's been joined by Brandon McMullen,
who is the computer game regen, isn't he, of Brendan McCullum? Yeah,
it's really important. Some of you will get this and some of you won't. But in the old days when me and Rob used to play cricket computer games, they would never buy the rights to any of the players, so you always had fake names. And so when we see a cricketer that looks like they have a fake name, we all get really excited as old men from the 90s. There was a Zimbabwean bowler called Brian Vittori, spelt V-I-T, and like I actually cried when I first saw him. Anyway, Jasprit Bumrah, he's in. There's a slip in place. It's edged to slip along the ground. Sorry, everyone, but it was edged. It did go to slip. Shadab Khan played that posthumously, I believe, was the famous TMS quote.
This could be another 3 dots, and
India could be favoured at the end of this over.
If there's another wicket, India favourites, but this could be evens after 3 dots here. It really could be that close. We've been trying to tell you all day. If you want to close now at 4 to 6, 1.66, fair enough. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
It's why me and Rob kept chipping in from time to time, because we just felt this all happening. We felt the rumblings of it. We've been watching this wicket so much. They need 40 off 33. Pakistan is still marginally in front of this game. But Bumrah's still bowling, and he's bowled a straight one. They're going to steal a run. That could be a run out. It's bad fielding from mid-on. Now, who's at mid-on, Kritika? That is Sky. That is poor from someone like Sky. He wasn't onto that quick enough. Yeah, but having said that, that's a very good run if you're an Indian fan, because they're... he just didn't pick it up.
He didn't pick it up or throw it or get there quick enough.
I see the issue now. It's very hard to get a run out if you don't pick the ball up.
Or throw
It's
it.
a big part of it. It's a big part of it. Also, what's the odds on run out?
Yeah, let's have a look. 12 to 1. You can make a case for that. This run rate is getting pretty high now.
Pretty high. 39 from 32. We're just having a delay
Close to
because...
7.5
Oh,
now.
here's a nice one. He's somehow managed, Shadab Khan, to ruin his bat grip. In how many balls does he face? 3 balls from that dive.
Yeah, mad.
So money's just come in for Pakistan, I know.
Yeah, it's the whole Bumrah's bowled more balls thing, so you're more likely to win. That's what that is. But Bumrah still has an over left, the great man.
This is flicked to backward point. This could be 4. No, it's slowed down.
It's 2.
One thing I would say is it looks like the outfield is slowed again.
Yeah, I can make the case as that has crashed the market of laying more Pakistan at 1.45. Because that's moved a hell of a lot for 2. It's only 2. It wasn't 6. They need 37 from 31. It's odds on this ball will be a dot. And Bumrah's got 6 more balls.
Oz says, I made up so many hundreds with Tenadar in Cricket 07. I liked all the different versions of the War Brothers that we used to get in the 90s as well. This is outside off stump and it is pushed gently to mid-off. I don't think Bumrah is as important now as he was earlier. And the reason is Rizwan's not there.
Well, he's... Just how good is he?
He's
We talk about him a lot,
really
but it's like... What you have to do is set Rizwan out, who's been in the whole innings and looking fine. Only person that's been able to do anything on this pitch. What can you do, Josh? Just give me the ball, I'll show you. Out.
I'm just going to bowl fast and straight at the stumps, and he's going to play an audacious slug sweep off me.
But part
that
of
is
that is Bumrah's bowling.
That was terrible a shot.
Yeah, but part of the reason why he played it is because Bumrah's bowling.
Yeah.
He doesn't play that if Hardik bowls that ball. He probably hits it for 4. He's a genius, Bumrah. We're lucky to have him.
He's very good at the cricket.
I remember when he first turned up, and I thought his name was really funny when he first played in the IPL because
there's a bum in it.
No, it wasn't the bum that made it funny for me, although
the bum makes it fun.
That is funny, but there was a famous baddie in Thundercats called Bumrah. He was the baddie.
I don't remember that at all. I do remember Thundercats. Akshar Patel is on, and this is straight and push to cover. There should be a run out. Oh, what is the odds on run out again?
12 to 1.
I like it. These two are running like they have never seen each other before. They don't speak the same language, and they don't like each other.
Other than that,
Akshar Patel. This is probably the last over a spin. We'll see. It's a good ball. It's pushed in the air, but past short cover, and there is no run there. Addy says, and I do like this. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I haven't focused on it yet. That Pant has been trying for stumpings all the way through the game off the seamers. So a couple of the Pakistani batters are what I would call Johnny Bairstows, in that they just take a little while to get back into the crease and they're a little bit absent-minded. And Pant has been all over it. And it's one of the reasons I like him as a cricketer. He's shifty.
Yeah,
Akshar comes in. It's short. It's wide. It should have been cut away, and it's almost got an edge through to the keeper. That was a bad ball.
Can I show a camera what Bumrah looks like? I think that's quite important at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this is the Bumrah time.
Yeah,
we all say that.
Here you go.
Oh my God! Apparently you can't.
No, I can't. Don't know how to work computers, I'm afraid.
Akshar Patel in again. Short and wide. It should have been cut away again. A little bit better that ball, to be fair.
Sorry. Here's Bumrah, everyone. Looks just like Bumrah. Similar bowling action.
Reminds me of Bubba Hotep. We might not have time for me to explain Bubba Hotep here. It's outside off stump. He tries to cut this. It was the wrong ball. And he's almost edged 3 in a row. And those 3 dot balls...
New favourites.
India are now the favourite. India are the favourite.
So close from me, Clive. What a good day this has been.
Just 3 overs and it's all turned around.
3 dot balls as well.
Yeah.
It's changed things massively here. But you're right. A couple of overs. Akshar comes in to get it short. It's wide. It's cut in the air. It's just going to be 1. That's a risky shot for 1. I like risky shots for 1. Especially when I'm on the team that is a new favourite.
I'm quite happy to close a fair bit of my position there and not have any red left. I'm happy enough with that. So yeah, I'm backing Pakistan at 204, having laid them at all prices all day, and I am pleased about that. They still have Bumrah. They still need more than a run of ball. but they have wickets in hand here.
Yeah.
Jarrod's quiet, which means...
I'm trying to make a decision because
betting.
I have good greens.
You don't need to make a decision then.
I mean, I could have good greens.
Okay.
I still have a great position on India because I took them several times at 8-1, 9-1, 10-1. Whatever they got to, I just kept putting a couple of quid on each time because I was so confident they were going to come back.
Yeah.
And because I'd already, my big investment was the big bet. That was already gone because I got that at threes, although now it looks quite good.
Yeah.
So now I'm trying to work out if I should just close it safely and take a nice profit, or whether I should roll it for a great day.
Go halfway.
Oh, I don't like that.
See, you
know me well enough.
See, your character, and we don't have a 4-hour break, so we can't dissect it right.
Imagine going into my character.
But your
What's wrong with
character means you just stay in, Jarrod, and you know, just make sure you can't lose because we've got it right. They're now it's 50-50 game, and we've been laying the.
He's hit this off the bottom of his bat down along on. There was again a lot of risk for a single there.
I'll tell you what is in the game. I hate to say is
Thai.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the Thai market, which is what's confusing me more. I'm never going to bet in the Thai market again.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of those where
I should have just put a couple of pounds on the Thai and then gone back to the normal market.
If you do it every time, yes, you should do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is what I usually do, but today I didn't, and I'm regretting every moment of it.
Yes, it is something that can confuse people, but Thai is one you either do it every time, and it'll probably cost you a fair amount of money in the long run, or when you've got a really good position on that one time, if you're a relatively small staker. The big guys don't.
Hardik, he backs away.
If you're a small staker,
Single.
Then there's nothing wrong with.
They could get
covering
two
the
here. Good running. Yeah, small staker. Yeah.
Although your stakes have been ballooning from what I can see, Jarrod, in the last couple of weeks.
I mean, I don't know if that's correct or not.
Rob, can you have, a bet on a number of twos in an innings?
No, only 4s and 6s are the things you can bet on.
Right.
Today we told everyone to bet under 11.5, which is
For
basically
fours?
already won, for 6s.
For 6s.
And no 50 is done.
Yep.
It's past the post, so that was 7-2. So well done if you back that.
So Hardik's gone for a single and a 2. This is a really important over. This is the last chance they have this could be up in the air. It's out. It's going to be out. It's going to be out. Oh. It is out. Shadab Khan has gone for the hook shot. Hardik is suddenly pretending he's the greatest bowler of all time, and he's given it the shoulder shrug. But realistically, it was a short ball. It was worth Shadab Khan having a go at, but it's hard to pull and hook on this wicket. And he got the edge, and great effort from Rishabh Pant because he had to pick that up quickly and get to short fine leg, if we're being honest, and take the catch. But I think Pakistan had to have a go here because India took the risk on Hardik, but as we said before, Kritika, he gets
wickets. And that's what Rob, he probably heard you just as Harris Rob heard Jarrod. After the first couple of overs, we thought, bowling Hardik was just a bad idea, but he's come back pretty well since.
Yeah, he was almost playing for Pakistan the first half and a bit of this game.
I actually think the way he bowls, the way that the wicket gets, the old ball reacts different to this wicket. I think that's something that me and Rob have seen a lot in this game is proved it even more.
Yeah.
And I think it has actually helped the way he bowls because he does whack it in.
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about Shivam Dubey? That was my worry about Shivam Dubey. If you're going to bowl Shivam Dubey, I think you bowl him early.
Yeah.
If you're going to bowl Hardik, it seems like it's late. I still would have kept him for the 20th just because I thought they might have been so far ahead by the 20th it wouldn't have mattered. But doesn't matter now. Anyway, we're in. 1.58. It's just a question of where I take my triple greens.
Up to you, my friend, up to you. Who am I to advise somebody like you who's
I don't know if emotionally I can bet against Ifty. I love Ifty so much. Oh, and if he stays in for 8 balls, he's going to hit a 6, isn't he?
Yeah,
Ifty and a 6 is a good bet, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
And they need to. I mean, the required run rate is over 9 now.
Well, the worst thing is that because they've got a wicket on the 3rd ball, they've got 3 balls of Hardik that they want to smash.
Yeah.
And now can they smash it? 88 for 5. Crazy 88. It is outside of stump, and if he crunches it, that's just out to deep point. It's going to take 1. We've got Imad Wasim at the other end. He is the responsible member of this, and Ifty is the guy who at 11 a.m. goes, it's time. 11 p.m. goes, it's time for shots. And Ifti's the guy's going, and Imad's the guy going, do you know what? We really all should be, we've got an early day tomorrow. Let's get our rest.
Yeah, Ifti does play exactly like that. It's also how Brooke handles himself when you go out drinking with Brooke, who just suddenly decides that shots are a good idea. Ask Stuart Meeker about that one.
Jarrod,
I haven't seen Meek since then.
No, he's not been seen since that night.
you have a question from Siddharth.
I will
Bumrah,
get this.
Siraj, Arshdeep next.
Well, you've read the question. You can read them too. Short. He tries to cut this away from outside leg stump.
How do they chase this?
Badly.
How do they chase this now?
They need 31 from 19. One ball to come. Bumrah, Siraj, Arshdeep in that order. Oh, I like that. I would go Siraj next.
Yeah, you don't have to go Bumrah now, so
No.
you don't. They've got the luxury of
Yeah.
saving Bumrah now, so yeah, I
They now
definitely
need
don't
10
mind.
runs and over. Now, we did see Ireland hit quite well at the end, but Ireland, as far as I'm aware, were not going up against Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, he's
Canada
almost,
have terrible death bowling.
He's almost impossible to hit Bumrah, and if you slog anyone on this pitch, you probably get out, and if you slog Bumrah, you definitely get out. One thing I will say is at the end, let's say Bumrah bowls the 20th, the market will be all over Bumrah, so I might end up being on the chase. I might actually have to bet against Bumrah because I think if there's one person the market does know about, everyone will be falling over themselves to back India if Bumrah's bowling and defending a number. So at that point, I might be switching, but for now, we're still very much cheering on India.
A lot of delays here. They've changed the field entirely.
It's a huge ball.
I think they're going to have mid-off and mid-on. No. Okay. They've made another change. I think they've got someone out at deep point. They think that Imad Wasim is going to try and flick this over third. I think if you're going to bowl the short ball, bowl it at his body. This could be a wide, actually. No, he's gone, and he's big swing here, and he's got nothing on it, and it's gone down to long on. Although there's shenanigans. I can't. There was bants. There was shenanigans. All those things. Hashtag fun times. India is 1.38. Pakistan is 355. We could have a really. You're out. You're not letting it roll as much as me.
I got out quite a lot, and I'm now obviously regretting that a bit. But at the time, I was fine. The thing is, when you've been offside for 3 hours, it's difficult when you're like, I could be miles onside now. So I got rid of my red. Today's been really good. There's another Bumrah. It's really hard to see them chasing this. I think if I had to bet right now, maybe I'd bet India. So I'm.
Siraj is the bowler. They need 30 off 18.
But they need more than 10 off this over because Bumrah's got another over to go.
13?
Yeah, like 10 is
13 and then 7 off Bumrah, and then gives you another 10 to win off Arshdeep at the end.
Yeah. So
or do you go Arshdeep next over?
So if this over goes for
5,
8 or less, you can go Arshdeep.
Yep.
This is obviously huge, but I think anything like 10 for naught is about par, and the market will think 10 for naught is amazing this over. Bumrah's still to bowl, and it can't be stressed enough how much better he is than everybody else.
If you want to bet on sixes, I reckon Imad Wasim gets a single here, and Iftikhar is on strike next ball. Imad, 10 off 17. He's really struggled. He was sent out to knock it around, but the game has changed since then. He hits a single, and so now we have
He's
Ifti.
done his job.
This is wicket or out, I reckon, this ball. Wicket or out for the big Ifti mania. The cult figure from Pakistan. The man that for years was derided as someone who couldn't really bat, couldn't really bowl, and refused to field. He's become a great hitter of the ball in the last 2 to 3 years. Batted beautifully in the last World Cup. He is facing Mohammad Siraj, another player that the home fans like to get on the back of. Mohammad Siraj, a man who bowled with a rubber ball for so long, who for the first 4 years of his international career did not understand what LBW meant and would appeal for everything. 29 off 17. He comes in, it's full, straight. It's hit the stumps at the non-strikers end. See what I did there?
It's a
Hey?
Anyway.
Anyway.
Iftikhar is also, he looks 50 years older than he is, which I enjoy about all cricketers. I'm actually only 14 years old, so I'm there as well. But Iftikhar, how can he be in his 30s, that guy?
Okay. India is into 1.27, and I've taken my triple green. because I've got such a... Oh, it's a no ball! Oh, I've done that at a good time.
A hero you are, Jarrod.
Oh, it's a no ball.
Literally optimum trading, that is. Out of the absolute shortest.
I feel like I deserved it because I kept going in on India the further they got behind. It's a free hit! It's a full toss! He smashes it nifty! It's probably going to be 2 there. Oh, and that'd be a 4 on a normal human cricket ground, but on Nassau County, he's going to come back for 2. So that's a win for India. 26 off 16. Please stop showing BCCI executives who I don't care that much for. 94 for 5. We will show cricketers now. Let's show cricketers on the field, or cricketers in the dugout being panicked.
What about one of those executives looks exactly like Rishabh Pant, the guy in the glasses?
It's a length ball. It's cut away by Ifty, but he gets nothing on it. He tried to pick the gap between third and back, a short third and backward point, and we have seen people have been pretty successful with that shot on this wicket later on at times. Rob.
Yeah, it's the stage of the game shot. That is really. It's the we can't afford the dot. I'm going to try and get 2, and then it might be.
And I might get 4.
Yeah. It's that shot. It's the percentage shot, which you don't associate with Pakistan very often.
25 off 15.
Looks like Old Trafford, that temporary stand.
Looks like Old Trafford, says Rob Barron.
You know
Mohammad Siraj, full toss, outside off stump. Struck beautifully by Imad Wasim, but the Welsh Pakistani player only gets 1. 24 off 14. God, we've called this game well.
Yeah. When you review the bets that we gave everyone at the start.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's like just count all your millions of pounds, everybody. You're welcome. Remember, you can send all your monetary and confectionery-based gifts to Cricket 8 Towers at postcode Cricket 8, Cricket 8, Cricket 8.
Short, wide. That had a ridiculous effect off the pitch. That just went up and up. And I'm not going to blame the bowler there because I don't think he bowled it that short, Kritika. I just think that just tennis balled.
Yeah, like it's just following the same pattern that you've seen, right?
I think that was a decent idea from Mohammad Siraj. It's been a good over. How many runs off this over? Either of you off the top of your head?
About 8 already.
6.
Okay, 6 or 8.
Yeah.
That's what we do on Cricket 8.
We guess.
We give you roughly what is happening. Siraj, length, pushed, single. Oh, there's a clatter of bodies.
We're giving easy ones.
Oh wow! You say that they wanted to.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think Mohammad Siraj getting in the way of Imad Wasim there actually probably saved them a run. Pardon everyone. 98
so
for 5.
It's 8 off this over now.
The odds have come slightly back into Pakistan's favour, despite no big hits.
Yeah, if this is 0 or 1, I think it's India's over because it was Siraj that bowled it. And then I don't think they have to go Bumrah next. I don't mind either way. I think I'd probably just go Bumrah and kill the game. But you don't want Arshdeep defending 12.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one. I think if it's 0 or 1, I just about go Arshdeep.
22.
And if it's 2, I go Bumrah.
So this is the last ball of the 13th over. Remember, with 13 balls to go. I'll get it right eventually. Cricket is being played. It's on a screen in front of me. India is playing Pakistan. There are 7 or 8 people watching around the world. £100 million has been traded on Betfair as this is driven back down. Should have been stopped by Siraj, but it was hard. And straight back at him. And Ifty is off strike. So I think that's good for India because they need 21 off the last. Hey?
Was that not Ifty? No. So Wasim's back on strike for this over. Who do you go?
I think I'm right on that, aren't I?
Yeah, no, I think you are. Who's going to bowl this over, Jarrod?
Okay. Because of that last over, it has to be Bumrah now.
You think? 21 off 12, I think you do have to go Bumrah.
Because if he goes for 6 or 7, that last over is still tough.
Yeah.
If you bring on Arshdeep now and he goes for 12 or 13, it is Arshdeep, isn't it? Yeah. If he goes for 12 or 13, even off Bumrah, you might be able to steal some runs.
Yeah.
I think you go Bumrah, yeah. Let's see where they go. We're going to find out momentarily. Odds on, says the World Cup win predictor. Odds on Pakistan. That is very
What? How is Pakistan favourite with the win predictor? Have they watched any of this game? This is madness. Absolute madness. I thought the market was wrong though at the change of innings as well though, Rob, to be fair. It is Jasprit Bumrah.
There are 6 balls of the great man to be bowled here. The first one is absolutely brilliant. There might be a run out at the bowler's end because Imad Wasim is still looking back as if to say, could someone find my thumb? My thumb has been detached from my hand. That was a brute of a ball, back of a length. It rose, it went across, it took a thumb. And it ended up in the slips and they just take the single. But if they'd thrown it at the bowler's end, or if anyone from India had gone to the bowler's end, there was a chance of a run out because Imad Wasim was daydreaming. I don't know if you can daydream when your thumb's been taken off, but beautiful ball. 20 off 11. What is the big man Ifti going to do? Full and straight, I think, to Iftikhar. It isn't. It's a beautiful slow ball, short and wide, and Ifti's like, wait, what now?
That's so good. That's so good.
He almost left that. I know he didn't, but he almost left that.
He almost had to leave it because that was the one ball that he thought couldn't be coming.
That was the bouncer as well, so it was even shorter than we thought. And that really went like a tennis ball as well.
Good.
If he tried to hit that, he would hit it straight up in the air. He can't bowl another bouncer. So if he's got that.
Arshdeep has one less fielder outside the circle for the last over. That should move the prices because India are behind on the timer.
Yep. Pakistan need 20 off 10. Jasprit Bumrah to Ifti. Ifti swings! No, he's beaten outside of stump.
Ifti misses. I think I have to lay India at 1.2 because of the extra fielder is not really...
I'm just wondering if we might get another dot ball in this over though.
Probably will. Bumrah's bowling. Market thinks that already though. So
okay.
Yeah, I don't mind the lay of 1.2 here. Certainly as we've been laying the other side all day long.
20 off 9.
What a great game.
We've given you 15 to 1 winners, 25 to 1 winners, 20 to 1. We told you that India would come back if you stayed in with us. It's Jasprit Bumrah. 20 off 9. It's full, it's bad, it's horrible. It should be hit for 4. It's mishit for 2. No.
Bad cricket.
Oh, Ifti.
That's everybody has done cricket badly there. That's
Oh.
awful from everyone. Terrible ball, terrible shot, terrible running. Net result 1 run.
That's the ball that Sky hits for 6 every time with a little flip.
Yeah.
And that's all he had to do there, but instead he tried to hit, because it's Ifti and he wants to hit the ball hard, he tried to slog it away. 19 off 8, and Pakistan's in trouble here many different ways. One of them is Imad Wasim is back on strike.
They need 4 off these.
They need an edge over the keeper's head for 4 here. That's their best chance. It's short. He whacks it away straight to cover. He plays his best shot. There's a run-out chance. Bumrah is asleep. He's ended up almost getting a run-out, but I think the bat is in. If Bumrah was at the stumps correctly, then that's out, Kritika, I think. But he wasn't.
Yeah,
and he flicked it back, and he's safe.
He's safe, yeah. 19 off 8 is a lot of runs on this pitch. So Pakistan had a partnership of, 30 for the first wicket? And they were going absolutely fine, and they've only used half their wickets, and they've left themselves needing more than 2 a ball at the end. It's bad.
Oh my God, is this out?
Oh.
What fielding by Jasprit Bumrah? It's the bat is on the line.
Oh, this is really close.
That's just brilliant. I mean, he still should have got to the stumps, and it was a bad throw in.
I think he might just be in, but if you show it from the other angle, maybe that bat isn't...
Can we see under the shin of the fantastic Jasprit Bumrah, which is also the name of my 3rd book? I only looked at one angle of the umpire. That is dreadful umpiring.
You look at the other angle there, right? Because that could have easily been overhanging, couldn't it?
Was that overhanging fruit? We'll never know. 18 from 7. Jasprit Bumrah's last ball. His shins come in. It's a full toss. It's hit straight up in the air. It should have been hit for 6. It's not. Where's it gone? Oh, they're going to clash. They're going to clash. It's caught. And it's Ifti. And he's out. And they're now... Don't argue now, boys. Argue later. That is out. 2 important things to remember here. It's Ifti, the 6-hitter, who is out. But also, Imad Wasim will be facing the first ball next over. It won't be the new batter.
Yep.
But India well on top. Well on top. 18 off 16. Would you say this is around a 17 to 1 chance?
Yeah. But if you've been in all day backing the defence here, which you have, there is absolutely nothing wrong with backing 18 off Arshdeep. Arshdeep has not bowled well today. He's just taken that catch, which is extremely surprising because somebody was trying to rugby tackle him as he was catching it. Aksar, I think. Virat's enjoyed it. Remember Virat Kohli played in this game?
No.
It feels like a long
You
time
had a bet on
since
him man of the match. You don't think he'll get it?
I think that's under it. That's the one bet I've had today that I think might not win.
We've given you some great bets today. That one was gone after about 2.5 overs, wasn't it? Or whatever it was.
Literally 2 balls. But his first ball looked like he was definitely going to win. Jarrod, you must close. If you haven't closed, you must close
No, I closed.
22. 22 is quite a good bet, actually, that this goes for 18.
No, I closed before, but no, what I did is I went back in at on Pakistan here with some of my winnings because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm going for the jackpot for that reason. I'm backing more 22 because 22 is too many. It's a really bad over from Arshdeep is what you're betting on.
Yeah.
Wasim's got loads of experience. Crucial times can do things to people.
I've
He's a
seen
young
him
guy,
hit
Arshdeep.
sixes at the end of games when he's scratched around forever.
And
The issue here is singles.
Shaheen is really funny at batting as well. Let's see what happens.
And he can hit sixes too. Arshdeep, it's a solid ball. It's a beautiful ball. And they've taken the run, and there should be a run out. And he's missed. They're going to take another one. Oh no. That's not good for Pakistan.
No, the single there's a poor result.
Also, India should have got the run out there. Oh, he's giving it out.
What's he doing? Is that Kettleborough just having some fun?
I've absolutely... Everyone on the field seems to be reviewing at the same time here.
Sorry, what's been given
What
out?
for?
I don't understand the cricket. It's 103 for 6. They need 18 off 6, and we have a third umpire for something. I cannot be any clearer than that. We have a third umpire for something.
I don't think anyone knows what's happening here.
Well, we certainly don't.
But Kettleborough
well,
has
Rohit
given
Sharma
somebody out.
doesn't.
What's he giving him out for?
I
Run
thought
out?
the ball hit the stumps from the throw.
So he's given run out here, has he?
Well, I mean, this is one of the more remarkable things of all time. I tell you what, the market thinks the game's over. They've got Pakistan at 65s. Let's have a look at this again. It's a cross-seam Yorker. It reverses. Actually, he doesn't do a cross-seam. It's beautiful bowling. He backs away. It flicks his pad on the way through to Rishabh Pant, who takes the catch. Is the catch what they're appealing for?
It seems like
They think he's hit it, and I tell you what, has he hit that Robert Barron?
I think his
Yeah.
bat's hit the floor, and I don't think he's hit it.
I think it's going to be given out court, and I don't think his
I
bat
do.
hits the floor.
If that bat hasn't hit the floor, then he must have hit it. So good decision by.
He's out!
out.
What a decision!
He is out caught behind. Well, I apologise because I don't know if anyone knew what was going on there, but I will say this. Do you remember when the umpire put his finger up?
Yeah.
That was
Flat
him
out.
saying that maybe he thought it was actually out court.
Right.
Why he didn't put his finger up more brightly and sparkly at that point, Kritika, we will never know. Because it was kind of a, hey, by the way, just a little...
Yeah, because Pant seemed, he's the only one that appealed.
Yeah.
He heard something.
Well-
He got it. And then he appealed, and then, very sneakily there was this,
Okay, who's going to come in and it's 110s? Who's in with me on 110s? Rob?
Yeah.
Let's go. It's 120s.
130.
130.
Yeah.
I can't get on quick enough here. This is my last bet of the day.
I don't believe you.
Until he hits a 6 and then I'm back in.
Until you immediately switch to Scotland against Oman.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm in on this game. Nazim Shah also can hit 6s.
Yeah, you can.
They've got two guys at the crease can hit 6s. How you can hit a 6 on this pitch the way it is at the moment and you're a tail ender, I don't know. Arshdeep comes in. It's a leg ball outside of stump. Nazim Shah has smashed... No, he hasn't. Actually, he's mistimed it. They've got a single. I thought he had hit that better. What's the over and unders on this over? I know I'm not going to bet it, but 20 innings.
Don't know. I've stopped looking at prices because you've got to stop somewhere, Jarrod.
Do you? How's Oman doing?
Oman are getting
Oh.
hammered. Absolutely hammered.
Well, that's a shame. I mean, not that I don't want Scotland to win because it makes that group more fun.
Makes England's
Wow.
job a fair bit harder.
Yeah.
If Scotland win easy, which it looks like they are doing.
114 for 3 and 10 overs.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway, Arshdeep is in here. It's a good Yorker. He whips this away. There's an appeal. Someone needs to field the ball. There's a run-out chance. Arshdeep was so busy appealing that he almost got hit in the face by Rishabh Pant throwing at the bowler's end, which Arshdeep should have been at. It's now 1,000 to 1. Takers. It's unlikely. It's still Hey, Rob Barron. It is still mathematically possible.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm telling you, there's a chance.
Yeah, they don't even need 3 sixes. Under 11.5 sixes won pretty easy, didn't it? Considering they got 50 off the power play.
All right, I'm in for 1,000. No.
You've had 1,000 at 1,000. You're trying
Yeah,
to get
£1,000
£1 million.
and £1,000, yeah.
£1 million. That'd be good, wouldn't it? If you won £1 million at the end of a game.
That'd be fun. We should do that. Arshdeep comes in. It's Nazim Shah. He scoops. He scoops well. It's high. It's handsome.
It's
4.
enough. It's 4. It keeps the game mathematically possible. I don't know how he's going to hit a 6 playing that shot, but
this is where the 5 wide makes everything really funny. So Jarrod's had £1,000 at 1,000 to 1, and he's still alive.
It didn't actually.
You can lay it off.
Sadly.
No, you only got 700 quid matched, didn't you? I can see
It's
that.
down now to 140.
Yeah, it's the Kimber Millions.
But it's still 500s.
I'm going to go in at 500s just for fun. Why not? That's what we're here for in Cricket 8. We've won you so much money today, and ourselves so much money, we can afford to do this again. 12 from 2. Here it is. 108 for 7. Nazim Shah. Ashik Singh, he swings at this. He swings violently. He swings incredibly. And it's a 4 by a foot.
Wow.
Oh my.
Look at what...
Virat is laughing because he's just real. And yeah, he was thinking to himself, that might go for 6. I might have to try and catch this. Nazim Shah. Oh, and they've ended up with 8 from 1. And Nazim Shah has now realised, after playing one of the most incredible shots I've ever seen a tail ender play to almost get a team in, he then went, oh, my shoelace is undone.
Look at what intent does, by the way. They needed 40 off 40 with 8 in hand.
Hey, if Virat took that catch, your man of the match was back in play.
They needed 40 off 40 with 8 wickets in hand, Pakistan.
Arshdeep, I have seen a game be lost from this kind of similar mass with Marchant Delanga accidentally bowled a head-high full toss when going for a Yorker, and they needed 12 off 1 ball, and he lost the game. I'm just saying, there's still a chance. Arshdeep comes in, it's a length ball, it's smashed back down the ground. There's no run, they take 1 run.
Well
really,
done, yeah.
That's bad cricket from Pakistan. You run 2 there in case it's a no ball. But that is it. That is the end of this game. Well, look, I just want to say thank you to everyone for sticking on with us. If you were here today, as I know a lot of you would, I'm hoping you made as much money as the various people in this. Kritika today, she's actually just ordering a Bentley. So much money has she managed to win. We'll be back for more watch-alongs. We don't know when, and we don't know why, and we don't know how.
Read the bets out, Jarrod.
Would you like me to go through the bets?
Yeah.
If we went through every bet that we won today, first ball, we said that 2 would be scored. Do you know what was scored?
2.
We said India would have the highest 6 over total. They scored 50 runs, and we said, you don't need to wait for Pakistan to bat for this one. We said there would be under 11.5 sixes. Rob Barron, there were
4.
We said no player would score a 50. Rob Barron?
No player scored a 50.
Look, the bell's broken, everyone. We
broke the
said
bell.
Virat Kohli would be man of the match, and there's still a chance.
I don't like that one.
And what else did we get you through the day? We got you a caught and bowled, which was random. We got you a LBW, which was slightly less random.
Couple of Bumrah overs unders.
Oh.
Couple of them.
The wicket in Hardik's over.
The wicket in Hardik's over. That was an accident, but we got it for you. The all sorts of stuff.
Look, we're going to have a break here of about 5 minutes as Nazim Shah is in tears coming off the ground. But we're going to have a break here for 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with a podcast on this very game. But I'm going to be honest, after all that, we need a moment. Welcome to the Cricket 8 podcast. We're going to be talking India-Pakistan, and I apologise if my voice goes out in the middle of this, but I felt like I spent a lot of time yelling during the watch-along because of the many bits of drama that we saw. And talking about bits of drama, there is no one more dramatic in my life than Rob Barron.
Hello.
And someone who is a little bit more even-keeled. I'll give that to Kritika Naidu. Let's start with this, Kritika. This game lived up to the hype. Not in a, oh, both teams are playing great way, but in a, what the hell are we watching on our screens way?
Yeah, exactly. There was enough drama, there was enough suspense. It was right until the end that you didn't know who was going to actually pull through. But great game. It was quite even, Stevens, for it just going, like the momentum just kept shifting. Yep. Again, tale of two halves in each innings. First 10 overs versus the second half. Same thing with India, same thing with Pakistan. But great game, and it just kept everyone interested, I think, until the end. You didn't know who was the winner.
Let's start with this. India actually started that game smashing Pakistan everywhere, Rob. And that is probably, and I think we called it during the call, that was almost the difference between the two sides. Pakistan never had a period like that.
It won them the game, the power play. Pakistan bowled badly but fielded worst. And I've said this a lot, I'll say it a lot more. If you field properly, when the games are relatively close, you'll probably win. Like, the better fielding team wins most of these games that we've seen in the World Cup. And Pakistan were a complete shambles and kept dropping Pant. And Pant's innings were the difference between the two sides. So they got 50 runs off the power play, which is absolutely loads. And they got Rohit and Kohli out very cheaply, which is a huge win normally. But they let Pant come in. Axar did a good job of his, 20 off 18 is like getting 45 in some T20 games. But yeah, Pant's extremely lucky, whatever you want to say about his innings, 42 off 31, won India the game along with some very poor intent from Pakistan in the chase.
Jarrod, what would you say about, eventually it came down to 6 runs, and I feel like they gave away 6-7 runs in the field with overthrows and misfields and whatnot. And that really could have...
I remember one ball that was a terrible wide that they also kicked away. Although, to be fair, India did one of those as well. How many drop catches, how many half chances, how many run-outs? There was one run-out early on when Akshar Patel came out. And that Akshar Patel-Rishabh partnership was so important. Yeah. And Akshar should have been run out by 3 meters. There was never 2 in that. And a half decent throw. So I thought they were sloppy all the way through. Yep. But they were it wasn't just sloppy, they were in disarray. Yep. They bowled the wrong lengths, they bowled the wrong lines, they couldn't field, they couldn't catch, they couldn't throw. That's a lot of things they couldn't do. Yep. I went off on Haris Rauf. It was dreadful. He got hit for 3 fours in a row. If you get hit for 3 fours in a row here, you should be bowling underrun. Yeah. Right? Absolutely dreadful, dreadful stuff. Right? Then we had a drinks break. Yeah. Take us through what happens after the drinks break.
And then it was just carnage. Of course, like a break. Even initially when there was a rain break after the first over, it brought a wicket. And the same thing happened after the mid-innings break, that there was a wicket, and not just one. And then India just kept folding after that, wickets after wicket. And the momentum completely switched. Haris Rauf, he's the one that really triggered it. And he finished with pretty decent figures by the end of it. And I feel like India's, the first half really set them up because, Surya Kumar spoke of intent. He said, weather is not really in our control, nor is the pitch, but, they went with that intent. And even if it was quite difficult, they kept attacking. Pant, yes, he was pretty fortunate. But I think those runs really set them up for that collapse later. And that's pretty much why they won.
It was a moment after the drinks break where Haris Rauf hit the pads. And it was a terrible appeal that was never going to be out. And he was so fired up mentally that he appealed roughly to the crowd and nowhere near the umpire. Yeah. He then wanted a review despite the fact it wasn't going to hit a 9th stomp, right? And we were making fun of him because he'd been bowling really poorly up at that point. But he just came out of that drinks break like, I'm going to win this game for Pakistan. And it wasn't him on his own because they all bowled well. But it's that great moment when you see a flock of Pakistani fast bowlers all getting into it together, Rob, and they really just changed that completely.
Yeah, they were 89 for 3 before the appealing to the wrong end from Haris Rauf, and that was the catalyst of the 119 all out. 89 for 3 off 11, with Pant 40 not out and Sky just starting to get going. they are massively under it there, and the run line got up to 170. And if they'd have scored 170, how easily would they have won this match? It would have been a chaos.
Pakistan could have batted twice.
A complete farce. And you're absolutely right. Ralph started it all by getting a Sky next ball off one that just stayed in the pitch a bit, and it was just the extra pace that flustered Sky. Then Jubei and his concrete boots came in and did nothing and just chewed up balls, and then all of a sudden they were under it, and then Naseem joined in, and then Amir joined in and got 2 in 2, and at half time nobody gave India much of a chance except us.
I was going to say, I can think of some people who might have. Well, he even said, a friend of mine texted in saying the same thing, didn't he? What did he say? He had India has a 54% chance of winning. It didn't start like that though, Kritika. It started with, I think they were 6 runs off 2 balls with 2 threes.
Yeah.
And Babar Azam had a strike rate so high that I'm pretty sure he had a nosebleed.
Yeah.
Right? Like he was that uncomfortable with the way he was scoring. As an Indian, I know you're a cricket journalist, so actually you just want every game to be a tie because that's awesome. But as an Indian fan, there's a part of you going, "Oh, this looks easy," in a way that it didn't for us, right?
Yeah, initially yes, and that partnership really got going. They started attacking very early. They ran 3. Just imagine, like, it was back to back, and then they set them up. They set themselves up for a decent innings, and this was, kind of the match situation that Babar really thrives in. It was his. It was perfect for him. It was a great situation. But once he fell, of course, but you
even before he fell, though, remember there was 2 drops.
Yeah.
So there was the simple one down at finally. Was that Ashdeep?
No, it was Dubey.
Dubey, yeah, you're right. And then there was the hard caught and bowled, which hit Siraj's fingers, went up in the air and could have gone anywhere, and unfortunately didn't go anywhere. So there was a point of like, oh, they're missing the balls. They're not bowling very well here. The pressure's back on. And but you look back at it, Rob, and they were 57 for 1.
For 1,
yeah. After the 10th over, but what they didn't do, and this is, I've been betting on this quite a bit on some of these tough wickets, is they never got ahead of the chase.
Yeah, and we kept saying, if it's more than a run a ball and you've still got Bumrah to bowl, India's still alive, and they just had to shuffle the pack. Okay. And we all thought they made questionable decisions with the bowling changes, but it ended up working out pretty much perfectly, because Naseem Shah came in today and hit 10 off 4 and was not out. And Shaheen is a lunatic with the bat, and he was not out as well. What they needed to do, Pakistan, is have somebody in the middle there.
Earlier lunacy.
That scored 15 off 8. Fakhar tried to do that. He got his 13 off 8. He was the only one that really tried to whack it. And Imad came in, and whilst his job was to knock it around, he got 15 off 23, which actually killed them. His job was to get 20 off 20 and not 15 off 23 and just chew up that many balls.
Yeah.
That's too high a percentage of the innings to score at strike rate 65, because it means somebody else has to score at 130. They only needed a run a ball. They had loads of resources to use, and they buggered it up.
And it's the same thing like for Aksar to come in there and he played that 20 of 18 balls. That's pretty much what Imad, they would have hoped that he would do.
Yeah, no, talking about Akshar as well. So Akshar's not far away from man of the match in this game. He's made 20 off 18, but that wicket of Usman when he came on, which was when against the run of play for a bunch of different reasons. A, it was a spin wicket. B, it didn't spin. Jadeja was ragging it sideways and not getting wickets, right?
The first LBW at the ground in 6 matches.
The first LBW in 6 matches. All these different things. But from then on in, we were starting to worry about the mass, which was, well, Arshdeep's not bowling well. Pandya's not bowling well. It's not really helping spin. How do they get these over? Siraj and Bumrah can't bowl them all. But Hardik had a great comeback, and I do think that the pitch changing a little bit in that, and we saw it for both teams. So it was something to do with the softball. Really helped Hardik. And suddenly he had his swagger, and Hardik with swagger is a different person. You want Hardik to have the full swag, right?
Yeah, and 2 for 6 after that, right? It completely changed the complexion of the game. There were dots, there was pressure building, the run rate kept increasing, and then Pakistani batters just fell into that hole that they couldn't really get themselves out of eventually.
Still, Pakistan had a huge chance of winning.
They should have won.
Mohammad Rizwan was at the crease. Jasprit Bumrah had 2 overs remaining. He came on later than what we thought, because Arshdeep and Hardik had bowled okay. got themselves back in. They got some wickets at the other end. And then Rizwan had to face the first ball from Jasprit Bumrah, Rob Barron. And he decided to slug sweep it over deep mid-wicket for 6. Was he successful?
He was very unsuccessful, and he got absolutely cleaned up. They needed 40 from 36 with a 30 not out man and 7 wickets in hand, and knowing that if they saw Bumrah off, they'd be fine. And the only thing that Rizwan couldn't do was slog Bumrah, right? Everybody knows that if you slog Bumrah, you get out. But everybody knows that if you slog Bumrah on an impossible pitch, you definitely get out. So he slogged Bumrah and he got clean bowl middle stump, when if he'd have stood still, it would have been worst case dot and probably a 1. And a dot or a 1 against Bumrah at that stage is absolutely fine.
A 1 is a win.
Losing the set man against Bumrah is, oh dear, we're in panic mode. And they very quickly got into panic mode because, as we kept saying, the new bats, it was so hard for new bats, and Rizwan was the only person that wasn't a new bat, and he threw it away.
It was also a lot harder for new bats in the second part of innings. We saw that all the way. You know, Jadeja coming in first ball and going, oh, I can see this, I'll just push this on the offside, and it just taking off. Yeah. Shadab trying to play that hook shot where he's like, wait, this ball is just ballooned on me and I've hit it straight up in the air. Realistically, their only chance then from then on in was Iftikhar.
Yeah.
He got 2 full tosses that on another day Iftikhar hits to New Jersey, which I'm assuming is near Nassau County, roughly. Right, I hope I've got my geography right. At the very least, it's near New York. He missed both of those. We then had the stuff at the end, and then, as Rob said before, it was left to Naseem Shah, who actually batted beautifully at the end. And had he hit that 6 off the second last ball, it would have been a 6 to win. And instead, it was what, a metre and a half short of the boundary.
Yeah, just short.
What a brilliant effort by him. He was in tears at the end. I don't know why. He did nothing wrong in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great game. Picked up 3 wickets, picked up Kohli's wicket, and then, came out and did what really Imad Wasim or Iftikhar were supposed to do. And yeah, I mean, it's natural that he'd be a little disappointed because he had a really good day. But it is what it is.
The wicket was entertaining, and we've had, 2 close entertaining games. We've had wild swings. We've had a couple of terrible games because the first team has just crumpled, Rob. Right?
I love it.
But there were too many times batters were hit on the hands today from balls that they should not be hit from.
Too many for you. I enjoy it myself.
You enjoy it because you're not the one who's got a bowl in the next game or wicketkeeper the next game.
Yeah, if they want me to play, I'll play.
Rob Barron is available.
I would be
for bar mitzvahs, weddings.
Very rubbish. Yeah, I can do your after dinner speaking.
You know what I mean, though. It's It's not a safe wicket. It was an entertaining game. We need to put both of those things in, and it's the second entertaining game we've had. We've had a couple of really boring games on this wicket.
Yeah, my favourite thing about it is we have to wait until tomorrow until we see another game at New York, and then after that one we have to wait a whole other day until we see one. So we've got 2 more in the next 2 days at this ground, and I can't wait. I'm here for it. I love New York. Give me more New York pitches.
Would you say New York, New York?
In the last, yes.
Yep. There's just one other game. Obviously, that's the game everyone's going to want to talk about. Pakistan. Actually, just before we get there, Pakistan is now out. Is that it? Is there a way back? Can they come home? I know I'm asking you all this live, and we could have actually, one of us could have looked at the table beforehand.
Pakistan can quite easily go through because they're Pakistan, and this is when the craziness. What's the phrase, Kritika? Thank you.
You said it before. It was on the screen.
Kudrat ka nizam.
Yeah, that one. So
they've really Kudrat ka nizam the hell out of this, by the way.
When they won the Champions Trophy, they've done it a couple of times. They get themselves to ridiculous prices, like less than 1% to win the thing. And sometimes they need someone to be rained off, and then it rains. And they need someone to capitulate somewhere, and they do. And then Pakistan need to obliterate somebody that are much better than them, and they do it. So Pakistan can win. They're probably 2% to win this World Cup now, from being about 10% to win it when the tournament started. So if they're gonna win it, they're gonna do it the hard way. But they've got Canada at New York, and you'd think that they might work out roughly how to play there now. Spoiler alert, they won't. And then they'll have to play Ireland, and Ireland have been a spoiler to Pakistan in the past, as we all know, more than once.
So Pakistan is currently 40s.
Yeah, they have to win both of those games and probably have to win one of them by miles. But they're Pakistan, so I'm not going to say.
There's one thing in their
write
favour,
Pakistan off.
which is net run rate.
Yeah.
They have a very good net run rate, and Ireland hasn't won a game yet.
You would expect them to win those 2 matches.
Yeah.
What Pakistan like to do in these big tournaments is get themselves to a massive price and then start trying. They're probably there now. So I would expect Pakistan to be really good in the next 2 games. One thing you would say is their bowling attack looked a lot better today. Shaheen aside, I thought Shaheen still looked a bit bad compared to what we're used to from him. If he can, Ralph looked really good.
Imad Wasim bowled well.
Wasim was good, and they've got him back now. Naseem Shah is probably their best bowler so far.
He was fantastic.
So the batting looks crap, but the pitch has got a fair bit to do with that.
You thought today that Oman would do well against Scotland. You were wrong, and you need to apologise.
I regret nothing.
But that Scotland absolutely smashed them in the face. Scotland's net run rate at the moment is 2.164. They have 5 points after 3 games, right?
Well done, Scotland.
5 points after 3 games. England has 2 more games and can only get to 5 points, and their net run rate is minus 1.8.
Today was a very bad day for England, and I don't know why there are people queuing up to back them.
You can get them at 10.5.
10 to 1, shocking price.
I would back them. I looked myself because I was like, I'll back them. They must be 20, 25 to 1 by now.
Yeah. Their true price, if you do all the maths, probably is nearer 20 than it is 10.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that they're defending champions and they're England and they've got all these guys that can hit it and whatever else. England are an injury away. They're playing with 1 injured man at least at the moment, an injury away from total disaster. Like their bowling attack is old and injured, and that's a real lay 10. So you can loop that one back when England win it in a few weeks' time. But I wouldn't back England at 10.5 with your money, Jarrod.
I had backed England a while back, so I think I got them at 8 or 9s already.
Yeah.
So I'm more than happy to keep that there at the moment. One last question on India. Do you feel better or worse about India's chance to win the tournament after today? And you can't say neither, because you will be punched in the face by a fish.
Better.
You feel better?
Yeah.
Because
just the fact that they could, they defended a really low score, like 119. And that just shows, that they do have the bowling. They do have the batting even. It's just that, today, they didn't bat as well as they would have wanted. But I feel like the bowlers really stepped up, and I feel like that will give them confidence that if they can, restrict or defend 119, all right.
There you have it. That was the killer, Kritika Naidu. She will be back. Well, I say she will be back. I have no idea if she'll be free or when we're doing another game. But she, she's with Cricket 8. She's here and thereabouts. She's everywhere. That is the rooster, Rob Barron. He sleeps here, so he doesn't have a choice. He has to come back. I am Jarrod Kimber. We are doing podcasts all the way through this week. We have a podcast on the Indian coach situation. We have a podcast on the World Cup so far, not including these last 2 games. And we have podcasts coming up on other things that I have not yet decided with other people. That's how we do things at Cricket 8. We're random, totally random. A little bit like the pitch in New York, except we don't hurt people on their hands. I'll see you again next time. Subscribe, like, tell your mum about us.